Oh, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I know I haven't been online in a minute. For those of you who was here, everybody was on my last channel, right? Last, if I'm correct, it was Thursday, probably into Friday, and I ended up getting a strike. I I still have no reason. I don't know why. It's some broad dumbass fake ass shit that they hit me with. Um, something about spam or something, right? And they don't tell you. Remember, I was live when it happened. They don't tell you exactly what happened. And so I like in the middle of my live, they ended it. And then, like I said, I could show y'all the email. It makes absolutely no sense. They're claiming that I'm spamming, right? And so I fought it, and I was like, first of all, like it's not clickbait. It's sounding like they're trying to say I was clickbaiting or some shit like that. So what has happened is so these men have started the attack again. I can tell you what's happening. They're going, but this time, for now anyway, they're being smart about it and not saying anything. So last time you could listen to them on panels. Now maybe they're doing it on panels still. They would talk about who they're going to attack and who they're going to try to take down. And so they're coming up with these different reasons. Certain reasons it's hard to fight. They don't tell you what the issue is. So I did fight it. I was like, well, like, I don't know exactly what I've done. If you could tell me what I've done, but if you're claiming that I'm spamming, or they were saying that I was scamming people, right? So y'all know I don't even ask for money or anything like that. So I'm not sure. I told them, I said, I'm not asking for money. I didn't. They said something about putting links to scam sites, and y'all know I didn't put any links in. Like I put my link to my Zoom, and then I pin it, and then I don't even look in the chat. Anyway, so what? So I fought it and I lost, but it only gave me a week off, and it should end today. It actually should have ended by now. But when I just tried to sign in, it wouldn't let me, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with that. It'll probably let me in a couple of hours or so. Um, or maybe even tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows how they calculate they shit? I'm gonna tell you, this YouTube shit is bullshit, right? I'm not even talking about dealing with the people. Um, I'm talking about the racist. We sitting on a racist panel application, and I'm not saying that the owner of Google and YouTube are racist. I'm talking about the people who make the decisions that are being made. Because I did put in my answer that they are racist. I did say that. I say they treat black people. So I already kind of knew that I wasn't going to win the appeal. And I had already said that you judge black people based on rules that you don't even have um, in place. In other words, they make it up as they go along when it comes to us. They shadow ban us. They do all kinds of things, right? They can literally control traffic to your channel by shadow banning you. And they do it to all of us. And the way you know it is because when you subscribe to someone and then you don't get no notification. See, you may get the notifications in the beginning until they come in and shadow ban that person. That essentially means that they're not sending nothing out to anybody, even the people who want to get your notifications. And so that's what they do. Okay, anyway, I want to talk about the reason I'm even going live right now, because man, some shit happened yesterday on over there on in the Black House that I definitely want to talk about. And these niggas, man, I'm trying to tell you, baby, they have changed my opinion on men extremely yesterday. And we're going to talk about the motherfucker cooning and shit, right? And it's so hard for me to hold my tongue when these little niggas, right? They say, oh, you women, you disrespect us. You disrespect us. Nigga, you not even fucking married. You ain't got no motherfucking woman. Nigga, you's a bum. And then you on the internet thinking you could say anything to women, females, or whatever you want to call us, right? Bitches. And then when we respond, or even if we just simply disagree with you, they then start talking about how we disrespectful. And, you know, this is, and then they'll claim I'm not from the generation. I don't believe in everybody get a trophy. No, nigga, you absolutely do. You think everybody with a penis deserve respect, or you think everybody should respect you just because you exist. Nigga, you don't respect your fucking self. You murdering, killing yourself ass motherfucking ass niggas. Hey, what's going on, Miss Nova? How you doing, sister? Yeah, you know, so this is a different channel. Most people don't have this channel. Last time I was over here was when remember that shit with Rude that happened shit last year sometime. um but I just wanted to go live because that shit yesterday was, ooh, it was eye-opening. You know, remember I've been saying lately, my eyes have been opening wider and wider to what you women are saying. And wow, like yesterday was a because maybe, you know, I don't look at people videos. I don't even go back and look at my own videos. I'm gonna be honest, like people be like, Bomb, you wasn't here, you should go and check it out. I'd be like, yeah. I'd be like, uh-huh. But I'd be, no, I don't have time to check out no videos that I wasn't like really there to see. So the truth be told, if I'm not there when it happens on my video or even anybody else's stream, chances are I'm not gonna never see it unless we do what we're about to do today. Like when we review something. When I review something, I am reviewing it for the first time with you all. If I'm the one who found it, then that means I probably was watching something that somebody sent me, and then I watch maybe a couple of minutes, and then I say, okay, yeah, I'll review this, right? And then I stop it, and then I move forward from there. When I review things where I was actually there, that means that means something happened. Okay, that just kind of threw me for a loop, and I'm about to share. So which one we gonna do first? Do we want to talk about Hannah, who is Just Pearly Things? That's her real name. One of her friends then came out and exposed the baby. One of her friends that came out and exposed her for the liar that she is. Or I wanted to ask a friend, is she really a girl? Was she born a girl for real? But I think she showed the photo of them as kids because they had been friends since kids. You know what I mean? Like I'm talking about, like look like elementary school, and then they went to high school together, went to college together. They were roommates. Uh, and now she's moved on, being married and everything. And here go Hannah, who can't find a man, and you know, tried to date men, and I guess they thought she was too manly too, you know. Anyway, what's going on, Water Sniper? Sapa say, what's going on, baby? A bit tired. How you doing, sis? Anyway, how's everybody doing? So which one should we do? Because Just Pearly Things, whoo, maybe hers would be a little simple, but no, let's go and I'm gonna do the Black House first, because man, so just to kind of tell you what happened a little bit without even us looking at it, which we will watch it. So I was on a panel, you know, just doing my thing. I think I was, what did I do yesterday? I made some French bread because we made po' boys last night. I also I made pizza dough, right? Because I know we're probably gonna do pizza tonight or this weekend. So I made a pizza dough. Oh shit, which is probably still sitting down there. I need to go. Um, it's probably sitting on the counter still fermenting, which the taste is better the longer it ferments, right? But I'm gonna go down. Maybe I'll be putting in the refrigerator, but I'm gonna go down and check because he may not have even seen it, right? I also made some peanut butter cookies. My God, those cookies were so good, y'all. And they were like the best peanut butter cookies I've ever made. And that's because I made a mistake. And the mistake worked out, right? Instead of using extract, I used my candy extract, which is stronger than regular extract. And the flavor is like, wow, like it just pops in your mouth. Everybody loved them. So they're gone, like the ones that I baked, but I did freeze the others. So the other ones, I just have to take them out the freezer, put them in the oven for about 10 minutes. And so my little mistake, and I didn't realize the mistake until I was pouring the extract. And I realized it was thick, and it didn't dawn on me that, hey, this is not extract, but this is actual flavoring, right? So anyway, for those of us who bake, you may get it, or make candy, right? Anyway, let's get to it. So yesterday I was doing what I was doing in the kitchen. I was doing it live on camera and all that, because people keep claiming I don't get on camera. I actually do. I don't get on camera on my own channel, but I had no problem getting on camera on other people's channels, especially if I have to. But I had no problem turning on the camera, because that what his name like for me to sew and cook and all that shit. Okay, he liked that type of shit, so I don't have no problem doing it. Anyway, so that's what I was doing, and there was a white guy over there. Now, the honest truth, I didn't even know there was a white man over there. I saw the title and I was like, oh, this is going to be an interesting title. And then when I clicked on it and saw a white man up there, I was like, oh, this is going to be even more interesting. I wanted to ask this white man a few things, like, what do he think about Black women and shit like that, So, but when I get over there, I'm in the chat. I'm not even sure if I typed anything because I was preparing in the kitchen, right? So I see PH Diva go up, and now mind you, this man wasn't saying much, but there's a couple of men up there. Oh my God, one who run his mouth. He kind of cool, I guess. He just run his mouth until he started cooning. The nigga is a coon for real. But I got into him before because he's from Mississippi, and I told everybody how the men in Mississippi, not all of them, but listening to him, I know people like him. These people not just in Mississippi, they're in Louisiana, Arkansas, Georgia, Florida. There's a certain type of Black man. And let me tell you, this type of Black man, this is usually, he's kind of like a hood dude, right? But he's not from the inner city. He's not from a major city. So he's a hood dude who have no dealings with white people. And he don't have no dealings with white people, mainly because he don't live around them, which I understand that. Most of us don't live around white people, right? But because he don't live around them, have no dealings with them or anything, he think of them in high regard, right? He's both impressed by them, almost like on some bro love type of shit. And then he's also afraid of them. He's also afraid of them. I want y'all to remember what I'm saying, because when we play the video, everything I'm telling you about this dude, you gonna hear it come out of his own fucking mouth. But see, I was on the panel with him. The first time I was on the panel with him was like, it wasn't this panel, it was another panel. And he was saying he was from Mississippi. And I was calling him out like this, like, I live around these people for a very long time. I grew up with some of these people. I told y'all my grandmother was deadly afraid of white people. The difference is my grandma didn't fuck with them. She was afraid of them and wouldn't be around them. She didn't look up to them. She wouldn't do shit for them. You understand what I'm saying? Because the things she's seen in her life, you can't go and tell somebody that the things that they watch, not just one white person do, two white people do, but you see most white people, especially in the South, the way they treated blacks. This shit was real, and this shit was just my fucking parents' generation, yo. I'm not old enough to be y'all mamas. I'm not even old enough to be your mama. So my grandmother is just basically old enough to be your grandmother. Right? Maybe your great grandmother, depending on the ages in which everybody had children. But think about that. Your grandmother, if you, how about one of your grandmother's older aunts? I'm sorry, your grandmother older cousins, right? Think about that. That's how close that is to you. That's how close it is to you if you're in your 30s. If you're in your 20s, it could be your grandmother, depending on when your mother had you, right? If everybody was having children in their teens, which there are a lot of people who did, then that could be your grandmother. But if it's not, if nobody having babies that early, like, in 14, 15, 16, then the people I'm talking about, my grandmother is just old enough to be your grandmother or your grandmother's older cousin. That's how that is, right? So if you're in your early 30s, I guess I could be your mother, which means my mother will be your grandmother, and my grandmother will be your great grandmother. So even though I didn't have kids that early, but anyway, long story short, the reason I'm saying this, because I want y'all to understand how close this shit is. When people talk about slavery, people talk about it as if, why you always bring it up? That's happened hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And I'm like, nigga, 100 years ago is not that far removed from you. 200 years ago is not that far removed from you. Think about it. Think if you are already 30, right? You're already 30. How far is 100 from 30? Okay. Now, so that means you know that your grandmother is close enough to have been the first generation, damn here, if not the second, from slavery. So somebody you absolutely know was real close to slavery. Maybe you not. And if somebody in your family who you was raised by, if you learned anything from them, then that is how close this shit is. I know when you think of the number 200, it seems far, but I'm 50 years old. Only 50 years ago is 100 years. Right? If I'm 50 and 100, that means 50 years ago. That means 100 years ago, you know what I'm saying? My grandmother was born and probably starting her family. When I was little, they were saying slavery was 100 years ago. That's what confused me, right? I remember them saying 100 years ago, slavery ended 100 years ago. Now we close to slavery ending at 200 years ago. So I'm just saying that. But anyway, I just want to point that out because I'm listening to people talk about acts, why we still talk about something that happened. Listen, the Holocaust, they still talk about that. They talk about things that happened that was so destructive, where millions of people died. That's why you're talking about slavery, because slavery took out millions of motherfucking black people. Nobody's asking the natives why they're still talking about what they're talking about. The natives, they took the land from the natives even longer than that, than slavery, right? even longer than that. And they still talk about it, and nobody's asking them why you keep bringing it up. Them motherfuckers want their reparations. And even though they got a particular reparations, you know, they still fighting. You know, the motherfuckers got $1 billion sitting in the bank that the government gave them. Actually, they gave them millions, and it's been sitting there so long that it's damn near billions now, right? And they won't touch it because they say that's not enough. You know, the motherfuckers gave us all $200 and said, here's your reparations. A lot of motherfuckers will be happy with that shit. Black people will probably jump on that shit. Oh, what we gonna do? We gonna give y'all all $500 every year for the rest of your life. And motherfuckers will be like, yeah, okay. And here we got Native Americans with billions of dollars sitting in the motherfucking bank. That they say, no, no, no. Give us back what you owe us. Give us back our fucking land. They murdered these people. Like the stories are right there. But just like they murdered them, they murdered us. Those motherfuckers didn't even have a chance. But if you hear how they did them Native Americans, baby, and it's sad because most of us would have our heart would bleed for them. You know, we would be like, oh my God, did that really happen? Yes. You know what? I heard these niggas on this panel say, and in other spaces, while we keep talking about what happened in slavery. And then somebody on the panel said that they think that slavery was, the stories of slavery was not true. That wasn't true. He said that he exaggerated. Oh, how you know those things happen? How you know? How you know? And I'm like, nigga, accounts from our family. You know what's the weirdest thing to me, though? Can I tell y'all what the weirdest thing for me is? I swear it's like really weird. When Black people, young people, right? When y'all won't even take the account from your elders. For some reason, and I'm not talking about what happens today. Like, I know that I need to listen to you younger people, especially ones who out here dating, and you know, you actively out here dating. Because you got a lot of women doing the same shit the men doing. You're talking negatively about men, but you're not really out there even dating. You know what I mean? You're not really out there, and a lot of the negative shit that you're repeating haven't even happened to you, just like the men. It's happening. Young women are doing it just like the men are doing, right? Okay. And hey, I guess that's something for y'all to figure out. But when it comes to history, right? We know that history for us, for Black people, the true history was passed down. My mother and grandmother and great grandmother. Like I absolutely had my great grandmother. I had a great grandmother who was still living. This was my grandparents' grandmother. Wait, my grandmother, then my great grandmother, right? And then my great grandmother mother was still living. That's my great grandmother. She was still living. And you know the reason, so our stories get passed down through our family. Y'all don't do that today. That's why I think y'all don't even want to listen to elders, because you don't have no respect for them, because you're not sitting with them anymore. People are putting their old people in homes and shit. But see, when I was younger though, my great grandmother was elderly, right? She was the oldest of us. And we would go, everybody in the family would go and meet with her every fucking Sunday. We went and ate, broke bread with her. And that's when the adults would come together and figure out who gonna do what for that week or that month with her. And us children would be running around, and believe it or not, they would use us. We would go and sit with my great grandmother. She's supposed to be watching us, but she was too old to really watch us. essentially we was watching her, right? She was watching us watch her. When she needed something, we would be the ones, hey, babe, can you go get my mom, a soda, a soda pop. They used to call them pops back then, right? So they would have us kids when she needed the remote control, when she needed a glass of water. She was sitting right there in the bed, right there in the home. She couldn't really move. She was either in that bed in a sit-up position or laying down. And we children was there. And my great-grandmother would sit there, and when she started talking and telling us stories about things that happened, that's what she used to do. The children used to be watched by somebody that we were watching. And that's how it used to be. And therefore, when my great-grandmother and great-great-great-grandmother and my mother and my grandmother told me stories, I believed them. Why would I not? It wasn't like they were just, it wasn't like today where people told stories to boast. They wasn't telling me no stories so they can say how wealthy they was, how rich they were. In fact, the stories are the opposite. The stories are telling you how hard they had it, but how they were able to overcome that shit. Today it's different. Everybody's six-figure earners, baby. Everybody, including me, who ain't going no motherfucker way, ain't got no motherfucker job, and I don't know how I've been getting this six figures. But hey, I guess I could. I want to be like everybody else, I guess, right? But anyway, on that panel, somebody said something, and when they said it, I remembered it, but I had already when I heard the term redlining, right? Redlining. So redlining is we know what redlining is today, but back in the day, right? There was times where we couldn't go in certain areas. Like you didn't go there because you will be killed. And there was some questioning about that. Like people, it's almost like we got too many documentaries. I'm not saying the documentaries are wrong. I'm just saying some of these documentaries, they're not giving everything. And of course they can't, right? They put a documentary in something an hour, maybe 2 hours long. So you're not going to get everything. So there was some questions about when I said, yes, if you go in certain areas, Black people knew not to go in certain areas. Somebody asked the question of, well, how would a Black person know not to go there? Is there an actual red line that you not to cross over? Like they really said that. And it shocked me. Like I was like, what? And I know she was being facetious when she said it, but she was like, how would you know not to go in there? And then she was like, well, it's not true because Black people worked, which we did. We worked for others. And she said most of them had domestic workers. That's lie. That's a lie. Most white people did not have domestic workers, y'all. Most Black people did not have Black women working in their homes. That is not fucking true. You cannot look at a movie. Like, what's the name of that movie? It's a good movie, right? But you can't look at that fucking movie and then put that on everyone. The movie is a movie. It's to be entertaining while giving you some information, but they help. Sundown Laws and Sundown Time, right? So there's movies out here that help. The Help is a good movie. I enjoyed the movie. I really did, right? It was very entertaining, but just understand that in the movie, in the movie, there was people who had domestic workers, remember? And there was these white women who stayed at home with their children. Remember that? But let's be clear about this. Every white woman was not married. Every white woman was not a stay-at-home mom. They were working too. They had to work too, because every white man wasn't out there making good money. So that means, so when somebody said that there was every white woman, most white women, and she said most white women had domestic help. That's not true, y'all. That is not true. Okay. But yes, oh, this guy. God damn, this guy. Hold up, y'all. Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Uh-huh.
How was your night?
My night was okay.
Okay. How is your grandson?
Yeah, he's okay. He's okay.
And your husband?
Why? What is going on? Why you calling and asking me about my family? Do you really care for real?
I just want to make sure everybody are good.
And if they were not good, what you gonna do? You gonna make sure we good?
No, I'm gonna be putting them in prayers.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, so you gonna pray for them?
Yeah.
So you called me at 5 in the morning, right? And I told you you was waking, like you keep doing it. It's not even your first time. You keep calling me at 5 in the morning.
I'm sorry. You know, after then you said I should call in 1 hour time.
No, it's not 5 now. It's 6, it's 7 now. But what I'm saying, when you called me at 5 in the morning this morning, and yesterday and the day before, and I kept telling you it's early. Like I'm not understanding what you don't understand.
Okay, I am sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you keep saying that every time you call.
Me, please. It will repeat next time.
It's what?
It will never repeat next time.
Oh, you should. Okay, so this is the first time you're saying that, but you every morning you call me at 5 a.m. and you know, my husband hasn't said anything, because usually he's getting ready for work, but you got to stop calling me at 5 a.m. Okay. Work is fine.
Yesterday we agreed I will call you 8 p.m. I was calling you, we are not picking your phone.
Oh, I think my phone was dead because I didn't get any calls, but I was working and I was downstairs working. Yeah. Oh, let me see. I gotta make sure that people don't put stuff in my yard. Yeah.
When it was 8 p.m. I called. 9 p.m. I called up till 9 p.m. You weren't picking your call.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you forgot something?
No, I was working and I guess I forgot my phone upstairs.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean,
So, how it's gonna be today? Is he going to be okay this in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Or maybe by that time you may forget your phone, or you may be busy or one thing or the other.
That could happen. Like I can't promise you anything. You know what I mean? Like that could happen, but I'm gonna make sure the phone is charged up.
So the time still remain the same, 8 p.m.
Yeah, that's what time you get off, right?
No, 8 p.m. is the time I will be at home.
That's what I'm saying. Don't you want to wait till you're home?
Okay.
Okay. Right?
Yeah, when I reach home 8 p.m. the same time.
Okay, so it's 8 p.m. your time, but so I know you're saying 8 p.m., right? But you understand that's 8 p.m. your time. That's actually really early my time. And therefore, you know, yeah, I think hubby had just gotten home. My phone was dead, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. I didn't answer, so that means I wasn't available. But we could try for today. So 4, I think 8 your time is 4 my time.
Yes.
Okay. I think something like that. Is it 4 or 3?
Yes. 8 p.m. here is 4 p.m. there.
I thought it was 5-hour different. Where are you? What time is it there?
Here is 12:55
It's what?
p.m. 12:55 p.m. afternoon.
It's, you said 12 or 2?
12.
12. Okay, 12. 7.
Yes, 12:55.
So that's a 5-hour difference.
It remains 5 minutes to be 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so that's 5-hour difference. I kept telling you it's 5. You kept saying it's 4 yesterday.
4?
It's 5-hour difference.
Okay, 5 hours ahead.
You are 5 hours ahead. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yes. Yes. So that means 8 your time is actually 3 my time, which is quite young. That's early. That's really
yes.
Yeah, but that might be a little too early. That might be why I missed you, because if it was 3, I was downstairs getting ready to make a bag that I'm gonna actually be sewing today. But yeah, so okay, well, call me at 8:30 your time.
8:30.
8:30, yes.
8:30. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna put it in my phone. And then I'm gonna give you the Zoom, and you're gonna pop on the Zoom tonight, right? You coming on the Zoom, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's good. Okay. Bye-bye. Huh?
Bye. Take care. Good work.
Okay. Good what? Okay, bye.
Bye.
Oh Lord. Okay, y'all. So he's been wanting me to help find him a woman. That's what he claims. He calls me all the time, and I keep asking him, like, what do you want? So eventually he was like, okay, you can find me a woman. And I was like, he wanted to talk the puzzle again. He was like, what does she look like? And I was like, I don't. So I told him I'll interview him on the YouTube. So that's what I told him I would do. But I told him that like a week ago, damn near 2 weeks ago, and he calls me every day and asks me, when you gonna do it? When you gonna do it? I'm like, dude, you stop calling me at 8 a.m. Like, he calls me at 5 a.m., 5 a.m. every morning. And I'll be like, hey, it's early here, right? I thought me telling him, hey, like, my family is still sleeping. I thought, and he was like, oh, sorry. He would say sorry every time. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. So, anyway, where was I? Okay, so yeah, I was talking about movies, and so we got a lot of movies out here. There's a lot of movies that's floods, and and they're entertaining. We have to understand that these movies are entertaining, unless they tell us that these are factual events, and then even then, the events may be surrounding based on their life or somebody in their family, right? And even then, if I wrote a story, I was thinking about writing a story about my life, right? Or about my family and things like that. But I would still have to put in filler information, right? I would have to still make a story around the factual information just to keep it entertaining. That's what movies do. Now, if I was doing a documentary, I would just focus on the facts and still the facts as I know it. But you can't take something that happened in one area and put it on everybody in every family. So the help in that movie, it was about the help. And therefore, they made it to where the people in that area were the help. And if they're talking about the help, then of course they're going to only talk about the women who worked for white people, right? Or even whoever they work for. Do not think that every white person had a domestic worker in their home. That did not happen. Just like every white person didn't have a slave doing slavery. Now, don't get it confused though, because then somebody will take what I just said about not every white person having a slave and think that that means, well, we can't blame all white people. Well, first of all, nobody said that you should blame all white people. But what I will tell you is this. Even if a white person didn't have a slave, doesn't mean that they didn't contribute and help with slavery. All white people didn't have slaves. All white people didn't have plantations. If that was true, then slavery wouldn't have been as popular, right? We would have been there to help. It was free and shit like that. But if everybody had slaves and farms in order to have cotton and do the farming, then it wouldn't have been, because everybody would have been able to have somebody and some people farming their land. But what would be the purpose of everybody having a farm? You see what I'm saying? Like everybody would have survived, but people wouldn't have got wealthy, right? So y'all know the farms in the South, all the cotton and everything, and everything that was done, the people up north and in other countries purchased. But if everybody had a farm and shit like that, it would have been a bartering system. That's how that would have worked out. Okay, so everybody white did not have slaves, but everybody during that time understood that a black person was not a person, that a black person was an item, or they didn't believe that we had feelings. There was a lot of things that they believed that wasn't true about us just based on our skin color. So please, because I've said things, right? I've even listened to Pearlie. She heard that one of the presidents had slaves. Then this bitch said that even black people had slaves. And that is true. But there's a reason why a black person would have a slave. Right? That's almost taking a people out of slavery if you ended up being a slave to a black person. But that bitch said some stupid shit yesterday. I couldn't. When I was listening to the video yesterday, I was like, it just get worse and worse with her. Okay, but you know what's worse than the shit that come out of her mouth is when black people repeat that dumbass shit when they're on panels with her, acting like she just gave them some information. I heard in the video that bitch said that women eggs are depleted at the age of 30. That's what she told them black women. She told them black women, and they were shocked. I didn't even get to their so if our eggs are gone by age 30, you do know what that means, right, ladies and gentlemen? Think about it. If our eggs are gone, that means we can't have no children. If all our eggs are depleted by age 30, then how the fuck are anybody over the age of 30 having children? That's what that woman said. And the black women were like, oh, I didn't know that. Instead of them saying, well, that don't make no sense, you dumb bitch. That's what they should have told her. If we don't have eggs, we don't have children. Without eggs, there's nothing. There's no children to be born. You need an egg in order to have some children. And I don't know about you. Maybe happening in certain areas, but I know I see women having children at 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Even in their 50s, women are having fucking children. And so I don't know, but from age 30 to age 50, isn't that like a whole nother 20 years? Maybe my math is fucked up. Let me make sure. Let me count on my fingers. 30, 31, 32, 33, 44, 6, 8, 9, yep, that looks like a whole nother motherfucking 20 years to me. They dumb. Hey, devastating. How y'all doing? Wait, I need to over here, y'all. You get the wrenches over here, y'all. I'm sorry. I am in the chat. Wait, am I under the right account? Nope, I'm under the wrong account. Okay, gotta so I can give y'all wrenches. Hold up, switch accounts. What I'm under? House of Bomb, right? House of Bomb. Okay, we go. Y'all, I made a lot of channels. Okay, got it. I don't know what that said, but there was thing on a wrench a bitch tie. There were property is why Miss Pearly said. What's going on? Okay, Janet looked good after having a baby after 50. I know that's right. And you know, wait, I gotta here you go. Janet looked great. But Janet got money. She ain't got to do nothing. She can stay in the gym all day, every day. She can do what the hell she want to do. Listen, when I see women, she did have a great snapback. Janet is a beautiful sister. There's a lot of women having babies definitely in their late 40s. I wouldn't say I would say a lot of women having babies in 50s, but when I say a lot, I'm not talking about most. I'm not even talking closely most, right? What I am saying though, when I say a lot of women, because people are like, it's not a lot, it is a lot based on the knowledge in which people are sharing. If you are saying that women can't have children, remember Kevin Samuels, they were saying that women shouldn't have children. They're not having children nowhere near. They saying that you have your children. That's why they say we hit the wall. They claim that we're not having babies after 30. That's why that woman said that shit. Because that's what Kevin Samuels was saying. Right? We know that all in the 30s, a lot. In fact, that's where I would say most of the women are having babies today in their 30s. Even if they had one in their 20s or teens, they still having babies in their 30s, right? In our 40s, women, we slow down having babies. That is true. That doesn't mean that we can't have them. The slowing down of having children in our 40s is the woman and her decisions that she's making to ensure that she don't get pregnant in her 40s. Men don't understand that. All they see is that there's not a whole shitload of women in their 40s having babies. That's because we have put things in place. Birth control of some sort. Okay? Whether that she got a tubal ligation done, whether she got an implant put in, whether it's an IUD, which is another type of implant put in, or whether she's not out here having, sex as much. Maybe she's married and her and her husband are putting things in place to make sure they don't have children. Because, that's what me and my husband did. We actively did certain things so we wouldn't just have no goddamn oops baby. We already had two oops baby. And even, yeah, the second one was definitely a oops baby. The first one was, hey, we got pregnant. If we didn't, we didn't. And so we wasn't doing anything to stop that. The second one, though, they talked to me about birth control, what I was going to do right after having a baby, they explain. But anyway, I got off track. God damn. I do that a lot, right? Because I let the conversation run where it go, but I want to get back on track though, back on track. Let me rewind, back up, back my ass. So I essentially was talking about the movies. Don't let movies tell you how things work. Movies are not, I'm not saying that the movies are lying. I'm saying the movies are for entertainment. Just like we know that there's no guy running around with a sword, dressed all in black, who's half vampire, killing other vampires while we sleep. We know that's not true, right? We know there's no man with a long ass blade who call himself Blade, who is black and killing vampires to save the human race. That's entertainment. So I guess what I'm just saying is, just because a movie may have some factual historical facts within the movie does not mean that the movie is historically correct. Hey, Brandy, girl, I was thinking about you. How you doing? What's going on, everybody? I was thinking about you the other day, Brandy, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, because I was like, I haven't seen her in a while. Then I started thinking, I remember you said that your husband wasn't well, and then I was like, oh my God. And I couldn't find your number because I don't keep people's numbers. But it's nice to see that you're here. I hope everything good with the family, sis. So anyway, so all white people did not have domestic, and somebody said that. Now, I will say that the sister did teach me something in that conversation, because she said, mentioned that there was a, and then when I looked it up, it probably was something that was shared. That's what I like about the internet. You know, if you in different areas, you may have something that happened in your area that didn't happen in other people's area. Because she said that there was a ordinance put in place to make Black women work, y'all, even if she didn't want to work. I was like, what? It's like, I never heard that one. And let me tell you, my grandparents, I didn't have many grandfathers. All of my grandfathers died early, right? And when I say early, like, yeah, early. Whether they had a heart attack or drunk themselves to death, or I don't even know. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know why they died. I just know that I was young when a couple of them died. I was young when one of my grandfathers, I think he had, because he went blind, he had what they used to call that sugar. That's what they used to call it back in the day. Your grandpa got sugar, and he had sugar, so that's why he went blind, right? But he died when I was real young. I think I was like 5 years old. Okay, maybe 5, 6 years old. By the time I was like, before I was 10, every grandfather was gone. Actually, before I was 7 years old. The men just died early. And I say that just to say that there wasn't many men. So the information that was shared is from women. It's from the women. And I had never heard when my grandparents told stories, they wasn't making up no goddamn Disney fairy tale stories. They were telling you about their lives, about their mother's lives, and their great grandparents' lives. Those are stories that was shared in our neighborhood, in our families. Okay, so we don't do that anymore. And even when we do, everybody wants to lie. everybody want to say I was a singer. Yeah, I used to be a singer back in the day. And then you can't find where they were singing no motherfucking where, right? Everybody wants to lie. So I guess that's why when I tell stories, that's why maybe people don't believe me, because you don't trust that, because we in a time where everybody is just exaggerating and telling fucking lies. So I guess that's how I get it. I understand why people don't believe anybody anymore. But let me assure you, when somebody asks me, how do I know my grandparents was telling me the truth? Motherfucker, because that's what people did back in the day. Why in the fuck would a black person tell you lies back in the motherfucking day? Motherfuckers was just trying to keep alive. We was together, and we was telling stories in order to stay alive. Do you understand? Lynching is still not even a criminal act. Do y'all know that? They still refuse to put lynching as and that should be on a federally. Yes, there's some states or some cities who decided to put that and make it to where lynching is a criminal act. But you know, those who did it. And then there's those who decide that if a man lynch another man, that motherfucker may not even be held criminally. The family may have to sue the motherfucker. That's why our federal government comes in. And they say, well, no, you don't get to make choices like that. And then they won't do it, though. The motherfuckers won't do it. Why you think they won't do it? Why can't they make lynching a motherfucking federally criminal act to where the states don't get to make the motherfucking decisions? See, this race thing is bigger than we want to make it seem. And black people, when you tell me that you want to know why we got to talk about race all the time, nigga, you better talk about race. You better understand what is going on. You better be clear about it. Now, let's go to this motherfucker panel, because I'm talking too much instead of just sharing it. Let's listen to the dumb shit. Now, I did learn something. Like, I'm going to say this before I go to that. I learned something. I did not know that they made black women work. And I was like, I never heard that. I was like, I never heard that. But I told her I didn't think that she was lying, right? I just never heard that. And somebody gonna say, well, how would you hear it? Why would you hear it? I said, because my grandparents would have told me, my mother would have told me, my grandparents would have told me, great grandparents would, like, they would have told me. And they were like, why would they tell you? That's what one of the guys was saying. I was like, dude, what are you talking about? Why would they tell us? That was what we did. We shared things. We knew that we had to pass them on. Just because shit changed don't mean you supposed to forget the past. This shit is important. For those of you who don't want to teach your kids about what happened in the past, then you just want them to be what? Unprepared, uneducated. Like, I'm not understanding. You don't have to tell them and say, yeah, you should be afraid. But I would tell them so they can know this is what took place, and you might want to make sure to pass this on to your kids. Only in our community do we feel like we should want to forget what took place to us. That's some dumb shit. White people will never let their kids forget what happened to them. The Jewish people not gonna never not pass that shit on. They're not gonna say, well, I don't want my kids to grow up knowing what happened to us back in the day, because I don't want them to feel like, you know, they were once slaves. They were once burned in ovens. I don't want them to know that. They not gonna say no stupid shit like that. Only our motherfucking asses, where they convinced us that by us bringing it up to them, even though we were the victims, right? If we let our people know we were victims, then we're always gonna keep them victims. That's the dumbass shit that come out of motherfucking black people's mouths. Oh, I don't want my kids to know, because I don't want them to know that we were slaves. Why you don't want them to know? You don't want them to know the actions of others? Because ain't nothing we did. But then they'll switch it up and then start saying, well, we were slaves. You're going to hear on this panel where motherfuckers started talking about slavery was a motherfucker choice. We were slaves because we chose to be slaves. So it's really our motherfucking fault that we were slaves. We were so dumb and stupid and chose. We were like, here, white man over there, can you come over here? I would love to be enslaved because I just think it's an opportunity that I've never experienced. Can you look? Them motherfuckers was over there. So why are we the victims and we are now made to feel shame about being slaves? I'm not shameful that my grandparent, my great grand people were motherfucking slaves. Why would I be ashamed of that? The people who hold that shame is the motherfucking slave masters. That's who's supposed to be shamed. Them the motherfuckers who did the terrible thing. Hey, Cola. What's going on, sis? How's everybody? For those, so this is what I'm gonna put the link in the room. I gotta grab it, y'all, in case somebody will come up. But I'm about to share this video. I just want to know, and I want y'all to know, y'all, there is no shame in something that you did not do. That's almost like me being shamed of being a murderer when I ain't never killed no fucking body. So if somebody in my family got murdered, should I be walking around shamed? Right? The victim, you mean the victim and the victim's family, the victim's people, the victims, they have to be shamed? And I hear it all the time. I hear it and it sounds so great. I've heard, I'm talking about people like these celebrities. What is his name? The one who wrote the book, Think Like a Man or whatever. Like I've heard these wealthy people, right, with influence. The only reason I'm mentioning them because I don't give a fuck about their money. I don't give a fuck about them being celebrities. To me, they just a whole nother motherfucker, and they could be dumb as shit. They just because they are celebrities don't make them smart. I just want to be clear about that. But I've heard celebrities say, well, yeah, I don't want to teach my sons or, my children about this because I don't want them growing up feeling like they are, that they came from slavery. And I'm thinking, why? Do y'all not understand how a group of people, how strong and resilient a group of people who was enslaved for 500 fucking years. Look where we are right now and what we had to do to get here. And by the way, somebody was like, well, what does marching and burning shit down does? Well, what you mean what it does? Look where you are right now. You think you got to where you are by us just being docile, shaking hands and smiling and saying, Sir Master, I'm a human being too, Sir Master. We revolted. We showed them that we could be just as dangerous as they are, right? There was many revolts. It wasn't just one or two, right? There was massacres too. Yes, there were. That they didn't come about until, you notice the massacres didn't happen until we started building and doing great things in our own area. They didn't want to be around us. And I assure you, y'all, we didn't want to be around them. Let's keep that motherfucker shit correct. Why would we want to be around a people who enslaved us? So as soon as we got a chance, we got the fuck up out. Because, they did give us options to be right there on the farm. We could stay there. They even wanted to, say you could stay right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my wealth with you for doing the work. And motherfuckers packed up their motherfucking buggies and packed up their shoes. And even if they had no soles on no motherfucking shoes, they walked barefoot the fuck away from that motherfucking plantation. Now, let me be clear about this shit. Even the sharecroppers, sharecropping was something completely different, right? But even then, that the only reason that happened is because I'm not sure if y'all understand history, but when they freed the slaves and these motherfuckers didn't really free us, right? Black people were still slaves in the South, even after the federal government freed us. So therefore, they had to bring troops down. And I'm not sure if y'all know this, but the motherfuckers who still had us enslaved, remember, with slavery, black people didn't know how to read. So even if they did put it in the fucking paper, how useful is that shit? How useful is them putting it in the paper that we are free if nobody comes and tells us, hey, you got to go? So what happened was the motherfuckers still had us on plantations still working. In fact, in Mississippi, y'all wouldn't believe it. I'm about to tell you something even I didn't fucking believe. Right? They still had people working on plantations in Mississippi in the motherfucking 80s, in the 1980s. Because somebody convinced their family that they still had an obligation of working the motherfucking fields. Bitch, what you tell? Listen, if you think that the reason they didn't want us to read was not for a reason, it surely was. If you think that the reason they don't want us to, they don't want us to know how to read, and they sure the fuck don't want us to vote, baby. They still had families who still thought that they still had an obligation to work on motherfucking plantations in the 19 motherfucking 80s. In fact, one of them guys gonna be on this panel when he tells us that his family working them fields was out there picking cotton. I'm thinking to myself, what motherfucking black person would still want to be picking cotton? And when he says, oh, that's just a job, nigga, what? And then when you find out that even he don't know how to read. In Mississippi, baby, it's bad. Listen, I'm not even just saying Mississippi. They got some backwoods ports in Louisiana too, right? Where if you don't know, you don't know. If you don't know, you just don't know. That's right, Brandon. But see, that's our elders, right? My grandmother, one of my grandmothers wouldn't be near no motherfucker cotton. You understand? Now she didn't give a fuck if her house was leaning to the right or the left when the wind blows. She wasn't going around white people. And then my other grandmother, who she was a domestic worker, but she wanted to make sure that her kids knew how to read and write. And they wanted better. They wanted better because they didn't have the opportunities that we have. And today, though, the young people today, y'all are looking at this shit like, oh, I don't want to look back. Why we got to look back? Why we got to look back? No, you need to look back. You ain't got to look at the, if your stomach can't take it and you don't want to see all the bruises and shit, but be clear about what the fuck happened. Because they don't let no motherfuckers tell you that. Because that's what they write in the history books. They tried to claim that we were domestic workers doing slavery. They saying that slavery was just a domestic relationship where they paid, and they claiming that black people were happy because it was an opportunity. Oh, the black man would get on the wagon because it was an opportunity for them to succeed here in America. That's what the fuck they put in the history books. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. And yes, they work. See, Jim Crow, when people mention Jim Crow, I'm not sure, because I'm not sure what people think about that, right? You think, oh, in the South, they still kept us from rights and stuff like that. But I want y'all to understand Jim Crow. So right after slavery, right? When they didn't release, the federal government had to come and make them plantation owners release them black people. And to punish them, what they did was they made the motherfucking owner, the plantation owner, lose their property. Check this out. Okay, so the plantation owners who wouldn't follow the federal government's guidelines and release the motherfucking people, right? The government, the federal government sent down soldiers and people to say, okay, take their property from them and give it to them black people, give it to the slaves. That's what they did. Right? So so some of the slaves most of the slaves just got up and left. Like as soon as they found out, they packed up and they jetted as soon as possible. Right? Other slaves, though, they were still there because the plantation holder was keeping them there. So when the federal government came through, they ran them. They ran the plantation owner off the property. And so the slaves were still there. So the slaves continued to do the work, and they was claiming that now the property belongs to the slaves, right? The slaves now own the property. They could stay there and do what they're doing. Now, mind you, these are people who can't read or anything. Remember that. They don't even know where to go. Like you don't even know north, west, south. You don't know nothing about that. You might have a couple of people who know how to do that because they did that job for the slave owner, right? But then, though, this is when local government came in. And these people who own these plantations went to their local government and helped them people get in office. And then they put laws in place, giving them back their motherfucking property. So they ended up getting their property back. And then this time, though, in the laws where they got their property back, they started talking about, well, even though slavery is ended, if a child, of a certain age, I can still make them my slave. So they would go find the people who used to work on their property and grab up their children. They would grab up the children legally. Through the law, they could grab up the motherfucking children and say, you still owe me this and you still owe me that. So that boy right there, that's still my property. They put laws in place doing that. So here we go. We got a black people who just got freed, and they're now they're fighting for their fucking children. Then they start putting vagrancy laws in place. A vagrancy law. What that means is that an able-bodied man, black, he better not be caught on the street, right? If you caught on the street doing certain work hours and you wasn't at work, like you wasn't going to an actual job, they can put you in jail. And what was jail? They would pick your ass up and then take you to a plantation where this plantation owner, remember when I said he the one who got these laws in place through the government. And of course, the policing is with the government. So when they picked up black people, they would pick up black men, and then they would, do everything they had to do. And then they would take you to a plantation for you to work, and your ass will be there. And nobody in your family may even know where you are. Your ass is working on the plantation. Listen, we better know our motherfucking history, baby. This is before what we call the current Jim Crow right here. That's free labor. They kept us in free. We was doing this shit. These are stories my grandparents told me. And if they will pick a man, that's vagrancy laws. Vagrancy laws just simply mean laws where you ain't got to be committing no motherfucking crime. You just out and you not doing nothing. That's as they see it. As they see it, you just not doing anything. And they were looking for your ass. They were looking for you every step. And they would pick your ass up, pick your sons up. You thought we was outside playing this shit when they would come and snatch up a little boy, or mostly little boys. The vagrancy laws focused on the men, but they picked up the women too. And they would bring their ass to a plantation. You'd be picking cotton. You ain't get, and by the way, you ain't get paid for it. Okay? Hell yeah, because on slave patrol became the modern day police patrol. These are stories y'all need to know and share. There got to be some documentaries that'll give you this information. I don't really look at a lot of documentaries. I did look at the 16th Amendment, and I'm telling you, man, if you haven't seen that documentary, because you will understand the policing. You would understand the system in which people are saying the system is fucked up. You will understand it. When I saw that shit, like everything they were saying, that shit was true. I just never pieced it together like that, right? There's a lot of things we don't know. And that's what I like about the internet. And that's what I like about, with the internet, we're able to find each other. You could point out something to me. You could tell me what happened in your area based on what your grandparents told you. I could tell you what happened in my area, because some areas are unique to certain things. The South is vastly unique. You know what I'm saying? And the out West is a whole nother story. Right? When I hear about the stories out West, because, Black people, we used to be the workers. And I need y'all to understand this, because we need to be proud about this shit, because they like to claim that we are lazy. But that is a narrative pushed on us, right? The truth be told, Black people have always in this country worked because we had no choice. We came over here to be the fucking workers, and we worked. And when I say we worked, we did everything, right? We damn near birthed their children, in fact. Okay? If we have no motherfucking children they used us for everything. They used us for comfort. We fed them. We cooked for them. We washed their feet and washed their backs and washed their hair. Like, I don't think y'all understand what the fuck we did. Anything and everything we did for them. When the woman would have a baby, we were right there. We were the nurses. We made sure she lived through that shit. And then if she didn't want to breastfeed because she was going through what we call now postpartum, where she maybe didn't want that baby, or it was so hard on her. Oh, the birth of that baby was so hard on Miss Martha. Miss Martha is going through it. Miss Martha, yeah. And then, so they would give that baby to some Black woman to breastfeed. Because, they didn't have no Similac back in the day, baby. That you all do understand that, right? There was no Similac and there was no Pet's milk, baby. So there was a Black woman who could breastfeed. And then who really took care of the children, though, was another Black child. As young as 3, 4, 5 years old. By the time they 5 and they can understand certain things, then they was in the house, and they was the ones who would go and change their beds, make the beds, the bed pans. Y'all know what a bed pan is? I told y'all my grandmother lived with an outhouse. So a bed pan, and remember I told you at night, we didn't have to go, because we were kids. We didn't have to go outside. So we had a bed pan. But my grandmother, by the time she was using a bucket, we got to use a bucket, like a big white bucket. You ever set your ass on a bucket? Yeah, the bedpan probably a little more. So, but white people, the wealthy ones anyway, had this little thing. It opened up. It was like an indoor outhouse, but it looked like a piece of cabinetry, like a piece of furniture. And it opened up, and inside it was like a seat. You could sit on it. And underneath was the bedpan. And the children, that was their job. They would come in the house and go and get that bedpan with shit feces in it, right? And they would have to go and get it and dump it. Find somewhere to dump it. Our motherfucking children. Today they metal. Back then they were ceramic. People still don't know why the men walk. Remember, you'll hear some of the older men say, well, when you're walking with a woman, you walk to the inside or outside of the curb. And I've heard 2 different stories, right? From, I I've heard two different stories on where the man should walk, right? So I've heard one, and one of them got to be wrong, or maybe depends on the time period. Maybe both of them are right. There's one story where the man's supposed to walk on the inside, like the woman walks at the curb, like on the side of the street, and the man works on the inside of the curb, right? That's that one. I heard that one. And wait, so let me reverse it. The first one I heard was where the man's supposed to walk on the side of the curb. And I asked, I was like, why? And they said, well, in case a car comes and it'll hit him. And I was like, well, that don't make sense. Like, why would the car come and hit him? If the car coming, it's gonna hit both of them, right? It's gonna hit both of them. But that's the one I heard, and that the man's supposed to walk on the outside. The one I did hear from my grandparents, though, is that the man's supposed to walk on the inside of the curb. He's supposed to walk, she's supposed to walk at the curb, and he's supposed to walk closest to the homes and things like that. And the reason for that is, y'all, plumbing only came indoors in the 1900s. Y'all, in the 1900s, 1920, 1930. And even then it was very like it wasn't nowhere near what we have today. Bathrooms wasn't like our bathrooms today at all. Okay, this is some new phenomenon. Y'all just don't know it because since you've been born, you always had one. But since I've been born, I haven't always had one. Like I said, my grandmother had an outhouse. My grandmother had an outhouse until the 80s. There's still motherfuckers with outhouses today. In the South, in Mississippi, in motherfucking Louisiana, in Arkansas. Listen, there's many people still with outhouses. They and in Mississippi, if they don't have an outhouse, it's probably the outhouse probably cleaner than that shit that's in their motherfucking homes. Because in Mississippi, the motherfucking kids, our kids are dying or getting sick diseases because they don't have no right. The plumbing is fucked up down there. So you might have an indoor toilet and shit. And then when you flush the toilet, though, it comes right outside your house and land in your yard where your children play. That's how bad it is in Mississippi. So anyway, so the reason why the woman's supposed to walk on the outside of the curb and the man in the inside, because there was no plumbing. And so what people used to do is when they used the bathroom, they would take it and throw it out the window. They would use it in the bedpan, and when after they were done, they would just throw it out the window. They would open the window and throw it. And so, therefore, the man was supposed to be the one to get all the shit on him. That is a fact. Okay. So yeah, they would just throw it out, just toss it out, just throw it out the window. Man, we listen. And by the way, these were white people. Okay. See, black people, a lot of these things that's been invented was invented by us. They watch us. We come up with ideas on how to not be dirty and live like that. They would live in filth. They wouldn't have no problem with it. You know, we the one who created some of these things where we, you know, where we didn't want shit when we eat, you know, so we would go in the woods and we understood to dig a hole, and you know, it just wasn't there where it would just be, man. Look, you say, I guess that's why some of them were the creations of black people is enormous. You know, when I heard Kevin Samuels, when they say that, well, white people, they created the you know, created this thing, and nah, baby. Look, they used to have us create things to even harm us. How to make a whip. You had to know how to braid. You know, a whip was a braided piece of not even fabric. They would go in the woods and grab some soft and bendable type of branches, right? And braid that shit together. The things that we taught them is like they cannot ever really repay us, but then they don't even want to try. And then we so dumb because they use our ego against us. See, it's not that our ego is bigger than theirs. It's just that they know that the ego is a very strong thing in the human being. And when we are a strong people the way we are, they know that strong people, they do have big egos. We survived something like slavery for 500 years. You and I wouldn't be here if slavery didn't happen. So even though there's a bad, most definitely the bad aspect of that, we can look at it and say, well, shit, like my people survived that shit. Our ancestors survived that shit, and here we are today. Right? Instead of trying to make them seem like they chose so they were weak. No, what you understand is that they were strong and they suffered lots of things. And it wasn't as simple as they could have died. They chose it because they could have just chose to die. It's not that simple when they holding your children, your goddamn next generation in their arms and threatening to sell them, if not murder them. Now, I don't know anything about the using of children for alligators. I don't know none of that, right? I don't know that to be a fact or not, right? Like I said, one of my grandparents lived on the bayou with alligators, and I never heard my grandmother mention that at all. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen, because it could have happened. I don't, she never, I don't remember her telling me anything about that. Right. So because, first of all, I'm not understanding. They just don't add up to me. I'm going to be honest. You say it's a fact, but it don't add up to me. And let me tell you why I say it don't add up to me. A baby is worth more on the auction than anybody. Men are worth more than women, but babies are worth more than men and women, right? Because you can teach them everything the way you want it to be done. So I don't see why they would take something that's more valuable unless they determine that something's wrong with the baby. But other than that, I'm trying to understand why, because the alligator is not worth all. Like you can capture alligators. You don't need no babies to capture alligators. You catch alligators with chicken, with the fat, chicken fat. So I'm gonna be honest. Like when people say that, when alligators don't just come and grab no babies. That's not how alligators don't do that. Now, I'm not saying alligators won't come and grab you, because, they will. But you know how long it take them to even, they going to do their little investigative work. Then it's too much work for them, because they're going to come. They got to grab the child. They then got to kill the child, right? They're going to roll the child, leave it for dead, and then let it sit there for days, if not weeks, to come back to eat the child. Like it just like when you could capture an alligator with chicken fat, and then there's not even that much meat on alligator like that. So I don't know. Okay. Well, they may advertise it that way, but like, I have a few original, y'all. I'm gonna see where they are. I wonder if they in the house or in storage. I'm gonna have to find them things, because y'all will be fascinated. See, in the 80s and 90s, people would be fascinated. I think y'all would be fast because back then, you know, Black people wasn't looking for that type of stuff that I have. I have some original motherfucking things like what you saying. I'm gonna have to find them. God damn it. When we moved here, they either in storage. If they're in storage, it's gonna take me. I'm not gonna be able to get them right away. I'm gonna have to get them this summer. When me and hubby go to storage. I'm trying to figure out if I brought them here. And I know when I bought them, I knew they would be worth money at some point. But I'm not saying they don't have anything advertising certain things because they used us in their advertising for everything, including food, Aunt Your Mama and shit like that, and all of that. And they would, you know, advertise us in a negative way, and they thought it was all jokes and funny and shit like that. But I like when I think about it. Remember, I'm from the bayou. We eat alligator. We catch alligator. They taught us as children how to get away from the alligators if they come to get us, even how to survive in the water. Like I told you, my aunt put us in the pond with the alligators. And even though I don't know how to swim, because they didn't teach me how to swim, right? But they did teach me to, if an alligator dragged me in the water, how to roll and hold my breath and how to fight and try to save, you know, my life. So that's our teachings as children when you live on the bayou. Okay. You just got to survive long enough for somebody to come in there and help your young ass, your dumb ass who got caught by this alligator. Okay. Alligators are super fucking fast. The thing about them though, when they run straight. They can only see. You know, so if you zigzag on their ass and you gotta zigzag on them, it's not hard to get away from them. You just gotta think and know how to do it. That's all. If you run straight though, your ass is caught. Because let me tell you, they use their tail. Them motherfuckers got them they got them short ass feet, but they got 4 of them. So when they run, they do actually a leap using their tail, and they do a leap at your ass, and they will grab your ass. They super fast going straight. But if you zig one zig on his ass, and you could get away. just zig to the right and keep running that way. Okay. If his ass seem to be following you because maybe you a little slower, you know, you got the zigzag on his ass, zig and then zag on his ass. Okay. What's going on, Lana? Anyway, the things I learned as a kid, but we were outside children. So like we used to get up in the morning, 6, 7 years old. Me and my cousins, we would all get like, hey, when we wake up in the morning, we're going fishing in the morning. Or we're going hunting. Yeah, we're going hunting. And we knew we was going hunting. We knew it had to be real early. We were fucking children, y'all, with rifles by ourselves. What, you know, when we was about 6, 7, 8, our grandpa or my dad or one of my uncles, you know, they would go with us. They'd be like, you want to go hunting in the morning? And we all be like, yeah. And then we knew we had to get up early, and we were so excited because we were children, but still we were groggy and shit, mad that we had to get up, right? But then by the time we were like 10 years old, me, my brother, my cousins, we were like, we're going hunting in the morning. Yeah, we're going to go hunting in the morning. Okay. And then we were dumb as shit too. Because no matter what they taught us, being children, one of my motherfucking brother or my cousin, the boys normally, they always want to do the shit that they know they shouldn't be doing, like pointing a gun at you when it's loaded. You know what I'm saying? Because they think it's funny. Oh, it's funny. Look what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. But anyway, zig and forget the zag. Oh, that's right. It depends, baby, because them motherfuckers, woo, alligators are fast, y'all. They look like they slow, and then they smart. I'm telling you, they are smarter than if I tell y'all what I think I told the story. Alligator watched my mom for over a month, like watched her leave the house and walk to work. Right. And when I say the bayou is right in front of my house, I think I showed y'all a picture like when I went there, I showed y'all a big ass snake come out of there and an alligator. The alligator longer than the motherfucking car. The one that I ended up showing y'all on cam. I think it's on my other channel. I'm not sure because they gave me that channel back. I'm not sure if I was on the channel to go look, but I was walking and all of a sudden right there at the bank on the side, right there. It was right there. Like as if you go up to go fishing. I went to go walk to show y'all. And right there, that motherfucker moved. It was huge. The motherfucker longer than a SUV, right? A big ass. What's the name of that big one? Escalade. That motherfucker was longer than an Escalade. Okay. And just this wide. That motherfucker was sitting right there, like goddamn. Sleep. I don't know. But he wasn't, he was just right there. And you couldn't even see him until I got up on his ass. He was in the water. If that motherfucker would have been on land, I would have been done. I wasn't even prepared for that shit right there. Okay. But they smart like that. They know when they really want to get something, whether it's a child or a fucking adult, because as big as he is, he can wrangle adult. He don't give a fuck. Okay. When he that big, we look like children. Okay. Anyway, they smart. They really smart. I'm talking about they'll peep you out just like as if you was like they burglars and shit. They casing the joint and shit. And they saw my mother leave the house every day at a certain time. And my mother started, because where we from, as soon as you walk off the porch right there, the water's right there. If it's clear, you can see everything. And we know what alligators look like because you can see the two eyes. Even if he's not all the way surface, when he comes up, his eyes are there, right? So it's two eyes. That's how we know. Usually, if it's one eye, then we know it's a snake. And if it's two eyes, we know it's an alligator, right? So the two eyes are poking out. And my mom started noticing every day it would get closer and closer at the same time. Okay. She would notice that it was there waiting for her. I'm telling you. And then look, so it determined where it could catch her at. And so when she saw that it was getting closer to where she walks, where it would be able to grab her, she called my dad and had my dad pick her up and bring her to work. She had to throw off that motherfucker alligator, man. My dad then went out there and caught his ass, though. My mom was so scared that she wouldn't walk to work anymore. So dad got in his boat and went and cracked that motherfucker across the head. Bam! And dragged him in the boat. He was still alive. When you put him on their back, they can't do nothing. They go to sleep. If you roll his ass on his back, yeah. My dad, if you hit him, you got to hit him a certain part in the middle of between their eyes. That's the sensitive part. If you shoot an alligator, depending on what you're shooting with, it may not even harm him at all, right? So it may hurt him, but it's not gonna kill him. But to kill him, you got to hit him. There's a soft spot between the eyes and shit. Anyway, did I put the link in the room? I didn't even grab it. Let me do that first, and then we're gonna get to this video because I ramble. I start talking about all kinds of shit. Anyway, listen, y'all. We need to know our history. Do not let anyone shame you about it. Don't be embarrassed about it. In fact, all the Holocaust people, do they ever say, "Oh, I'm embarrassed to be Jewish. I'm embarrassed that they did this to us"? They not. They know we strong. And so strong people we do usually have egos, like they know that we are proud people. We are proud people, right? Even through all the atrocities, we still walk with our heads up. At least we used to. We walk with our heads up, and they didn't like that. So we used to have all the jobs. Remember, if we doing slavery, we doing all the work. So of course, after slavery, a lot of these people didn't know how to do a lot of that shit. They didn't even know how to do it. Right? So then We have all the jobs. The manufacturing companies start sending for us in the South, because you know mostly all Black people come from the South, by the way. Okay, that's where the bulk of us were in the South. So they sent manufacturing, they would send flyers, put in the paper that they were looking for us, telling us we could come there and get jobs and build. And that's how they advertised for us to go to up north and out west and shit like that. They was advertising for us. They didn't advertise for white people. White people didn't make no moves like that. That was us. The two people who really moved like that in this country were natives and fucking Black people. Natives, right? When they kicked them out the South, right? And they tried to kill them people. And then people went out west, and then Black people. We are the ones who are all over this place. And so then we all work in the manufacturing jobs. Yes, there's white people there too. And of course, the ones who are there, you know, they don't like the fact that they got the Black man there really like that. Not because we wasn't doing the job, because they saw us building community. They saw us building. We dressing nice. We look happy. We going to work. You know what I mean? My grandfather worked for the goddamn railroad. You know what I'm saying? Men worked for the railroad. They were construction workers. They went out west and up north to work manufacturing jobs, and everybody was doing well. And white people wanted to know, well, wait a minute, where white people was on welfare. The government was giving them money, and they didn't think it was bad. They were the ones on welfare. Remember, it wasn't for Black people. Why you think it wasn't for us? It wasn't for us. We didn't even need it. The men would go out there and work, but why would they not work, right? They did it for free for 400 years. So shit, we were working people. And then white people started saying, well, wait a minute. Look what they have. They have vehicles. They out here creating shit, starting businesses. These people are doing too good. They would come over and burn our shit. Yeah, they would start with us. Why? We got no reason to start no shit with them. And we really didn't have no reason to even want to be involved with them. Why would we want to be involved with them? You got to understand the segregation thing. I mean, in a lot, when it comes to government, we did get the short end of the stick, right? Federally, through the government, yeah, we got the old books, we got this. They wouldn't keep up that, but we would do our own little stuff. But of course, if we got to do it ourselves, there's gonna still be some Black people who not participating, who not getting it. You didn't have to go to school back in the day, by the way. I think not until my generation did it was the law where you had to go to school. Why y'all think that is, though? Why y'all think it, by law they make us go to school? But anyway, so then they started wanting to work because they wanted what we got. They realized, okay, I could work and I can do this. And so they reverted it. They put it on top of his head. So now they taking all the jobs. They want all the jobs. They didn't start starting little, what they call them when they come together at the jobs. They made them illegal. Now they're making them legal again or some shit like that. The Teamsters and shit like that. And so they would now get into certain jobs. They were starting it. We doing most of the work. No one give us no promotions. They stopped doing all of that. And then they started with trying to hit us with drugs and shit like that. So we used to be the workers, y'all. There's a lot of us, a lot of things for us to be proud of. Instead of looking back and our ancestors are saying some dumb shit like slavery was a choice. And it's easy for a young Black man or young Black person. I don't even know how white men fit. I wanted to ask that white man a few things. You know, I remember my mom telling me that my dad didn't think he was going to live to see 18. And he thought he was on borrowed time from 18 up until he turned about 40. She said the same thing I said. My husband, some things changed in him at age 40. Like lots of things changed. So for you young Black men, what I would love to know, like, did you think that you wouldn't live to see past a certain age? And I could tell you why that is. Okay, because Black males did not live past 18, 19 years old doing slavery. Even though you see movies, right? We see movies and you will see this older Black man, the older Black man on the plantation. I'm going to tell you right now that was rare. That was very rare that an older man would survive to see a certain age. That was rare. I'm not saying it never happened. I'm telling you, the ones who did would probably worked in the homes, right? Maybe was cared for by his motherfucking slave masters and shit. But you got to understand, we was not nothing but property. We wasn't human to them. And daylight saving time is mainly because of slavery. They wanted us to be able to work from sun up to sundown, baby. Sun up to sundown. Okay, when that sun came out, we was already out in the fields getting that work in, and you didn't stop working until the sun was down. And even then, you may have still had to do some things. And they started that way before you was 18, baby. At least today, when you work, they know they're gonna put you on the block. By the time you're 18, that's why they call you an adult by then. Even though ain't shit changed from 17 to 18 in none of us, right? But back then, you was working since you 5 years old. So they ain't giving no fucks about you. All you was property. You wasn't no human. They don't give a shit if you got enough sleep. They don't give a shit about nothing. You just better produce. No talking. You lucky if they let us do our singing, because they realized that helped us move it along, keep our mind right. Okay. Good morning, Queen of Cali. I've been missing you too. How y'all been doing? But I was really offended a little bit, because they want to know how I'm like, I know because I was told this. Listen, they did not teach me about anything in Black history in school. In fact, I never took a Black history class in the university, right? No, I didn't. My information came from family research, family information. I remember writing I mentioned Black Wall Street when I was a kid. I did a paper on it and I got an F, which was the E. It's weird the way they used to do it back then. I remember used to getting Fs, and then when they put computers in schools, we started getting A, B, C's, D's, and E's, right? I ended up getting an E on that report because the teacher told me that my story was supposed to be a real story. I think it was Black History Month, and we were supposed to, talk about who's a hero or somebody, even though it wasn't Black History Month, because they didn't have Black History Month back then. But when they used to ask us to write about somebody we're proud of, right? Because I didn't at this time, I wasn't at a Black school, right? So it wasn't no Black history thing. So who are you proud of? Somebody you're proud of or something like that. And I wrote about the Black Wall Street thing, you know, and that woman told me that my story had to be real. There's another story, I'm still looking it up, but in on the property in which my family owns, my grandmother also told me that was an actual war fought right there. My grandmother told me that, and I don't even know how to go about finding that out, because I asked people, I'm like, hey, back in the day, was that my grandmother told me right there, like right there in the woods, lots of people died right there. That's what she told me. Them people trying to take our land right now. They actively doing something all the time to try to take it. And I want to find out, like, how did we really obtain it and shit like that? Because right now I got some cousins who don't even know how to fucking read trying to fuck us in the ass. You see what I'm saying? When black people, when all they care about is fucking money, and they selfish, and then they don't know how to read. See, this nigga don't even know how to read. He could be thinking he doing something good for the family, right? Because he's not a bad dude, right? But he's doing some weird ass shit, and he don't know how to read nor write. That motherfucker still, when he signed his name, is with a motherfucking X. And you know what? The nigga so motherfucking dumb and ignorant. Now he's been a working man all his life, but he has no education, and he's fucking shit up and trying to lose the property. Somebody, the last conversation I was having with him, check it out what he told me. So there's some confusion on, we have this type of land where it's not for one person. It's actually family property. The only people who could keep it in the property is the people who is like, let's say my mom married my dad, right? If my mom had no children, when my dad passed away, my mom would have nothing, no say on the property. In fact, the family could request that she move off. So people, just because you marry into the family don't mean shit. You ain't getting shit. You understand? You can't get shit. Now you having children, your children have rights to the property, but the married person have no rights to the property. So anyway, my dad was the caretaker of the property, but the property was in one of my uncle's names, which we're not sure how that even happened. We're not sure how that happened, but we think he was the caretaker too, right? So we don't know. Something happened along with the paperwork. These white people will fuck you all types of ways, okay? Anyway, so because the name is in somebody else's name who been dead since before I was living, you understand? He's been dead since before I was living, but it's in his name, and it never got switched over to nobody's name. They are then saying, when we went to go put a house on our property where a house was, Katrina fucked up it's all kinds of shit. We should just get a lawyer. But anyway, long story short, my cousin then says, well, there's somebody who is a judge who agreed with him that he would buy the property. That he's gonna do something. His judge gonna do some shit that's kind of illegal, so he can buy it, and then it'll be in his name. And then he said he gonna sell it to my cousin so it could be in his name. And we're like, wait a minute. And he thought that was a good idea. And I'm like, wait a fucking minute. What do you mean, dude? The property belongs to us already. How is you gonna let this white man do some shit to take it from us just to sell it back to you? And I said, and then suppose he don't sell it back to you. I said, this don't make no sense. He told me, yeah, it's a good idea. I said, what? How is that a fucking good idea? He gonna be able to obtain it since we can't obtain it because the person who owns it is dead. I said, well, nigga, if he can obtain it because somebody's dead, that means we can obtain it because he's dead too. Yeah, my cousins just fucked up. They dumb as fuck, baby. They dumb. All of them around there. Everybody who's still around there, dumb. And I'm not saying dumb like dumb people. I'm talking about just not educated. That's all. Because they survived. What happened to this black man? Let's see. Passenger take down gunman until police arrived. Let's see, take the gun from the man while he pinned. Damn. Some black people tackled his ass. This nigga that went there to shoot people. On what is happening? A shooting scepter. Philadelphia. God damn, y'all, they wilding out in Philly, baby. They wilding and like, nigga, go to the white area where the white people at and shoot up. Nigga, what you shooting in your own area for? Like, I'm not even telling you to go shoot up anybody. I'm just wondering, like, what is going on? Like, don't do this shit. But if you let psychotic, nigga, what you doing? You want to kill your own brother? What the hell? Anyway. Blacks always seem to sell soul for money. One always say, if someone wants your land, there's a reason why. That's a fact. They stole land from us. And I've been so busy, I'm gonna be honest, and I guess you could chalk it up to me just being lazy too. I need to get my cousins together because they have $1 million homes on property that belong to us. And I think I want to fight to get it back. And do I want the land back? No. We can make them either get the fuck off or they're going to pay us a good amount of money for it. That land belonged in my family. And in the 90s, we don't know how they got it because without my grandmother's signature, they couldn't get it, right? And my grandmother couldn't write. And my grandmother didn't sign shit without my mother. You understand? My mother was the only one in the family who could read. My dad couldn't read. My grandmothers couldn't read. My uncles couldn't read. My aunties couldn't read. None of them could read. None of them. My mother was the reader in the family. And we don't know. Like when I went, I was totally shocked. Maybe about 10 years ago, I went home and I'm driving and I said, I was showing my children. I was like, oh, let me show you some of our property that one day you will be able to do something with if you want. And I drive back there and my mouth dropped. I'm looking at these big ass, I'm talking about big motherfucking homes. Yo, I'm talking about huge. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Did I make the wrong turn? So I'm driving. And I'm like, the road used to stop at a certain point. And right at the end of it, my uncle lived in a trailer. My family is living on property in trailers, y'all. Like, I don't know why they're doing that, to be honest. They're just an older generation. And so you ever go down and see these people who own the property, but they live in these old ass trailers? They don't even live in new trailers. They live in old trailers, the ones with the wheels still at the bottom of it. And they never want to update. But I get it, right? I guess they feel if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a home. They secure in it. And they ain't got to pay nobody no rent. They ain't got to pay no mortgage. They ain't got to pay none of that. Right? They ain't got to do none of that. So I get it. But we have property where we can build whole lots of homes. We could build homes for everybody in the fucking family on this property, and then still have other homes to sell to other people if we wanted to, and make it a family business, right? But nobody have that mindset. Everybody, so my uncles and aunts are still living. right? So, because they are my age, y'all. Remember I told you I have aunts and uncles who's my age, might be a year or two older or maybe a year or two younger. My grandmother was having children in the motherfucking 50s when she was 50s, in her 50s, okay? So I have aunts and uncles who younger than me, and because they're my aunts and uncles, they have say, they have say before I do, right? Because yeah, that's how I go. They're the generation. It's crazy. I have family like that in Mississippi too, Bob. But acres and acres and acres of land. My daddy just told me about land I will inherit. I'm helping pay the taxes. See, that's when we come in, when it's time to pay taxes. Now, that's what's happening right now. My dad used to do the taxes for 30 years. And then as soon as he passed, my cousin, the one I was telling you about, he went and did something. And all he did was change the tax paper in his name. He think that makes him the owner of the property, but it doesn't. He that's what he, and so when I called and trying to get that straightened out, they were like, no, ma'am, all he did was change the tax. And then this motherfucker gonna ask me, am I kicking in money on taxes? And I asked him, well, for 30 years, you ain't pay no taxes, right? I said, for 30 years, you ain't pay no taxes. You asking me for money? If he was smart, like my dad, he don't have to pay taxes. He do have to claim it. He ain't got to pay it. It just depends, right? My dad used to do, what he called it? I forget what it's called. Exempt, some exemption. Exemption on it. My cousins, they so stupid they can make money on the property. Okay? The people are telling us we can't build homes on our own fucking property. Talking about, you know what I'm saying? They're telling us this. There's all kinds of shit they're trying to do. So, I don't know. And some of my cousins just walked away. They didn't want to deal with it, which I understand. Y'all, if y'all ever live around family, I grew up around family. I'm telling you, you would think that it's going to be less problems because your family. Nope, 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 nope. It's more problems. You be fighting, you don't even know what the fuck you're fighting for. It's almost like as if because you family, people think they can just be disrespectful. Just pull all their bullshit out on you, because you family. I'm like, I used to watch them grown-ups. I used to watch my grandmother and her sister fight. Like they used to get in the street and fight for nothing. And now being older, I realize it be for nothing. It's just like maybe they just needed something to do and decided to start calling each other names. And then before you know it, they in the street fighting it out. God damn. Look, and we got to understand human psychology and how shit happens, yo. And you see, I'm not on here talking about how stupid they were. Yeah, they were just so stupid. Oh my God, it is so terrible. We need to change. Nah, I'm telling y'all what happened. I didn't do it, right? I'm telling you what happened. After they fought, they would still love each other. You understand? But yeah, I used to look at them and that, you ever love somebody, but you don't really know them like that? That's how family is. Today, though, it seems like young people don't feel that way. Like y'all don't understand that I have cousins I have never met, and I tell them that I love them. I have cousins, if they walked on side of me in a Walmart or wherever I go to the mall, I wouldn't even recognize them. And when I'm on the phone with them or on Facebook, and I tell them I love them. And I do. Right? That's a family thing, though. And that's something we raised in our family. If one of my cousins who I never met needed something and everybody in the family got together to make it happen for them, I'm going to be a part of that. If somebody in the family needed a place to stay and they came up north where I'm at, I ain't never met them before. Guess what? Oh, really? You coming through Delaware? Yeah, Come on through. People, I've heard young people on this panel, like when I'm talking about, oh, I don't know them. I don't know them people. So I'm just saying. Nisha said, facts. I broke my arm fighting my favorite cousin. We joke about it till the day. That's right. Listen, y'all, we are all human. Sometimes we gonna do some shit or may have done some shit that you're gonna look back at and be like, God damn. But let me tell you this though. There is no motherfucker, nobody got a right. Nobody who wasn't involved in whatever's went on got a right to tell you that you need to be held accountable. You understand? And that's the generation we seem to be in, where motherfuckers want to, oh, these women not being held accountable. Oh, the women not being held accountable. The men not being, nobody being held accountable. I only hear it mainly on the men's side talking about we not being held accountable. Essentially what they're saying is they jealous that women are able to get what it is that they want. That's their perspective, right? There's a lot of things we as women can't get that we may have wanted. I would like me to get me a new BMW, a Mercedes, baby, brand new, right? And I don't want to pay for it neither. None of that. I would love that. I can't get it, right? They exaggerate and do all kinds of fuck shit on these motherfucker panels. And it's just a group of creeps, to be honest. Creepy dudes who don't have no voice, and they get online and they want to be disrespectful, and then they want me. See, they want us, ladies, and not just us. I watch these men even attack each other. They mad at a man because the man agreed with the woman. Oh, you simping. They gonna accuse somebody of wanting to be with me just simply because he was agreeing. But we are the same generation, and what we was talking about was factual. And if you agree with facts, does that mean you simping? I'm on here trying to promote people just being happy, realizing being yourself, and who are you to judge other people and to tell people they need to be accountable? That's my message, as simple as it could be. But these little niggas will get disrespectful. And let me tell you something. In the beginning, and for those of you who've been watching me for years, when I first came to YouTube, I was very nice. Ladies, I was nice. I never called them the N-word, right? I didn't even use that word. That wasn't even a word that I used, to be honest, right? Never cussed at them, nothing. I would come on here trying to be like, no, I'm just here for both of you, because they want me to be against the women. And then they try to use the fact that I'm married and that I cook and clean. And I'm like, women cook and clean. Why are they assuming that women not cooking and fucking cleaning? So they didn't like me because of that. They're telling me that I'm for the sisterhood. And I still haven't found the sisterhood. But listen, if any of you ladies find the sisterhood for me, invite me, please, because I would love to be a part of this sisterhood. I had no problem being a part of sisterhood. Okay. Anyway, so they want us to be held accountable. I'm on a panel. I used to be real nice to them, and now they're right. They're right. I'm very disrespectful. As soon as they disrespect me, I go straight low down with it. And I don't give no fucks. Because truth be told, I don't give no fucks about them. Right? Once I realize they give no fucks about me, they don't give no fuck about Black women or Black men, then I don't give a fuck about them. I'm going to be real with you. I'm not here to beg nobody to be a part of my motherfucking group, be a part of my, us coming together as Black people. For the ones who say fuck Black people and want to go about their business, bye. See, it's not about being with Black people. It's about being with the people who you feel like you can be a part of the group and still function and achieve something. And whether those people be Black or not, or it's not going to be all Black people. We all come from different parts of the country, different. There's so much different about us. We're not, like y'all say, a monolith. How y'all say the word? Monolith? Monolith? I don't know. Anyway, we're not one type of people. And therefore, you find your group of people just like you. We aren't the same. Everybody's not like me. I'm not like everybody. I'm not here to convince you to be like me. Please don't be like me, baby. I'm not trying to. If you have a certain way about you and it's doing you justice, you comfortable with it, don't change because you think you see other people. You know, I used to go to school, and there was these girls. There was this one girl, I'll never forget her because I always wanted to dress like her without wanting to dress like her, if that makes sense. Like, she used to come to school with a shirt and shoes to match. She dressed what I would call in my mind, like sophisticated, right? Nice pair of slacks with the flat shoes and a shirt to match. So she had a pair of shoes to go with every shirt that I ever seen her with when we was in high school. And I always was like, wow. Now, it wasn't my style, but it was something I liked, right? When I saw other people do it, I was like, damn. But it just wasn't me though. Like when I tried to wear it, when I put it on, it didn't fit me. To me, it just wasn't me. And so when I'm saying it's okay to look across the street and see someone doing something that you like. It's okay for you not to do it though. You're not inferior. You're not worse off. You're not terrible if you like something, but you realize it's not who you are. Nothing wrong with that. And I think today people, you think because you like something, you be like, oh, I want to be like that person. Nah, don't be like me. Be better. Be a different version of me, if that's what you feel. But don't say you want to be like me. Be you. If there's something about me that you want to adapt that would make you a better person, then do that. If that's what you want to do. But don't try to be somebody else, because that shit don't work out. That it never works out. I tried it. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, I've told the stories. I tried. Like when I first had my first son, I tried, y'all. Like I was like, oh, now I'm a mother now. I'm supposed to go to church. I want to raise him in the church. And I went to the church and I didn't even feel comfortable there, right? The people didn't make me feel comfortable there neither. I think if it would have been a different church, I think I probably would be in the church. Unfortunately, though, it was this one particular church. And it only solidified what I thought about churches. I've been going to church since I was a young girl. And looking back, when you're young and you could sit back, because that's all they tell your ass to do is sit down and shut up. So I would sit down and shut up and observe. You ever sit down and shut up and you observe what the grown-ups are doing? And you thinking to yourself, damn, like, okay, is this what church is? And then you get a little older and you go to the club and you realize church is just like the club. Ain't not much difference. In the church, they play music and they start dancing. In the club, they play music and they start dancing. People go to the club to have fun and to, be in groups of people and the chat. And people go to church for the same goddamn thing. Okay, you got to pay to get in the goddamn club. Ooh, you got to pay to get in the church. People got to dress up. I dressed up to go to the club. and they also dressed up to go to church. And even though they'll say, come as you are, that's a motherfucking lie. When I was observing and they claimed that you could go to church dressed as you are, as long as you come to the Lord any way you can, then guess what? I would watch them adults laugh and joke about somebody who came in wearing the dress that they wore 2 Sundays ago, that they wore it again this Sunday, and they would sit there and talk about that woman. That's what I observed. I observed them be hypocritical and hypocrites and just over. I observed them. I watched and I listened, and I'm gonna tell you, what I saw wasn't something that I felt like because think about it. If they joking and laughing at a woman who wore something 2-3 Sundays ago, just imagine how I feel when I only have one dress, one church dress. And every time I come to church, I'm wearing that dress. Now I feel like I gotta, I'm supposed to go out church dress shopping. Because in the church that I grew up in when I was really young, like when my grandmother used to go to church, well, that church, actually, she didn't go to church. That grandmother is Native American. The only time she ever went to church, I went to church with her, was when my grandfather died. But even that church was an old church, y'all. It was one of them church where the benches and the floors was all wood and shit. It was a little church right there. But when I started, one of my aunts started wanting to take me to church with her. And that's when I was watching these older people. And these goddamn older people, man, it was like a fashion show. I was looking around and everybody dressed up in these church hats and they dressed all fancy shit. And they talked about one woman who was like, her shit was on fleek. Like she was real dressed. But they talked about it because she wore that a couple of Sundays ago. Let me see. The church out keeps people disconnected from source. I know listen, that's how I felt. I started feeling like, okay, this has become a fashion show. I can't even afford to be a part of this church. My mom barely had money. We barely had money to eat like that. So you know goddamn well we ain't got no money to go buy me no goddamn church dresses and shoes just so I could fit in and not be made, to feel inferior. She said, that's all I'm saying. We just have to get this sewing popping and promote it. I'm into fashion and I would get something made. I'm following on Facebook and IG, would definitely want things too. What y'all talking about, y'all? Anyway, let me put the link. Did I put the link in? I didn't. Y'all know I'm old, y'all. I'm old. I gotta find this. Let's see. I'm way off the topic. I've been talking for how many hours, dog? 2 hours. And I ain't even played the video yet. See, that's what happens when I start talking. Share. What I gotta do? I gotta invite. There we go. Copy the link. And then I'm gonna share the video. So we're gonna share the video, y'all. It's boring anyway. I'm gonna point out some things. I did learn that. So the thing, PhD had said something about they made Black women work, and so I did look it up. And she was right. It happened in, I think, North Carolina, in one area. So of course I wouldn't have. My grandparents would have never told me anything about that, because that didn't happen anywhere where we reside, And I had never heard that before. And I'm gonna go ahead and read it too, because I really didn't read it. Because I'm gonna be honest, y'all. There's a lot of fake information on the internet. I mentioned that before. I didn't get a chance to really look into the article, but I want y'all to know what a lot of people are doing right now. A lot of people are putting out false information on purpose. Putting it on websites, putting out shit, and then they want you to repeat it, and then you'll end up looking stupid. I'm not saying that that's in this case. I'm just saying, though, that is what is happening. Y'all saw that somebody put up a fake something. It looked like it was real when they was arresting Trump and shit. And then they had the Pope in a jacket and shit. And this is technology. Like, people can put out anything. So that's why it's important for you to understand what citing your sources is. When people put up an article, we can look at the pictures and think it's true. We can even read it. You got to look at who put it up. And then even that is a little sketchy. Because Fox and who we consider reputable, these motherfuckers admitting to lying. You understand what's going on right now? America is breaking down at the motherfucking seams. And here we are, separate as can be, fighting each other because somebody should have been held accountable. And since you won't be held accountable, I'm going to be against you. And, oh, that goddamn stream, man, had me so on fire. I was thinking to myself, here I am going to marches, and some of these men admitting to sitting on their ass doing nothing for a black man on a panel. Me and Miss Universe was up there, right? Mew. And we was talking about how we marched. I've been out there marching. And these were black men, right? They have nothing in my area for Breonna Taylor. And if they had, I would have been right there. But they did have something for George Floyd. They had something for that the guy in Baltimore. I went right there to Baltimore to them to march with them. When that guy in Texas was killed by that motherfucking cop, we had a march in this area for that. What else? It's been several, and most of the time it's the men. You're right. The women, it's true, even though like the women, for some reason, they're not happening all over the place. Because if they have a local one for me, like in Philadelphia or Baltimore or here in Delaware, then I have no problem going out there, right? Go out there and show some support. But it's the men. Those end up being the largest ones where they're killing the black men. And we as women are out there supporting, right? When we go out there to support, we're not going out there to destroy shit. So even in the conversation, when they started talking about the fire, the destroying of this, the destruction of that, and we know those weren't women doing that though. That was the men. That's men, and not even the men. There's a few boys who come out there just to purposely be destructive. And then we also know that there are others who don't even look like us, come and claim that they're coming to support us just so they can destroy shit. And they don't even look like us, but of course we get the blame. And then when they started talking about the woman who created Black Lives Matter, how she bought a house with something that belongs to her, she's not in jail, but black men though, and even some of these black women, y'all believe what you've heard. You think that, oh, she created this so she could scam people, but she didn't scam nobody. Those women have written books. They do travel around the nation and around the world, and they get paid for that. So all they had to do in our community though was drop a little something, just one little thing, just to spark it off, and they knew that these niggas would grab it up. You heard that? Hey, that they with the LGBT community. Now, what you think, you gonna turn gay because you support an organization who supports you? So the organization supports Black lives, and especially the black men and boys who've been killed. That's why it came about. But you think if you support them and you help them to help you, you think you're gonna turn gay? What does it matter with the community, with the goddamn sexuality of these women or were or whatever? See, it's easy for them to get us apart from one another, because even in a time like that, when we came together actively and we had others who sided with us and helped us to promote something and get something done, even in that instance, we are able to shit on it. We'll find something. It don't matter what it is. If we find out that a black man did it, but then the black man bought a house and a car and got it wealthy, then we start dragging his ass through the mud. We'll start saying, "Oh, he just did it for this." The black men are not supporting the black, we are like a crab in the barrel. We like crabs in the barrel. But the thing is, though, I don't want to say we. Let me take that back. I take that shit back. Some people are like crabs in a barrel. Some people are. We, though, we ain't shit like that. It's a lot of people who are not like that. So I'm gonna start. I apologize for using the word we, because I'm not pushing that off on y'all, and I'm definitely not pushing that shit on me. Okay, so I apologize for that one. Let me put the link in. Did I do the link already? I don't even know. I may have. If I did, I don't remember putting it. That's because I can't see it. There it go. We ain't doing shit, but there are those who have done this shit, and we need to stop. We need to, I'm not here to tell you that we need to embarrass them. I'm not here to listen, these people who think that they need to embarrass people, they're not gonna like it if we start embarrassing them. You know, some of these niggas is fat and out of shape, and they think just because they're bald and a man, they think that they can be fat and out of shape and talk about fat and out of shape women. Now, I don't know what they think in shape mean, but we see the thin guys and the thin women, right? The ones who we figured to have and consider to have athletic figures, right? So then we see the ones who don't. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of the men who claims that people need to be held accountable and that we are fat, them niggas got bellies. I'm not against the belly. But if they're going to shame us, I guess then we need to shame them. You know, shaming ain't good when it's being, shaming is good until the rabbit got the gun, until the rabbit doing the shaming. And when the rabbit doing the shaming, hunting is good and fun until the rabbit is the one with the upper hand. The rabbit is the one with the gun. Hell yeah. I hunt. Okay. I'm only going to hunt for what I eat. But if what I'm about to try to hunt for, if that motherfucker's in the woods trying to capture me, I'm going to run, baby. I probably never go into the woods again, and I probably will stop hunting at that time. That's a fact. Can be in shape in different ways. Yeah, you can be in shape in different ways. I agree. I'm noticing, and this is going to sound mean because, well, it might not sound mean to y'all. To me, it does because I have somebody in mind that I'm thinking about. But, for years, some people in my family have called me fat, right? They call, "Oh, she's fat." I'm not saying I'm not fat. I have always considered myself to be a BBW, right? For a very long time. So I have no problem with that. But they, she's fat. Oh, you think about losing weight? Nah. Like, yeah, that's just tea. I don't know what the fuck they're telling me all this information for. I never was asking them for help to lose weight, and I never was on no weight loss journey. You understand? I'm cool. I was cool then, and I'm cool now. So, but what's funny about the whole situation is that in all of my fat, lumpy years, I never had to fight for my life. The thin people who always complain and claim, "Well, I only care for your health." Well, they've had to fight for their life several times. A little cancer over here, a little this over there, a little bit of this, and they've been thin. And like I said, just because you're thin don't mean you're healthy, baby. Just because they ain't have no fat on them don't mean they was healthy, because they always look kind of sick to me. You know what I mean? They wasn't vibrant, not living their lives, sitting around judging other people instead of living your life. See, when I die, I promise you, y'all, I don't want y'all to be sad for me. Know that Bomb had fun, okay? but I'm having fun. And now I'm having fun with my grandson. I'm watching him. You know, I'm always thinking about what he gonna be doing when he get a certain age. You know, I don't even think about my sons no more. They like grown men. You know what I'm saying? They grown men. And they doing their thing. I see what type of father my one son is, which I'm happy about, ecstatic. You know what I mean? And I hope to see my oldest son. You know, when he become a father, I want to see what kind of grandchildren he gonna produce. Whether it's gonna be a boy or a girl. I'm almost ready to start looking for wives. I'm gonna be honest. I think about it all the time. I'd be like, I wonder if I should help them look for a wife. You know, because in this generation that's going on right now, it seems like that's probably gonna be the best way. where I actively, I'm gonna invite some young woman to maybe possibly enter into our family. And tell her what the family gonna offer, and that we're gonna be very supportive, like it used to be. They're not gonna be on their own. We're gonna be very supportive of them. When she decide to have my grandkids, I'm willing to be right here until if she want to work, she gonna be able to work if that's what she want to do, and she ain't gonna have to worry about the children as long as I'm living. I'm gonna be right. Look, I got it all worked out in my head, y'all. How I'm gonna advertise now. I'm gonna advertise it. And then, introduce them to my son, and then they got to start, courting or dating or however they do, whatever they want, and then let her make a decision. Well, they got to make the decision. But I do want to, I think it'd be fun to be actively involved, because otherwise, listen, my sons don't even go out much no more. It's like after COVID happened, everything done changed. Y'all, is it Easter this Sunday? What is it? This not Good Friday, is it? No, this cannot. I think wait. I see these motherfuckers on the TV in the news showing us how to make some goddamn eggs. Like that's hard as fuck. Like it's dumb as hell. But anyway, let me look. I'm gonna go look at the calendar. Ever since my kids got out of school, I don't know when holidays are anymore. Wait a minute. I gotta go to the month. So April Fool is tomorrow. No, Good Friday is next Friday, and which make next Sunday Easter, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. I got a week. I do have to sew up this bag. I do have a bag to sew up. So I'm gonna start doing that in a minute. Thank you, Callie. Girl, yeah, I got because I'm seeing all this shit all morning on the news where they showing eggs and cakes, egg for Easter and all this shit. And I'm thinking, damn, whip is real whipped cream. Somebody say Cool Whip is real. They lie. Listen, don't buy no whipped cream. Buy you some heavy whipping cream and whip your own whipped cream up. It's way better. Put a little, you ain't got to add nothing else. You whip it and you could put you a little vanilla in it if you want it to be a little sweeter. But whipped cream not really sweet. It's just whipped cream. That's it. That's all it is. That shit in that can, even though I'm gonna be honest, the stuff in the can is good. But if you whip your own cream, it's better. Okay. And it's healthier. And you're gonna get a lot more, right? A little bit of cream makes a nice amount of whipped cream. You probably, when in that can, is probably half of it's really a small amount of whipped cream in that can. Okay. Just imagine a little cream, maybe like a half a cup of cream is all that's in that can. 1/2 a cup makes that whole can filled with whipped cream. So you could buy you a little pint of heavy whipping cream and make your own whipped cream. Anyway, let me see. Let me go to this video, y'all. I'm talking too goddamn much. It's sad. It was sad, y'all. It was sad. Let me see. YouTube. I gotta go to YouTube, and then I gotta go to. Somebody did tell me I was gonna play their video, and I was like, nah. And then everything popped off, and I was like, okay. Okay, just because I be on the panel and they be doing stupid shit, don't mean I'm gonna review their asses. But this one though, we gonna review. Okay, J Prince for president. I gotta type that shit in. I must be under another account. I am. Okay. And it was this interracial one. Let me share the screen so y'all can see, because I let's see, share screen. Boom, share sound. Okay. So J Prince for president, and it's this one right here is interracial relationship better. And I was interested in hearing, especially when I saw the white man. Now I don't know who was speaking before because I didn't see all of it. I like that. I like his thumbnail. I like that picture of him right there. That's cool.
It's not that the manosphere is.
Oh Lord. So I'm glad that I don't be on the panels with some of these people. They said Mo got in it with, is that guy down there white daddy? Oh, they got another guy
preaching this is the type of woman to be with, and pertaining to those attributes of that type of woman to be with, more than likely is not going to be a black woman. No, the manosphere sees a problem with the train of thought that a lot of black women have.
The manosphere. This nigga said the manosphere sees a train of thought. The manosphere. He didn't. But now see this dude up here. This guy right here. Look like Wolfman Jack from long ago. Okay. So I'm now these black men are irresponsible. They play and they lie a lot for no motherfucking reason. You could tell when I first came in the room because they put anyone believe he's a professional. This dude was talking about I'm a professional. And he was claiming that he do certain things at certain times, but when he around white people, he says he's professional. And that's what he was saying. So I had just come in the chat and I said, anyone believe he's professional at any time? Boom. And so we right before I come up.
I'm going based off of what you said.
In the state of Mississippi, you don't know if there was black people. Because they said the boy had a roommate. Who was his roommate? They didn't even show who his roommate was. Who was his roommate?
I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is, you try to say that's the same shit, nigga. That is not the same shit. Man. Of some white boys taking a nigga head off his fucking body and taking the spine with it, nigga. Wait. That ain't the same thing,
who is his roommate?
That's not
okay,
the point, bro.
When you get down, who is his roommate? The roommate that he went down there that didn't take him to work. Who was his roommate? They have never shown a picture.
I don't care about nothing about that, bro.
Man, you ain't got to care about it because this is a Mississippi issue.
But check it out. Cause you talking too much right now. You really is, bro. I'll let you talk. What my only pushback? Hold on.
Super chat.
Brothers have the Alfonso syndrome. PhD diva Omar Smith don't know what that means. Let me Google that. But my only pushback with you, Vic, is for you saying it's no difference. It's a difference, bro. It's a difference, bro. And I explain this, bro. When you live in your environment, if this whole world was black, guess what it's gonna be? Murder by another black person, stealing from another black person. You know what I'm saying? So it's a difference, bro. When the last time you heard a group of black men rip the head and spinal cord off a white man? You ain't never heard no shit like that. It's a difference, bro. That's my only pushback. You can't do that, bro.
About the town. I got a question about the town he was found in. Y'all said that.
Okay, so Vic was already cooning for that white dude. Okay, so let me see. PhD what comes up. Let's see if she's up there yet. Because I was getting ready to come up, but I had to go downstairs, grab everything, go downstairs, right? So I'm gonna go to when I come up. Boom, boom, boom. I see me up there. I don't see me up there. I see me up there. Let's see where we at.
To woo the man, and she say something slick that they can't catch on with your space. and saying it comes to a woman, keep the same.
Oh Lord, yeah. Apparently, they was talking about some shit.
Down to certain
Nobody
genders
said
of
every
people.
black person has.
Okay.
Like you said, feel them out and see like who are you and what are your
All right.
intentions.
PA.
Got out the answer.
Give me
Then you might
a second. PhD just came up. Wait.
say that.
You should.
Yeah, but
Oh yes. Because they have.
As of and it was not
everything in your
PhD.
house and let somebody in. You should always
Ask her to delete that shit, but
Okay, here we go.
If she is she referring to that? Is she referring to that Pearl situation? Then I totally agree on that. Right?
I did an interview
right,
with Pearl, bro. I asked her to delete that shit, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, that situation right there.
I did refer to Pearl, but my point is anytime you see them, you should always be trying to find out, hey, who is you? What are you doing?
Right.
What do you want? What are your intentions? You should
Did
always
not
be trying to find that out. You don't just open up the door and let somebody into your house.
Yeah.
Especially when you have opened the door to them and they've come in and beat you over the head and took everything in your house.
PhD.
I'm out of here, man. I'm about to go to sleep.
Look, PhD. He came, he talked, and it was nothing disrespectful, PhD. He all right.
The thing, you don't know. This is the first time you done seen this man. How you gonna make an
this the
assessment
first time. As of
right?
now, he has not gotten out of line.
Okay, so you see, so the guy who's talking right now, he's the coon. He gonna be cooning this whole motherfucking stream that since I got up there, right? I'm not even up there yet. PhD is talking to and to the brothers up there, and she's basically saying, look, y'all letting people come into our communities like Pearl, and then they do what they do, right? And you simp for them or you back them and you promote them, and then you end up finding out that they are really against you, right? There's several of us over here who always knew since the Pearl pulled up what it was, right? Because she would absolutely say things. Like she would say things. I'm not even understanding how these men, they would just be like, oh, I'm not worried about what they say. I'm not worried about what they say. If you're not, it's okay for you not to worry about what they say. But at the same time, why would you promote somebody who says something that you disagree with? If you can disagree with them and still not worry about what they say. But Pearl has always said racial things that was against blacks. But as long as she was against where it just seemed like she was just talking to the black woman, then the men was okay with it. But they don't understand is that people of other races do not separate a black man from a black woman. What they say about one, they definitely mean about the other. There's no group of these people who say, well, yeah, I support the black woman, but I ain't gonna support that black man. There ain't gonna be no race of people gonna say, well, I'm gonna support that black man, but I can't stand that black woman. They know that we are together. We are from each other. Right? A white woman might take black dick, but she does understand that your mama's black and your sisters, she knows she going to deal with some black women. Even if she jealous of black women, she understands a black man comes with black women somewhere in his motherfucking life. And it's the same vice versa. So when she's talking about black women, she's most definitely talking about black men. Okay. In fact, I never really heard her say what a black woman. When she say black, the men just assume she's talking about the black woman. She's talking about both. And so anyway, this is what PhD was saying. Hey, why y'all not even checking people coming in our area and they able to say crazy shit, and then old dude is cooning. He's talking about he ain't never, and she's like, you just met him. Oh well, yeah. Even though I just met him, he ain't do nothing yet. And that's all I was saying right there. This nigga gonna coon like I ain't never seen nobody jigging. This nigga gonna pull out a harmonica. I'm not sure if it's on this stream where he pulled out the harmonica or was it another one. I'm telling you, that nigga pulled out a harmonica and all kinds of shit, man. And I was like, God damn, these niggas don't even understand what they are doing. It's almost like they don't know history at all. And so they think it's funny. It's funny to pull. See, doing a comedian show, shit would be funny. But when we absolutely have a conversation, nigga, but they think comedian shows and comedians and the things they've done on TV and in their shows, they think that's real life and how people should act and do act. And it's so frustrating, man. Listening to some of these dumbass niggas. It's like me talking to my cousin who I know can't read and write. See, the difference is I know my cousin can't read and write. So I already know that he coming from a place of straight fucking ignorance. And then these dudes, I'll be confused. I'll be like, wait a minute. Until I realize that the nigga just dumb. Ooh, Lord, who is that? Jonathan Major. Oh. I ain't gonna tell y'all what I think he looked like. Like, I'm gonna leave it alone.
The point is, if somebody's asking, hey, who is this? Don't become antagonistic with them because they should be asking, hey, who is this? And what are his intentions?
No.
Yes. Don't know. Yes.
I mean, listen. Ain't no argument with that.
Y'all asked that more, y'all wouldn't have.
It's I mean,
yeah, but this is YouTube though. Like, he ain't say nothing. I mean,
no, but there has been.
But you still need to be asking who is this and what are their intentions. That's not saying they can't be here, but you shouldn't just be, open up the door and let them, run wild. Are y'all kidding me?
Chapter.
Hey, but here's the thing. Even if you don't say that, those specific words, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't question a person on certain things as far as a conversation to kind of like seal them out. You know what I mean? And then you might have to go there. But there has been situations where there has been people that come in these spaces and they got comfortable, and then later on they start saying stuff that they shouldn't have said, and they got out of hand. So.
I understand.
Right. But so that's the thing. That's why you need to be trying to, like you said, feel them out and see, like, who are you and what are your intentions?
Right. PhD. So when it comes down to certain genders of people,
black person has
no. When it comes down to certain gender of people that do that, keep the same energy when it comes to the girl code now.
What girl
when
code?
It comes to a woman, keep the same energy. Because a lot of, I'm finna tell you like this.
That nigga tell you, I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit because he talks too much. Okay. Be honest.
Girl, get on here with them that's on here in the space. Yes, I expect you to do the same thing.
And I strongly agree because there's been several women out there.
Absolutely not.
Because y'all let them women slide with anything, but get what?
I was about to say,
he did not say anything.
He's saying you let the women slide with anything, but she's saying is that, hey, you got this white man up here, and so when somebody come up and say, hey, who, like, what's going on? Who is this? I don't think she said anything wrong, and he's like, yeah, you got to do that to the woman. So when the woman's up here, we supposed to ask you, well, who is this woman? Who's this woman? Is she? Wait a minute, it's about to pop off, y'all. Hold up.
Out of the way. He didn't say nothing out of the way. Okay. And you just woke your little black ass up. Hold on. You just woke your little black ass up.
When the woman asked
mad.
The question,
it's somebody who you mad at. You want to hug.
Antagonistic with her. Don't get antagonistic.
What woman asked the question?
On behalf of a white person. Somebody asked the question.
What woman asked the question?
And you started trying to go in.
Hey, but Vic, hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but Vic, hold on, Vic, hold on.
Yeah.
When she came up here, she asked a valid question, right? She wasn't trying to offend the dude on the panel, right? She just asked a valid question. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, it's not like she came up disrespectful. She just asked a valid question. So We ain't really got to bump heads on that. Like, it was a valid question.
Nah, I ain't bumping head. If there was, there was who I think, if there was light skin, I understand why she had.
I'm saying she was making a valid point, because earlier when I was up here, I said, you know what I'm saying, like, I saw a lot of conversations where you had, you know, white dudes or non-black people on the panel, and I thought they was doing a whole lot of extra, you know what I'm saying, at that time, that it wasn't a good look. So, I mean, I kind of understand where she coming from with that. But, you know what I'm saying, we had a conversation. We had a conversation, you know what I'm saying, we kind of filled them out a little bit. We even talked about certain topics or whatever. But, I mean, I agree with what she's saying. You got to fill people out, because you never know why they're in these spaces. Hey. Now, he might not be that like that, but there could be some people who come and join these panels just to be like, look, I was over here today with these black people, and they was doing this, and they was acting out, and they, you know what I'm saying, on some look how they act type shit. So, I mean, it's valid though. She's not trying to be disrespectful. She didn't disrespect him either. So,
hey, that's valid. Right. I understand there could be infiltrators, people trying to get into a group chat to be recording and be like, oh, I can't believe what they said or whatever, right? Here's my real name. My real name is Jonathan Adam Visser. You can look me up. You can Google me, whatever. You can find out that I have nothing going on. The only thing I'll say is Trump is an idiot. Darrell Brooks is an idiot. Hillary Clinton's an idiot. And Joe Biden's an idiot. There we go.
No arguments there.
Full disclosure.
Well, you were working, man, and you gave all your information. All right, that's all I need to say.
Hey, Bomb Cherry.
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We hear you great. Go ahead, Bob.
How y'all doing? Anyway, this is the thing, right? I've been listening for an hour, and the conversation was okay.
Oh my God!
Until well,
now y'all heard that, right? I was just regularly talking, and we're gonna rewind that. I want y'all to hear, because these niggas are claim that this didn't happen. They claim that I asked them something about the female. I mentioned the female thing first, but no, that's not what happened, and we about to hear it. Okay.
This is the thing, right? I've been listening for an hour, and the conversation was okay.
Oh my God!
Until well, what happened?
Now I'm gonna calm down, but I still hear y'all though.
Go ahead, Bob.
Oh, did I say something funny? I'm sorry.
No, he says no. Just go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I wasn't understanding. Anyway, I was listening for an hour, and the only person who was, to me getting out of the way was the person who kept, like, why is this conversation even happening? Like, when I go in other spaces, because I am in other spaces, the people aren't talking about race. So I guess Vic, when Vic, you kept saying what we should be doing when we're around others, that is kind of code switching. You said 1 minute you could be the N-word, but then you can go in other spaces and you're being professional, right? And can we just like have a conversation like regular people?
Not spaces on the internet. I'm talking about in environments where you can actually smell the grass, dirt, and walk through the mud and all that shit. The internet.
Well,
the internet is not. Look, I'm not a content creator. Look, not to cut you out, but because I got a lot of respect for
you. But you did.
Well, hey. Yeah. I got you, little girl. I got you, baby. I got you, baby. But look. I understand what you're saying, but when that
you putting forth to adults, baby, you do what you want to do and how to handle it, how you want to handle it in your life, in real life or on the internet. But to sit up here for like 20, 30 minutes telling other black people how to handle themselves, whether on the internet or in real life, whether around other blacks or other non-blacks, is ridiculous. Like,
no,
they should have moved on.
What are you talking about?
Jerry, I really don't. Look, I'm going to tell you like this. Me being a black person that have dealt with different races of people, like in different regions of people and everything. When it comes down to the internet, I give people like my life experience, and I figured out what works. So if they don't want to listen, guess what? I don't give a damn what works for them or don't. They can bump their head 15. No, because they got that. Look. At the end of the day, I'm saying,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Listen what I'm gonna say. I got three. Look, I got three human beings that I have to raise, and I have to instill what need to be known necessary for them.
Everybody else raising the aliens.
But look what I'm saying. But look, Mama, don't get on my ass.
This nigga just keep talking. This nigga said I raised a couple of human beings. I'm like, everybody else raising aliens or something. Like, he won't shut the fuck up. I went up there. I came up here to talk about the topic, the interracial dating. This dude just goes and goes and goes. Then he said, not to cut you off. I'm like, yeah, but you are cutting me off. And he just continues. The nigga talk too much. Right? Oh my God.
That's when these folk been talking about topics. There's over and over for at least the same last year about the same thing about what women ain't gonna do. But now they're gonna get towards a dominant man and try to tell me what to do about one night. Man, and I've been thriving and living and doing what I'm supposed to be doing, but they think I'm the goddamn fool because I'm living in the poorest state in the United States and probably live better than half these niggas because I got morals, values, and handling business. And then I can determine what's necessary based on the individual. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't put people as a whole in a group. I deal with people according to how they present themselves to me right in front of my face. Whether you white, black, blue, purple, or green. I don't give a damn. No, everybody don't do that, but guess what? That's their goddamn mammy and their damn daddy and their pappy fault because they ain't trained them how to do.
He talking about black people right now, y'all. So he said your mammy and their pappy. This dude is talking about black people around this white man. Watch. He's gonna continue.
Are you talking about black people?
No, I'm talking about any. No, I'm talking about any motherfucker that God breathed breath.
Well, why did you refer to the man again?
No, if God had breathed breath, if God had breathed the breath,
let her talk.
Yeah.
Then you go in. You got no in the point. Let her go. Then you go at it.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Yeah.
I guess what all I was saying was change the topic, baby. We have a guest over here, right? Who's another race, and
me?
I would like.
Yeah, you guest.
Yeah, you're not a guest.
I'm a guest.
I want the problem.
Look, this nigga won't shut the fuck up. Vic won't shut the fuck up. It's almost like he just want all the attention. That's what I'm starting to think while I'm looking at this on replay. I mentioned that we have a guest, right? The title is about interracial dating. I jumped up there so I can ask him some questions about interracial dating. But Vic just wants to talk about this one thing. I'm like, okay, let's move it on. And I'm now talking. I'm like, yeah, we have a guest. And Vic just wants to open his fucking mouth. I think he must be drunk too. Because either this nigga thirsty for attention or I'm not sure what's going on. Here we go.
Here, right? Who's another race. And
me?
I would like...
you
guest. Yeah, you're not a guest?
I'm a guest?
I want the problem.
No, I'm not saying you're the problem, Vic. Vic, I'm not saying
I didn't hold the topic.
Vic,
they were talking about race.
Wait.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
Calling me a guest is kind of racist. That I cannot be in the panel because my skin color.
Wait, I called you a guest because I've never seen you over here before.
Well, that's fair.
But you pulled the race card on me.
I seen him here before.
Well, I don't care what you saw. I called him a guest because I had never seen him before. And I wasn't talking about race at all. In fact, I'm trying to.
Oh, okay. It's not because I'm white. Got it.
No.
They just like to mess with me. Look, just put the blame on me. They like to mess.
Y'all hear this? I'm talking. I called him a guest. He then said it's racist that I called him a guest. And then Vic saw, no, they just like messing with me. This nigga is thirsty for motherfucking attention. And then when I give it to him, he don't like it because I will give him the motherfucking attention. I'm going to give him the kind they don't really like. Right? Because I'm not interested in these men. I'm not understanding what the confusion is. See, I am already married, and therefore, I don't have to be on panels being sweet and nice to anyone. I'm not trying to win anybody's approval. I'm not trying to win your hand in marriage. I'm not trying to win a date with you. I'm not trying to convince you that I'm a good girl. You know what I'm saying? Oh, a bad girl. I'm not trying to do none of that, nigga. I don't give no fucks whether you like me or don't. And this is the thing. That means we can have a real conversation, except for the fact that the niggas want me to care about what they care and don't care about. Like when I said I called him a guest because I said I called him a guest because I've never seen him over there before. I never said I called him a guest because he's never been over there before. I didn't say that. I said because I've never seen you over here before. And then somebody said, well, I've seen him over here before. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you seen. What you seen? I never seen him over here before. And therefore I called him a guest. But even the guy who said that, he was lying because this dude was just like, he's new over there. Right? He's new. So these niggas will lie for each other and everything. Okay. And then they'll make it seem like, so right now we've never heard anything about the female word and none of that. This dude called me a racist. You know, I still didn't take it serious. Like I just said that he started with me. He started with me. Right? Even when I first came up, he started talking. He was talking about me. He started giggling and they were giggling with him and it was all funny. So he's the person who started the shit, and then when it didn't work out well for him, of course it's my fault. But I'm okay with it being my motherfucking fault. Nobody gives a fuck about these niggas and what they think. Here we go.
What I done seen before, Cherry.
Huh?
Why you don't care about what I done seen before? I
do care about what I was talking about.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Remember,
is this the person over here, 2 screens over, Bomb Boost Cherry? Is that who's talking?
Listen to him, y'all.
I was talking about me.
Wait.
Remember,
is this the person over here, 2 screens over, Bomb Boost Cherry? Is that who's talking?
I'm talking.
No, the female, not sir.
You mean the woman? You mean the woman?
Are you talking about the woman?
Oh, you don't know the difference? You don't know the difference?
Oh, shit. It's the same thing. God damn. What the fuck is going on? Female woman. Come on, man. Get your fingers out your booty hole.
A female species of any species. Weird ass a woman is a human species. So calling women females is dehumanizing.
What? For real?
Yes, y'all
shit.
know that.
Hey, we was just talking about this, how people try to speak and you will say one wrong thing and it just go down a whole rabbit hole.
No, we're not going down a rabbit hole.
I ain't gonna know.
It's called educational.
I gotta tell my wife I can't call her female no more.
Now I
had to learn it too. I had to learn it too.
Wait. Thank you.
Why y'all always trying to be the victims of some shit?
I know.
Shut the fuck up,
I
sir.
understand
We don't all
now.
want to read on the 8th grade level.
Don't address me.
Now y'all notice that, right? So I was like, so now, because I even said I had to learn it, and I'm gonna say it sooner. Like I had to learn, right, some things when they say it's the same thing. So PhD will explain to them what's the difference, and then they make it seem like, oh, look, it's gonna go left. So instead of them just learning some shit, grabbing up the information, taking it how they want, they can agree or disagree, whatever they want. I don't know how you disagree with the facts, right? The ladies have shown me the word. We defined the word. We looked it up. They're right. A female could be of any species. That's exactly what it does say. I even explained, hey, well, I grew up, using this word, and that's why I use it. I remember we had a whole discussion about it. And I was like, y'all, but, this is what I learned. But, through time, we learned that we need to learn the new things change. Things evolve. And it even taken me some time, and I'm still learning. I may still accidentally say the word, but I correct it. When I learned that what the women said about the word male and female, they were right. I would say female, but when I talked about the men, just like I just did, I would say men. And then the women was like, but you never say males. And I was like, well, males and females, they do equate. And they said, but do you ever say the males? And I said, nah, I never said the males. And that was a good example. Okay. So I'm a work in progress. But I could never be a work in progress if I wasn't willing to listen, have the discussion. You see what I'm saying? Listen, have the discussion. And I kept using the word, but I made sure if I use female that I use males, right? I did that purposely to make sure I use males. And now I'm at the point where, okay, I'm getting more comfortable. I'm doing better, and I'm not using that word so much. So I don't know what's wrong with these men when we want to educate them, give them a little education. That's all. Instead of them insulting it and make it seem like it's such a bad thing. Oh my God. Just take the education. I wonder if these are fools who was in school, and when the teacher told them how to do something, were they like, oh my God, everything I do is wrong. Why we got to learn multiplication? We just learned subtraction. Oh my God, too much information. That's what they sound like. When instead of just grasping up the information and then making the decision how they want to move forward. That's all they have to do. I had the discussion. Shit, I remember I could have sworn we had like almost a 8-hour discussion on that, y'all. It was a good discussion. The women came up, man. They was on fleek. They was also very passionate about it. I was giving the pushback, which, well, was how I truly felt. But I also knew that, I was learning. And I enjoy learning. So shit, I'll push back sometimes when I already know that I done fucked up. You know what I mean? Here we go.
Me.
Right. I now understand.
Don't speak
to never refer to a female as a woman. I got it.
She's not to refer to a female as a woman,
right.
Not to refer
and so
to
this is what I'm talking about with gatekeeping, because now his ass over here trying to be disrespectful. But okay, I'm gonna let
sir, what happened? Sir, hold on, sir. What is going on? Tell me.
Well, if you start dominating the whole conversation, other people.
Yeah, I ain't dominating nothing. I'm trying.
Sir.
Yeah, sir. I was trying to see what's going on. So, what's going on?
Hey, this nigga keep breaking in. Y'all see this, right? He wants to speak every minute. Every minute, he starts talking. No matter who's talking, it doesn't matter. Here we go.
Hey, Vic. Hey, listen.
We have a PhD. We have a woman just explain to you what the difference is. Now I had to learn it too. Listen, some things you just have to learn.
What's the difference?
Go ahead, PhD. Oh, is she still here? Well, the difference is go ahead, PhD.
No, go ahead and explain it.
No, you go ahead.
I was just about to say I explained it once.
Either one of you.
I know. Go ahead, sis. Well, a female could be of any species, right? You can have a female fish, a female dog, a female bird. That's a female. So to reference a woman, a fully grown woman, especially as a female, is disrespectful because I'm a woman. So when we speak to men, though, we don't call y'all males. We always say man, right? When y'all say that man over there, you don't say that that male over there, right? Why you don't say that male over there? Why you always say that man over there? So that is the difference. So
am I to understand? We should say.
See, that's why you might not need to be in this space, because right now you about to
Lord, man. Y'all done made this shit.
Oh my God.
Look, just said that.
I'll stop the interaction.
Hold on. New Jersey just said what he said.
Hold on.
Y'all just gave us. No.
I know where you about to go, but listen. I know what I just said, but listen.
Nothing. Say what you just said an hour ago.
I'm about to hold on. First of all,
said an hour ago, they're gonna show.
First of all, let me fucking talk. I'm almost to my destination. So before I get off, I'm about to say, I know what I said earlier, but being in this space for a while, that one I could have told you about. When you call women females, I'm gonna put it to you like this: if they refer to you as a male, it ain't respectful. That's all I'm gotta say. If they refer to you as a male,
what the fuck?
They not being respectful to it.
I just heard somebody say this shit like 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, somebody said we could be having a normal conversation.
I know, but I'm saying
I'm a goddamn alien. I'm not a part of this shit.
Look, I've learned this a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Women do call men. They call us men. You know what I'm saying? If they have to call us males, it ain't for a good reason. So the whole calling women female.
I ain't never heard a black woman call me no damn male.
Listen. Right. I'm telling y'all that because I've been in these spaces for a while, and I'm telling you that's one of the words that if you say, you gonna get some pushback. That's all I'm saying.
Cause I ain't never heard a woman call me a male of my motherfucking life. Hold on, man. I done been called out of black folk, boy, nigga, negro, kinfolk, family, but I ain't never been called a male out of all my goddamn life.
Okay, but here's my thing. Here's my thing, Vic.
Now I gotta go back.
You might be on these panels. You might listen. You might be on these panels, but you probably haven't been to a lot of spaces around YouTube. That's why I'm telling you.
I've been around a lot of spaces in real life. Fuck all this YouTube shit. So I ain't no motherfucker that call me a male. Only male when the police saying trying to describe my motherfucking name. That's the only person that called me a male.
Probably was a young boy.
Everyone's
man. I'm a grown motherfucker. The only person that called me a male was the goddamn police that was describing my ass over a goddamn walkie-talkie.
Exactly.
There ain't no motherfucking woman that called me no young black male. They say a young black man or a young black nigga or a young black boy over there or some shit.
Listen, Vic, you're right. Listen to me. Listen, if you listen.
So I'm supposed to cry for a little bit of disrespect today.
I don't know why I asked that nigga to listen. Let's move on. This dumbass shit. But anyway, so before I even did the female conversation, and really I wasn't like, yeah, you call me a female, you bitch. I didn't do none of that. I was just simply saying, I'm a woman. Oh, it's the same thing. They the ones who went on the tantrum, but they'll claim that I or PhD were the ones who went on a tantrum. I simply said, you mean woman. And then they were like, it's the same thing. And I was like, nah, it's not the same thing. Then we gave them the information of what's the difference. And then they going on a tantrum. I don't give a fuck what this little motherfucker called me. In fact, I don't give a fuck what none of them niggas call me. None of them. Okay? We're going to be clear about that. We're going to fast forward this year.
Many people refer to me as male.
Because in the scientific term, they let you know where the cooch is.
And that is the point.
That's all they let you know. When they say female, they let you know where the cooch is. Female.
Wait.
Hot dog. Female. Taco.
My name was right
or
there.
Kamato.
You could have referred to me by my name.
What's wrong with these people? But all this old political correctness, man. Y'all internet people are crazy. It's called education. What the fuck?
Listen, it's called just being educated. Man. I too had to learn how to stop referring to my sisters, right, as females. I started listening to the men, the black men over here, as you refer to females, and you absolutely say, yeah, I do mean she's a bitch. Yeah, I do use it as disrespect. So now I said, okay, these men are using that word in a disrespectful manner. So
well, dip me in shit and roll me in gravy and call it chocolate syrup.
Y'all think this nigga was drunk? Oh my God. Pray this thing out. This nigga just said dip his ass in some shit. This nigga said dip me in shit. Roll me in syrup. Lord have mercy.
Motherfuckers is crazy on the internet. You motherfuckers is crazy. dip me in shit, and roll me in gravy and call it chocolate syrup. Y'all motherfuckers on the internet crazy with all y'all goddamn new goddamn education and shit.
He didn't mean it no way, bro.
I didn't say he meant it in a disrespectful.
That man didn't do nothing to nobody. Why? Look, okay, take your problem out on the black man.
Vic is the one who keeping everything kind of hyped up. He talks, he yells, and he keep just talking. This shit, as far as I'm concerned, this shit is over. The conversation, listen, I said I'm a woman. He could call me what the hell he want. I was just letting him know. And y'all gonna see exactly why I was letting him know. We're gonna see if we can fast forward. Let's see what
this is our guess. This is our guess.
And it is what it is. That's what we dealing with when we're in these spaces. You just got to know that. That's it.
Yeah, I'll just say I had no idea what I said to offend Bomb Cherry Juice. I said it good this time, the original time. But after I learned that she was so ridiculous,
just keep it simple. That. Just say I'm sorry. Just say I'm sorry, cause black. Nah, don't apologize.
I'm not. I'm not sorry.
Nah, don't be. Well, I'm not. When they say female, they let you know.
You gonna find it
now. Hey, that's what you can't do. You can't do that right there.
Okay, let's back it up. See, because I had to get
I don't allow it. So
but look, listen what I'm saying. Y'all, look.
Okay, here we go.
When they say female, they let you know where the coochie at.
Oh Lord,
with these people.
To learn how to stop referring to my sisters, right?
Okay,
and you absolutely say, yeah, I do mean she's a bitch. Yeah, I do use
gravy and call it chocolate syrup.
Oh, listen,
you motherfuckers is crazy on the internet. You
this
motherfuckers is crazy.
Hey, man, he didn't mean it no way, bro.
I didn't say he meant it in a disrespectful.
That man didn't do nothing to nobody. Why? Look, okay, take your problem out on the black man. This is our guess. This is our guess right now because y'all ain't saying.
See, now he's saying take it out. Yeah, okay, take it out on the black man. And nobody taking anything out on anybody. This nigga he must be drunk.
Hey, shit when Mo was over there.
So
but look, listen what I'm saying. Y'all, look,
right now. Y'all ain't, I don't know nobody named Mo. And if they call me a bitch, you best believe I just own it. I don't allow it. So
but look, listen what I'm saying.
Talking to the wrong person right now. Now go ahead. Just hear me out.
Is Bomberry talking right now? We can't hear her. Is Bomberry talking?
Somebody probably turn me low.
Bomberry, turn your mic on. Bomberry, turn your mic on.
Bomb Cherry.
Why is everybody else can hear me, but you
it's
cannot?
Bomb Cherry. Bomb Cherry. Bomb Cherry.
Bomb Cherry. Turn your mic on.
Yeah.
Turn your mic on.
Shit, we old. You know our eyes ain't that goddamn good.
We can't hear you. Bomb Cherry. Turn your mic on.
What? Can nobody hear me?
No,
we
Bomb
can't.
Cherry.
I think he's trolling you, son. He trolling you. He trolling.
We can't hear you.
Oh, he trolling. Oh, no.
You bullshit.
Well, I thought he was just old as he looked, and his hearing was gone. That's
yep. I'm as old as
I thought.
He call you Bomberry. Hey, that's a good name though, Bomberry. Hey, that's
Bomberry.
Bomb Cherry is more fitting.
Yeah, I mispronounced it, but Bomberry is a better name.
Okay. No, Bomb Cherry is a better name. Whoever is Bomberry, but Bomberry, go find Bomberry and talk to that bitch.
It's nice if you have the photo of your grandma and your mother.
That's actually me and my little sister years ago. That's who that is.
So you're what, 75?
Yeah, I'm 75. You look 75, and I am.
I want to congratulate you for figuring out how to get on YouTube on a chat. Most people your age cannot figure it out. And who's this younger person that you've got here?
So that's me.
Now, I ain't got nothing to do with what you doing now. Y'all asked for this shit.
Wait a minute.
He got to defend himself.
In that picture, but you just said I was young. And then when I showed a picture of me in the 80s, you said that was I'm 75. So which one?
No. This is you in the 80s.
This is me today. That's right now.
Your man, he got to defend himself.
Okay.
This is you in the 80s.
Me today.
That's amazing.
That's me today. And that's me when I was younger.
There's you in the 50s.
That's me when I was younger.
Yes,
that's me when I was younger. You confused? You confused, baby?
There's you in the 50s.
Are you confused,
with you and your mother and your grandmother.
But listen, I'm just saying, you look like you need to go wash your hair, and you got that scrabbly beard. Look like it's actually a bush just on your beard, on your face instead of at the top. So I'm considered. I think
you smoke, man. She tripping.
So I don't know what you mean. I'm tripping. You done hit this motherfucker insult me, and now I'm tripping, Vic. Right. Now I know you don't.
I ain't fucking with
you. When I'm talking to this motherfucker who disrespected me.
I'm standing down. I'm just looking like crazy,
you stand your ass down because I don't let no people.
Yes, ma'am. Whoa.
Disrespect me, and then your ass gonna jump in. I can handle this bitch ass, my pad looking ass motherfucker. You look like you.
What finishing school did you go to?
The fuck out of here. This nigga became, I noticed when women came up. Did y'all notice when Vic was talking? This nigga didn't say nothing. I'm talking about you, Jess. By the way, you a nigga too. When the women came up though, when Just Diva came up and said something, that's when he opened his mouth. Because see, I understand that some of you are disrespectful to women, especially black women, but you got me fucked up. Now you sit your fucking ass down, you mophead bitch, and go your ass somewhere else and play your motherfucking games.
When exactly are you gonna get your children back?
Oh, when am I? So there we go. That's the racial shit. So I must have lost my children. I guess I'm a single parent too, right?
Okay, so there you go. So his jokes is all racial, right? So I'm good with you calling me old. I don't have no problem with that. I'm gonna prove that wrong to him in a minute when I turn the camera on, right? But then with the when I'm gonna get my children back. Now, that's something that they tell us black women. I never hear them. Nobody ever asks a white woman when you gonna get your children back, even though they get them taken away. Oh, don't get it fucked up. Them pill popping crackhead on that on them drugs, that meth and shit, they get them motherfucking kids taken away, baby. Yes, they do. And that nobody is asking them when they gonna get their kids back. That's something they say to us. Okay. And you know what I mean? Like he's over here amongst black people. And so so when I get in his ass, I'm like, oh, so now I done lost my kids, huh? And he's laughing. There's only one of them up here. There's really two black men on this panel. I know Vic is talking a lot because Vic is cooning, but the other ones though, there's two of them up here, man. They should be fucking ashamed of themselves. Vic just he always cooning. He's from Mississippi though. I guess that's what they do. I don't know. Okay, listen to this shit.
I got him now. Hey, that's what you can't do. You can't do that right there.
I got you.
Just let her blow the smoke and look. You know how to deal with women, and I'm understanding, but don't do that because it can go real bad behind that because they'll have you looking a certain way. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't prove.
So he already did the racial thing. Remember, he called me or said I was being racist by calling him a guest. Right? Before I even got to say anything, he was already insulting me when I first got up there. And now Vic is making it seem like I'm the issue. Not he just asked him not to do that, and then he said, well, don't do that because she gonna say you the issue. He didn't say don't do that because that's not allowed and you shouldn't be doing that over here. He said don't do that because she gonna be an issue. And that's what I'm talking about with these niggas. Oh, it got worse. We're not gonna listen to all this. We're gonna go to the real when these niggas was proving how dumb these bitch ass niggas are. See, I can handle myself. Look what he did when another sister came up there. We probably about an hour in. Let me see. No. Then this nigga stayed around for all this smoke. Because he was here for the smoke. Okay. Right here. Oh, and everything changed once I showed him me on cam, because I turned on the cam, showed my face, right? And then he switched it up real quick. Started giving me compliments. Talking about, oh, I look younger live than I do in the picture, right? But watch this shit right here, though. Let's see.
Shit in a truck or some oil rig or something. Y'all ain't paying attention. The man look like he got the goddamn. His ass get up and go to work.
Him, so-called, as you put it, stunting on y'all.
Good morning, Auntie.
Look, his ass.
So this dumbass nigga is bragging about what this white man showed him, right? Because I cracked jokes on him. It wasn't no big deal. He cracked jokes. They were whack as fuck. He only got to crack a few. And then I went on him and I told him he looked like he living in a trailer park, right? And of course, I can't see no damn trailer park, right? He's in a house. And then he started walking around his house, right? And they would tell him, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But he did it anyway, because he must be drunk, the white guy. I didn't know that at first, right? And then, but Vic is like, ooh, he's stunting on y'all. I mean, like, the nigga just walk around the house. This dude talking about most black people ain't even got that. That's what Vic said. Vic said that most black people don't have a house like this man has. And I'm like, what? Vic is a coon. Vic almost admitting he ain't got shit over there, because most black people would have been like, oh, well, you got a home, I got a home. It wouldn't have been like, no, ooh, he's stunting on you. And then it was the dumbest fucking thing. But we waiting for what the name coming up?
Ass get up and go to work some goddamn well. But his might be his day off and he drinking like a motherfucker. Because he steady fucking with y'all crazy some bitch. Y'all motherfucker. And I try to tell him now. Look, PhD.
I'm not sure if y'all noticed, they turn our mics down. The women, when you go on these panels with these men, if they're using StreamYard, they turn your mic down. We could barely hear PhD for right now. Okay, they do it on purpose. Let me go.
Get up off me. Get up off me. Let me go.
I'm asking you a question. So that's what.
Look, I don't answer questions. I do not answer questions.
Yeah, I bet
I don't answer questions.
Oh, now you not answering questions.
Right.
Look, y'all see how this shit look right here. Look, this is my big boy right here. This is my big one.
Hey,
good morning.
That's why he can't hear y'all. He said,
tell him I say hello. Tell him I want y'all to look at this. Auntie J came and that white guy. Watch that white guy again. I'm going to rewind a tad bit. When he see her, watch what he does. Or watch what he do. I'm sorry.
This is my big boy right here. This is my big one.
hey,
Good morning.
That's why he can't hear y'all. He said,
tell him I say hello. Tell him he nice.
Yeah, he tried to be sharp and shit. I can't smell no cologne on him, so I ain't got to pull that BB gun off of them little horse.
why you calling him always in front of your son like that? That's fucked up.
Because he know. Because he be cussing. He play Call of Duty. He be cussing.
You shouldn't be teaching him to refer to black women.
No, he respect them. He respect them, but he be cursing.
I love you. How you doing?
This the life of raising a son, raising boys. He be cursing like a mother. He play Call.
Shout out to Vic. What up, Vic?
What up, Auntie? Yeah, I keep it real, baby. I got that shit on.
This is why the young men disrespect women, because of Vic teaching.
No, man. Right. Look, I said horse. You don't know if
he just called young girls whores in front of his son. And these niggas got the nerve to talk about how women are raising their children. Even some of these men, I'm not gonna mention no name, maybe who channel I'm on at the time, mentioned that it was his father who had to tell him about his mom. When I got older, my daddy told me, oh, my mama dead. But he's also the same dude who said that that I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna just say this. When you listen to their stories, remember what they say. Remember what they say, because when they come back and they give you a different account, and then you realize that that either they're not telling the truth, or that they themselves, because he essentially said that he had no problem with his mom. He loved his mom, right? She did pass away when he was younger, but and then his dad wouldn't even take him, right? And then his mom was the side chick to his dad. So he already had a family, many families. But at the same time, his dad was able to come into his life much later and then put down his mama, who, by the way, couldn't speak for herself because she was dead. You see? So his daddy was able to come in and say, well, I'm your daddy, and I did always love you. It's your mama's fault. It's your mama's fault. Your mama knew I was married, and she had you. And instead of him being like, wait a minute, you didn't want me? He didn't say, yeah, it was my mama's fault. She should have never had me. Oh, Lord have mercy, man. I would be hurt if my mom or dad told me that somebody shouldn't have had me. I would be hurt. I'd be like, I wouldn't be mad at my mom because she had me. I'd be mad at my dad for saying that my mom shouldn't have had me because he didn't want me. Then that will make me love my mother even more, because I'll be like, damn, she knew she was going to go through some hard times trying to do this herself, and yet she still had me and loved me the whole time. See, but these niggas switch it up and say, she shouldn't have had me. She shouldn't have had me. The love was in having you. Even if she didn't hug you a lot and kiss you a lot, maybe she didn't know how to do that, and maybe she, but her having you and feeding you and going through the hard times to make sure it's done, that's the love. Here we go.
If I'm shooting dogs in the ass or mews or nothing, I ain't say that's human beings. That's not a common term used to. No, see, you assume.
No, I ain't never heard of no dog be no whore before. Come on now. That's that female shit you talking right now. You wrong for that, Vic. Y'all gotta stop doing it with y'all sons. And then y'all claim that the black single woman doing that though, but it's actually
ain't no black single woman. Look, my old lady, my wife is in the bed right now, sleep. No,
I'm not talking about yours. I'm not talking about you personally.
No, he got to know. He got to know it's dangerous out here.
Is it dangerous?
Yes, it is.
Wait, I don't think
the way you, the way y'all women finessing, the way y'all, the way y'all women finessing and tricking men into doing anything, y'all ain't gonna trick me to steal 1,000 out of my pocket.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. So wait, right now, y'all, we listen to a man tell us and his sons, right, that men do not support women, because when you say tricking, yes, I was able to get men to go on dates with me. They had a good time. I had a good time. That wasn't called tricking, nigga.
I keep telling them that.
But that's a new word that we call it today. But y'all call it courting. Y'all called it courting back in the day.
I ain't calling no courting. I'm not that goddamn
man,
we ain't calling no courting.
God,
no, we can't.
Well, y'all know.
I am.
Well, Auntie J, tell me. I trust Auntie J because guess what? You dark skinned, and look, I don't trust nobody lighter than me.
So you like don't trust
light people. No, I got a complex. Auntie J remind me of some of my great aunties and my aunties and all that. Yeah, say something to me.
Auntie J,
put that healing on me. Put that healing on me because I ain't
59. I'm 59.
Okay, so
I ain't going for what
Auntie J is to me, but she is a baby boomer, right? And I'm a Gen Xer. So
you're 59.
Go ahead. They call it courting in your in your time, Auntie J? When you was dating?
No.
That's right. It wasn't called. That's some old shit from way back in the day.
I don't know where they got that from.
No, these men told them that.
But get what? The men, they called it courting because they wasn't getting there now. That's why they had all them old singers and stuff standing outside of y'all windows and that.
Hey,
y'all
Vic,
I would love to hear from Just Hear Me because he is a different race.
Nice. Here we go.
No, I'm not about to disrespect. I just want a different point of view. That's all.
Baby, I meant to come over here last night, right? I was waiting on him to come on. I fell the fuck asleep.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey,
I'm waiting for me to come on. So let her ask me a question.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great, Auntie J. How are you?
I'm pretty great. I meant to come on last night talking about interracial relationships.
Well,
did y'all talk about it already?
No, we can talk about it now.
No, this the group y'all did talk to. So security, I'm checking out. Nightish, my badge.
Wait a minute, Vic, we love you.
I ain't going nowhere. But I'm just. Look, my security dude is at a limit now because look, I got the older people with me now, so I ain't got to say much. It's all good.
Yeah, yesterday. I was at Aaron's place, and Fatty came over the day before yesterday, and he invited me over yesterday. So I just went over out. Shit.
Fast forward, y'all.
Auntie J, now I see you. Go ahead, right now. There you go. Say it.
Oh, just her. Oh, just hear me out. Good morning, Nightish.
I'm here. I'm in the back. I'm here.
How you is?
I'm doing.
I had a great conversation.
Auntie J, what ailments do you have right now?
What ailments?
Yeah.
I don't have any ailments. Why you say that?
You're not sick?
No.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Shut your ass up.
Wait a minute. Are you
right? You better.
Are we cracking jokes on?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know.
Very lightly.
We having a real conversation now. I know you're not about to go for my Auntie J.
I know you're not about to come for me. Don't do it.
Coming for you.
Who y'all talking to?
Oh my God.
You know exactly who we talking to.
I don't know who you talking to. Don't come for me.
Auntie J is.
Ain't nobody coming for you.
Auntie J, you're 59 years old and you have no ailments, and this is how you present on camera.
So, what, you got a problem with Auntie J on camera? Cause she look like a beautiful sister to me. Nigga, listen. Everything we do over here is not us going at each other.
Bomb cherry.
Go ahead.
The N-word is a privileged thing.
That's facts. But
Can y'all hear me? Act right in front of guests.
We all accept that we love her. You know what I mean? And I don't understand that.
I don't understand your question.
Are you saying that
she have any ailments?
What? All I'm saying is,
no.
You mean like high blood pressure and stuff?
No, I thought you had cancer.
What?
Just
what?
Oh my God. What? Wait
a minute. One of you men better stay up right now.
Hold on. No, this one. No. Hold on. Let me tell you this. No, hold on. Everybody, slow down. Sorry,
motherfucker.
No, hold on. This. Look. It don't matter. Look, hold on. Let me tell you. No, hold on, Bomb Cherry.
What kind of question is that to ask somebody though?
From this dog.
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this to him. Look, Bomb Cherry. Slow down. Look. Slow down. slow down. The thing is, what you're not supposed to do. Don't let that bottle that you are drinking mess your mind up to where you think that you can say anything to them. Look, come on, we provide the space for to let you talk. But I understand that.
And Vic, stop.
Okay, y'all, let's check it out. Somebody say he's joking. Everybody joke. I look in the chat. Somebody said he's joking. And if he was a black man who said that, it would have been laughable in a joke, right? That is true. That is true. But y'all not understanding, like, we got another race of man who looked at one of our sisters, right? A chocolate sister at that. We already know what some of these people think. So we don't need them coming over cracking jokes about it. So I'm sorry. I mean, if he want to joke, maybe he should go, especially if he ain't cracked not one of them fucking jokes on these men. And he want to crack the jokes on the women. In front of our fucking men. And they ain't got shit to say. Like, Auntie J is the oldest one on the panel. She ain't come up here and attack him or nothing. Right? Did y'all not see his look even before the cracking of the so-called joke when he saw her on camera? You didn't see the disgust in his face and how he was shaking his head back and forth? The only people saying that he's joking is the motherfuckers in the chat and the ones who want to give him an excuse. Because he didn't say he was joking. He says that she looked sick. He then gonna say that when he had cancer, he was sick, right? He said, and she looked like that, which means he's saying she looked bad. Then even when we try to get him to straighten it out, right? Because some of the men who cooning for him and shit gonna say, well, can you say this or say that? The nigga gonna say, well, no, she said she's 59, but she looked 89. That's what he gonna say, right? While we all just trying to have a conversation. Even if black men crack jokes on us, you know the women gonna get on him. And when a white man crack jokes on us, then we definitely gonna get on his ass. And what's shocking me is that the brothers want us to be as docile as them, and they want us to be okay. Because this dude gonna say, well, he's a white man, and we gotta treat him differently because you don't know them white people. And I'm like, nigga, I don't give no fucks about him being white, nickel. He's like, well, I live around them, and they could be dangerous. That nigga said that shit. That's what Vic said somewhere in this motherfucker shit. Now, we're not beyond cracking no jokes on each other and shit, but when you crack the jokes, you get dealt with, and they want us to just oh, that was so funny. Crack another one on me, sir, slave master, sir. Can you crack another joke on me so I can just and ha? These niggas are docile, man. I'm talking about the conversation gonna get real heated. This white man ain't gonna go nowhere. We're gonna be talking all around him, through him, and everything. And he gonna then he gonna say, you all are bitches. That's what he gonna say. And the men, though, gonna assume that he only said that to just the women. He says on this panel in something called the Black House that you all are bitches. That's what came out of his mouth. I'm gonna see if I can find that. Okay, but here we go.
Don't turn it up. Don't turn it up.
And then you gonna ask me, do I have cancer?
No, yeah. Look, we got to be respectful, man. We got to be respectful, though. Because what you did, look.
Fuck no. He said because I had the wrap on my head and he had cancer and he looked like me when he had cancer.
White boy, you said that?
Yeah. That's how
Why the fuck would you say that?
But he apologized.
And I was up here
And look, somebody said, but he apologized. They had to ask him to apologize, or he gonna get kicked off. And then and then and some of them tell him not to. When some people say don't apologize, then he say, well, I'm not apologizing. And then when they tell him he had to apologize, then he apologized. And then even then he said he gave her another insult. Okay, here we go.
I was up here calling out Bomb Cherry. PhD Vice, sit your ass down.
You shut the fuck up, you fat bastard. Go get your fucking teeth fixed.
Look here, you ugly bitch. I saw you when your camera slipped up. You need to stop talking to me.
And I still look better than your ass, right? And that's why everybody saw me and nobody had shit to say.
But back to the white boy.
You are the ugly motherfucker. And I can only
white boy.
that your mammy is even.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why did you say that to Auntie J? Why?
Granville, why do you give a fuck? Here's the wait,
right.
Granville.
It doesn't matter why
Granville. Excuse me, PhD. But let me just say one thing. Why do y'all give a fuck what he think?
I'm just asking because that was fucked up.
He already explained it. He likes to cause division and troll. He's up here for that reason.
Here. I didn't know.
He's up here for that reason. And y'all fueling.
But at the end of the day, it don't fucking matter what he doing.
Vic, I don't talk when you talking ever.
Man.
I don't ever do that. Ever.
Man.
Can I say something?
Shit. Everybody trying to shut me up, and I know how they
now you gotta listen. Now you gotta listen. Go ahead, Granville.
I ain't got nothing to say. You already said what he's doing.
Man, y'all motherfuckers nigga be trying to tell me how the motherfucker.
If that was me, you should kick that motherfucker off.
Man, I got pictures.
If you coming at Auntie J like that, if he came at Auntie J like that, y'all need to go ahead and cut that motherfucker off.
Right.
Kick him off.
He should have left. If he didn't have no
operated
ill
in
intent, he would have left.
Hold on, man. The whole thing is, man, I operate in a different fashion.
Fuck your ugly ass. You coming at me like that, you ugly ass motherfucker.
Not Granville. No, not you, Granville. But
I ain't talking to you. She know who I'm talking to.
Look, I operate in a different fashion. My thing is, down here in the state of Mississippi, in order to survive, you have to learn and learn.
Okay, so look, he about that coon, y'all. He about to, down here in Mississippi. When we in Mississippi, when the white man say jump, we ask him how hard, and then we proceed to leaping like frogs. Now in the chat, right? Somebody named the Crown Prince said they started with him. Stop it. Either he came late or these niggas just like to lie. Either the Crown Prince came in late, which therefore he need to shut the fuck up if he wasn't there from the beginning, or the nigga was there and he's a liar. But it don't even fucking matter, right? He's an idiot. Okay. Then we got the one saying, y'all so emotional. I want to see when a group of black people will go in the white area and watch them crack jokes on black people and see if you're going to stay in the chat and he and ha, so they can then turn their jokes on your dumb ass. Wait, y'all, I want to see this. Let me see. I thought they were gonna have a different type of music. I guess because they're on TV, they can't play the real type. They look doing double dutch on Jennifer Hudson show. I think it's a repeat. I'm not sure, but I don't really look at her. It just happened to be on this TV station because hubby look at the news in the morning. I'm not even sure if this is that a boy. There's a little boy jumping double dutch, man. That was cool. I didn't even know they still do double dutch, to be honest. I don't see it no more. It used to be something you would see in the community, but I don't see nobody doing nothing in the community. Oh, get it, girl, get it. Boom, get it, go. He jump in, go. Oh, he doing a dance. What they call a dance? I forgot. How did this shit go away? That's what I'm wondering. Shit we doing in the community How in the hell it just leaves? And it's simple and fun. You can be creative with it. Even one of the teachers jumping. She looked like she about 30-something. She's still doing it. There you go. Yay. Good job. Okay. Anyway, it might still be happening. I don't live in the inner city, but I haven't seen it like we used to. Here we go.
Allow them folks to say what they say so you learn and stay away from around it. You know what I'm saying? So what the fuck is wrong with y'all, man? You know what I'm saying? So guess what? If I had told y'all goof ass to cut that man off, you wouldn't have known shit. You wouldn't have known shit, and we wouldn't have got to this point because I would have been destined.
Okay, that's all I want y'all to hear that part. When this nigga says, "See, I let him stay up here, and I allowed him to continue to disrespect and do all this just so we could get at this point where he now proves." But at first he was sucking this nigga's dick, and he was like, "He ain't never do nothing. Nah, it ain't his fault. No, it's your fault, black woman. No, it's you. You the one who said this and said that, even though it wasn't no big deal, except they made a big deal." Now he's yelling, "I knew he was going to do this, but I just wanted him to get there." Oh, it was so sad. Yeah, I'm not even going to listen to no more of this shit. Wait, let's see. We're not going to let the white man talk. I don't think he get to talk no more. I think when they went through everybody, I think he may have gotten to say something. Might be when he called everybody a bitch. Oh, man. Anyway, I'm done with that. Now, let's go see when Pearl get exposed. Hold up. What's that woman name? Oh, Pearly. Okay, here we go. Let me find it. Oh, I need to look at that. I haven't seen that, but we're going to let me share the screen again. More share screen. The sound is there. Yes, it is. Here we go. Boom, boom.
Electrify your metabolism back to teenage levels by eating 1/2 teaspoon of this with water and...
Yeah, don't trust them.
Particular individual struggled with her weight, and instead of doing something about it, she blamed it on me.
Hi, she's talking about me. So Hannah and I were friends from 2002 pre-K until last year when I...
Hannah. Her name is Hannah. Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana. So Hannah is about to lie on her friend. And here we go. We're going to listen to it. And slowly, damn, how do I do it? Okay, here we go.
Particular individual struggled with her weight, and instead of doing something about it, she blamed it on me.
Hi, she's talking about me. So Hannah and I were friends from 2002 pre-K until last year when I stopped being friends with her. I'll show you pics. So that was...
Y'all know which one is Pearly Things, right? It's surely not the pretty one. Wow. Y'all can't tell me that don't look like a little boy with long hair. Little boy with long hair.
2005. And this was in...
Look at that. I see a penis between her legs down there. Y'all not gonna fuck with me and tell me I don't see. Let me see if we can do a close-up. Damn, I can't do a close-up. I gotta grab this goddamn picture some kind of way. Because I'm gonna play with that motherfucker, man. She got a dang-a-lane, baby. Let me see. I'm gonna have to grab it with my phone. Let's see if I could. Boom. I ain't lying, y'all. Look, I know y'all think I'm joking. Wait, I gotta grab it. Let me tell you how clear it came out. Damn. I'm gonna take another one, see if I can get it just a little clearer. Might be too close to the screen. Wait, let me see if I can make it bigger. Hold up. I know y'all gonna, I promise y'all I'm not gonna edit nothing. I'm about to show y'all a penis in that bitch pants. Hold up, I gotta email it to myself so I can grab it with my computer. Okay, let me a second here. Let me see, Gmail. Yeah, baby. Okay. I might be able to share a picture without I'm gonna do it the way I'm doing. Okay, let me email it to myself. Let's see, I'm gonna email it to this one. Let's see. Compose. I'm gonna just put it to myself. I'm gonna attach it. Is it a clear one? I hope. Let me attach the other one too, just in case. That's not the clear one. This one is though, but I'm gonna send it to myself, and then I'm gonna go grab it really quickly. I'm gonna stop the share. Let me go in this Gmail. Okay, I'm gonna call it D-mail, because I'm about to expose what I see. Okay, let me sign into the email. Voluntary live. There we go. Then I sent myself 2 pictures. Okay, I'm gonna download this one and this one. Both of them. Grab both of them. Okay. Now, before I do the share again, I'm going to add them pictures into this program that I'm using for my photo. Okay. I'm talking y'all through the steps so y'all don't claim that I'm editing anything. Okay, I know what the fuck I see. I got good eyes. My eyes is like 20/20, baby. Okay, let me see. What should my download file folder? Okay, I'm gonna grab both of them because one of them is blurry, but I won't be able to tell. Okay. Let me see the other one. Wait a minute. And why they turn? I'm gonna have to turn the photo. How do I wonder, can I turn it while it's in here? Image. Let me see if I can turn that. Yeah, I can. Okay, I have to put the other one in because that one looks blurry. Let's see. I'm not sure. Let's try this one. Okay, let me see if I could turn this one. What did I do? I went to image and I rotated it. Okay, let me see what it looked like on my screen. Okay, which one was clearer? Let's see. Damn, I can't see. Which one is clearer? Let's see. This one is kind of blurry. Are both of them blurry? They might be the same goddamn picture. Let me see. Okay, let me go switch it. 49. Okay. Now, yeah, the other one was clear, but this one, okay, I did take it with my phone, right? But don't worry about that. Let's look at this. Okay, we're gonna keep this one and we're gonna do a zoom in on this shit. Okay, and then just in case y'all can't see it, I shouldn't have to point it out because that motherfucker is a nice size if it's on soft. Okay, if it's on hard, then it's an issue. Y'all don't see that? Wait, what color? Wait, I gotta paint and I gotta draw. I gotta do a drawing, okay? Y'all don't see this right here? Wait, what color? I need a darker color. Y'all don't see that right there? Y'all don't see that? Right there? Maybe I should use white. Yeah, let's use white. Y'all don't see that right there? I'm just coloring. Y'all don't see that penis? Look, I know penis when I see penis, baby. Let me tell you something. Now, let me tell you what I know. I be feeling sad at myself sometimes. I be thinking, look, I know what I see, what my eyes is seeing. I know that person is a boy with long hair. But no, y'all kept saying, okay, she got boyfriends and shit like that. Okay, that's a dick. Now, I don't know what the hell going on right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming to the chat to see what y'all got to say, but I need some explanation, baby. I need y'all to tell me what is it that I see, because I see dick. I see dick. I know dick when I see dick. You know what I'm saying? I am a woman. I'm a woman. I wouldn't say I'm a dick connoisseur, but I will say that I know dick when I see dick. I see dick. Now, what y'all see? Okay? I need to know what y'all see. Y'all don't see dick? You're telling me there ain't no dick? Okay? Y'all telling me that's not dick? I need to know. Type 1 in the room if you see dick, 2 in the room if that's not dick. Listen, I see dick. I see dick. I'm telling you, I see it. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. Listen. Kira, how you doing, Kira? The Beauty, how you doing, sis? I see dick. The Beauty, how you doing, sis? I wanted to come over there by STL and tell him that I got my page back from a few years back, and all those rat videos, the ones that we had no proof of no more, I got them back. But I put him behind a wall, like I put him in a playlist and let him know if he need any of it. Remember with the gun and all, and the conversation with her and the daughter and stuff like that. If y'all need that, let me know. Anyway, y'all don't see that? That is dick, baby. Dick. I see dick. I know dick. I know little dicks, bigger dicks, smaller dicks, tiny dicks, pencil dicks, shriveled up dicks, old dicks. You know what I'm saying? Saggy dicks. I see. Mention me. You say you blind? Then maybe if I take the scribble away, you don't see it poking out. It's like she on hard, sitting on the floor. Let me see, man. Y'all saying y'all don't see, man. Listen, let me take the drawing away. Give me a second. Yeah, it's poking out all by itself. It don't need no help from me, unless she got on a pamper. Now, if she wearing a pamper, then maybe. But even a pamper don't poke out like dick do. You know what I'm saying? Her dick is laying right there on her thigh, right there. It's not long all the way, but it's right there. It's hanging to the left, or maybe depends on which way you're looking at it. It's hanging to the left while I'm looking at my computer screen. But if I was turned her way, the way it's hanging to her right, which is our left, okay? The penis is laying right there, sir. And I wish I could snap it a different type of way, but we gonna look. She got dick. Okay, that's all I can say about it. Let me see if we can see it in this one. Let me see. I'm gonna zoom in on this one. Let me go. Y'all, even if you don't see that dick is laying there, baby. It's right there. It's like bam. She might be. And I'm not saying this in a to embarrass her way, but maybe she's a hermaphrodite, right? Born with both. Maybe she has the vagina, but she has a very extra long, short penis, but a long clitoris, right? And Cause you could see, look like she about to start growing a beard in like 2 years. That bitch about to be growing hair on her face, mustaches and shit. Okay. She looked like she shaved her face. Listen, I feel bad right now because I'm calling it out, but I see it. I can only call out what I see now. But I seen it before I saw a dick. Like I was just a little confused on how nobody else see those. No waist, she has no hips, right? And her shoulders are broader than her hips. That's what make us look like we have no hips, because I have no hips. But you can't. People will swear up and down I do have hips, right? But I do not have hips, and the reason why is because we women. And this is the tricks on how y'all can know. For the men, if I was you, I would listen and I would believe me, because you're not gonna be able to prove me wrong, because what I'm about to tell you is facts, right? No surgery gonna be able to take away what I'm about to tell you. A woman's hips are wider than her shoulders. Okay. Even if she don't have what we call hips, like myself, I don't have protruding hips, but we know everybody have a hip bone, right? Our shoulders, they slope downward, and our shoulders are wider. I'm sorry, our hips are wider than our shoulders. It don't matter how we shape. We could be small and it's still the same thing, right? Our hips gonna be wider than our shoulders. They're gonna look that way though. Even if our shoulders were like I've seen some real thin women, and you look at them and they have like this hourglass shape basically with their shoulders, right? It's not like they curve, but even in those instances, her shoulders is not wider than her motherfucking her shoulders isn't wider than her hips, right? So in other words, it would be more like an hourglass, like her shoulder, then it would go to her breast down to her hips a little bit, or it could even be more like a square, right? Like a rectangle. It could go down, but with men though, and this is a fact, men's shoulders are wider than their hips all the time. Even the big dudes, okay? Even he could weigh 500 pounds. It don't fucking matter about your body structure. He can have a big butt. It doesn't still matter. His shoulders will be broader. Our women's shoulders slope a little bit, right? It slopes. Men's shoulders stand up. They don't slope as much as women's shoulders does. And also, because we have hips, for real, like hips that's built in order for us to have babies, our hips are, it's not as long. A man's from his shoulder to his hip area is elongated. It's longer than a woman's. That's why, remember I said women hips go outwards. So yes, ours will go outwards, and it don't matter. And yes, you will have some women who have big feet. So, but this woman got a big feet, broad ass shoulders. She tall as fuck. She look like a boy with long hair. She don't even curl her hair or make it pretty. She just a boy, and she realizes she a boy, and she just wants to wear dresses. I don't know what to tell y'all. Okay, now I'm gonna get back to the topic at hand and take this chick with a dick off my goddamn computer before it catches some type of a virus or some shit. But I see a dick. Okay, now what else you gonna have in her pants right there? Y'all saying it's a pet? It might be a diaper, you know, like a little diaper, and it folded up in that area. What you think she got on boxers? But even if she did, that's a little too high for it to be bunched up way right there. And then where's her breasts? They missing. Okay. And y'all don't see. Oh man. Okay, let me go back to it, because I feel like I'm trying to convince y'all, because y'all just don't want to see what I see. But we're going to get back to the topic at hand. Let's get back to it, okay? It's still close. It's too close. I didn't change the picture. Okay, hold up. Hold up. That's what my problem is. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Let me go. We too close. We too close, baby. We too close. There you go. See, this one is much clearer. Okay. And we're going to zoom it out some. Look at them broad shoulders. Look at them shoulders. That's a big bitch. That's a big bitch. Okay. And, well, we're going to leave it alone. Okay, let's go back to the video. Share the screen. That's I don't know what to tell y'all. Okay. Look at her friend. Her friend looked like a girl, you know? They look like a teenage girl, and that looked like her bestie down there, her boyfriend. Okay. One of them looked like a dude who want to wear a dress sometimes, and one of them looked like a girl who gonna be a woman. Okay, here we go.
2016, last year when I stopped being friends with her. I'll show you pics. So that was 2005. And this was in 2016 when we lived together. So in the beginning of her video, she's talking about our last conversation we had a year ago in March, where I confronted her about talking about women's bodies and their weight and all that cuckoo bird shit she talks about. And I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And no, she defended it all. So I was like, okay, we're done. I'm sorry. I am not sorry, just kidding. And I still get videos of hers sent to me from people in high school I haven't talked to in forever, being like, is this your friend? Do you defend that? And I have to be like, no, cut it off a year ago. And she even came to know my friend group here in Michigan when I was still in college, and even tried to date two of them. Didn't work out. So they'll send stuff to me, and I watch it because I just want to see what bullshit she has to say next. And I have a theory about this. Not that it's literally any excuse that she's doing this, because what she is doing, I can't even put into words how disgusting it is. But I've known her since 2002. I do not think she thinks that way. If she does, fuck her all over again. I don't care. But I don't think she does. I think she does it to rev people up and to get more views and to get more money. So all that to say, I'm curious to see, once she does find a husband and find a man, is she gonna keep this act up? Because is she gonna find somebody that shares these exact views with her? Or is she gonna meet someone and be like, okay, I don't actually think this way? Anyway, off topic. That last part of her video, she says, and now a year later, this girl is trying to get pregnant and she can't. And weight affects fertility. I didn't know I was trying to get pregnant. I'm not. Now, when I last talked to her a year ago, that was my plan, to get pregnant this year with my husband. So I don't know if she has seen my page from like her siblings' accounts, because I don't follow her on anything and I'm private, but I still follow her siblings, and sees that I'm not pregnant yet. So she's assuming that I'm too fat to get pregnant. And like, how rude, because we really supported each other, like going through a weight loss journey together. I've also seen some clips of her YouTube channel, and she literally lies. She makes up stories or does not tell the truth about her family. So all this to say, she was lying about that whole story to get you revved up about her stupid ass point that she was trying to make. So don't believe her. She's lying. And girls, if you find a good man, he will not leave you if you gain weight, okay?
A lot of people don't. Your phone, you could be.
I'll get rid of that. Hold up. Come on, video. Nobody care what the hell you talking about, man. Okay. Okay, what y'all think about that shit right there? Okay. She weird. I see a dick. I know. I'm gonna leave it alone. Okay. Maybe I'm just horny. Maybe I'm horny and that's why I see dick. But I see dick. Okay. Don't do Shakira like. So if I say, what you been up to, baby? I agree, because we've been saying that because she don't know nothing. She's all over the place, right? She was on the Vice thing. That might be why I got flagged, because of the Vice thing, right? She was over there talking about feminists, talking about shit she don't know nothing about. Well, you're not gonna be able to have no children after a certain time. Oh, women, we don't have no problems. We make the same amount of money that men make. Like, what? Oh my God. So yes, she's a grifter. Lena Love said it looked like a snake to her. Thank you, Lena. I thought I was going crazy, girl. It's a small one. I'm just trying to figure out what else could be in her pants. Unless she got a strap on now. I could be wrong. It could be a strap on, if she decided to wear it for a day or two, or 3, or 4, or 5, whatever. She over there rocking that strap on that's connected directly to her body parts, to her body. Devastating, that's you. Devastating, you out working already, huh?
Hey, Miss Bond.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, yeah, shit. You got to throw me off track when you was like, hey, don't that look like a dick? Don't you see that dick? I was like, no. I'm not looking. I don't need this evidence to know that that's a dude and ain't nobody saying nothing about it. So, I don't know why they're not saying nothing about it. Y'all motherfuckers know damn well from day one that was a dude. It ain't been like, oh, I wonder if, what the fuck? Shit. I'm gonna sit up here and try to make it seem like ain't nothing going on. Hell. I don't know what the fascination is with UK, because Jesse X claimed UK. I don't even know if that's even real. So she's UK. She'd like to have some sort of allegiance. But that's always been the case, though. Whenever you're talking about interracial beauty, it never came into play. Like you can't point to me like an example where, even on a celebrity level, shit, black dude got with this, beauty queen, just absolute marvelous, and it's always like the bottom of the barrel. Like you went out and got the ugliest white girl representative of all time. So
yeah. I noticed when it comes to looks, the manosphere, and I'm not talking about the manosphere, they even harder on black women. Like when they say we the ugliest, you know what I mean? I'm thinking they out of shit out of everybody based on what they say. Yeah. Based on
but we never did that. I don't know where they got that. Trying to make a comment on a black woman's looks. Like her looks was, I mean, you can't. There is no comparing it to no man any damn way. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe that's a rollover from the whole hate gender thing in the first place, which is unexplainable. But yeah.
What, you gonna be on the road all weekend?
Yeah, actually trying to play it by ear. We supposed to be getting a tornado up here like Oklahoma and shit.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you about the weather. Is it warm there yet though, or is it still cold?
Yeah, 57. So I was in a blizzard the other night.
Damn, it's warmer than it here. What the hell is going on? Our weather.
Oh yeah, we're in a system. Yeah, it's a low pressure system. So it's gonna be moving that way. Yeah, next about Monday it should be in your area. But yeah, it's this far north. It's almost like tropical. You know, like spring break where you see those. Well, I'm showing it.
Motherfuckers, people having spring break. When I was shocked when people like, look what they did for spring break. I'm like, spring break, bitch, it's still freezing up here.
Nah, I was caught in a blizzard. Fucking, what was that? Tuesday night? Shit. It was 34 degrees when I left. It was raining. But when I got to Iowa, it was 6 inches of snow. Snow plows weren't even out. It was a mess.
I don't think it's been snowing here, you know, because I don't go out much. I want to plant some plants. I feel like I'm not going to be able to do no gardening this year. We already in damn near April. Yeah. My shit should have been already like 4 weeks in the ground, you know, about the, you know what I'm saying, split off and I ain't got no seeds even growing, and I didn't do it indoors. So
yeah,
that means no watermelon. It don't make no sense to even grow no watermelon. That ain't gonna work.
Too late.
Yeah, it's too late for that. Unless we have a late, you know, where last year it was warm.
It was late.
Yeah, it was late. Last year in October, it still was warm.
Yeah.
Now, if it does some shit like that again, then I might be able to, I'm gonna try. But I'm gonna put some seeds down. But it's still too cold. If I put them outside, they're not gonna survive. Because it still goes down to the 30s and shit.
Yeah, you can't even catch a good window. It ain't been warm enough to leave your flip flops on for a couple of days.
And I see if I grow them, put them in the pots, and then put them out, and then bring them back in cold, they'll do something. But I want to just have them in the house for all that under a growing plant, under growing light. I mean.
Yeah, so it's gonna be 60 right here later on, right? But it's Tuesday. It's gonna be back down to 30.
Yeah, and see that'll kill plants. That's the 30 is too cold for them to be in the ground. So yeah, they wouldn't survive that. So that's what I'm saying. You got to wait till that cold break till that shit is no longer going down that low.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that the final freeze and just the warm front to come in. But shit, I'm looking at it. Tomorrow's finna get one more cool dip. But this far north, you know.
Yeah.
I'm looking at down south.
The motherfuckers basking in the sun and our ass still in the cold. Mr. Kev been in the sun for a while. They've been for 2 months, if not more.
Yeah,
shit, we cold up here. I want to go outside.
Yeah, but you heard about that tornado in Mississippi though?
No, when it happened?
Shit, last Friday, hell.
Oh.
A half a mile wide for 60 miles straight and no let up.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know yesterday on the panel, some people had said something crazy, and they were like, "America, we controlling the weather, right?" And I was like, if that was true, we wouldn't be having. I don't think they understand. Like, I get where they want to believe that, but we have droughts in areas that if we controlled the weather, they would definitely be letting it rain in certain areas, right? So and in areas where these tornadoes popping up, we would contain that if we was controlling that.
Yeah,
if they could control the weather, they'd definitely destroy certain areas that they want to destroy, right? If we could control the weather, they can go and destroy a whole area. Like if they wanted to go in Russia and just put a whole big ass storm above them and just take them out. You know what I mean?
Some Noah's Ark shit.
Yeah, and some shit like that. If we was controlling the weather now, are they able to, maybe, I don't know, they learned how rain forms, how you, but I don't think they're controlling the goddamn weather. What you think?
It's not like Xbox, like what they're trying to portray it as, like anytime we get ready, we can make it do any goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are there like experiments that they do, processes that they are fucking with, putting chemicals in the clouds to make them do something they wouldn't normally do? Yeah.
Now that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Because they know how you go in the clouds,
seeding.
certain things to do, and they'll cause certain things.
Yeah.
But even if they did that and they realized that they can control it,
yeah,
they wouldn't really do it much, right?
Yeah, it's not like they got NASA control down there, Houston, and then they say, well, time for it to rain in Nashville. Nashville online, rain, and then get off the button. No, it's not like that.
But I think if they could control it even a little bit, what river that is, where the water is?
Colorado, yeah.
Wouldn't they make it rain as much as possible to get that water in there?
And put out the fires in California.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
I think they actually, I said it as a joke, but now that I think about it, I think they actually did that.
Did what? Put out the fires?
Yeah, fuck with the clouds.
They must have did. Well, it took them a long time because I
but do you hear about the fires now?
Yeah, because it's raining there
like a motherfucker.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Though everything's changed, the shifting in our weather has changed. It's colder here colder here longer, and now California, where it used to rain in other areas, now it's raining in California. So what's happening is a change in the weather, and so I don't think that they're making it rain. I think what's happening is that it's just raining. It rained so much it was a mudslide in California.
Yeah, but like a week straight.
Yeah.
No let up. Yeah.
So I think and that's something that would happen in Louisiana rainy season. It looked like everything just shifting. So
monsoon,
yeah, things that used to happen in other countries are now happening here. Our weather that used to be here years ago are now over there. Maybe, as the world, revolves and get in different positions, maybe it's just changing. And it's not even a abrupt change. It's been changing for years. It's been absolutely changing for years, but therefore it's a gradual something that's been coming, and now here we are in it. And that's why, like you said, some areas that didn't have tornadoes and shit and hurricanes, I think they're gonna be getting them. Places where they didn't have earthquakes and shit. I don't know about the earthquakes, because the earthquakes is based on, well.
Yeah, you gotta be on the fault. Well, I'm on the New Madrid fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt the 3.8 in 2009.
Oh yeah, I'm over here yawning and shit. I didn't wake up.
You been up all night?
No, I woke up maybe when that dude called me from Africa. He keeps calling me. He calls me. It'd be damn near 5 o'clock in the morning. Talk about good morning. I'm like, and I proceed to tell him, hey, it's early here. It's like 5 a.m. Oh, I'm sorry. And he commits to talking. And today I'm like, dude, you keep, and he'll say he's sorry, but then he does it the next day and the next.
Knowing damn well he don't give a damn about waking you up and shit.
Exactly. So I had to get, I was like, today I had to get on him, man. Ooh. I don't know why I'm yawning. I slept through the night, but I kept dreaming something weird. It was dreaming something weird last night. I went to sleep at before 10.
Last night.
Yeah, I was so tired, but I was down there stitching up some stuff down there, cutting fabric, I think most of the day. Actually, no, I think I was, so I cooked first. I made some rolls, some French bread. I made French bread and then piece of dough, which I gotta go down there and check on that.
Making pizza today, Friday.
Yeah. Make some pizza. Leaky Leak loved the pizza, and Leaky Leak like making the pizza. So
yeah,
he's here this weekend with us. So therefore, I made the pizza dough ahead of time. Even though he liked making the dough, but now he likes putting the pizza together.
Yeah.
And so he gets mad if we make the dough and we can't make the pizza right then and there. And
yeah,
so
he's like, "What's the use?"
Yeah, like
you want to get all of it. Yeah.
Yeah. But and you can make a dough and then make it within an hour, but you don't develop nowhere near the flavors that we want.
Yeah.
So that's the thing right there, the flavors. Yeah, I got my recipe down pat. Like it's kind of
Yeah, I thought it was one of them cooking videos when it first popped up. I didn't really pay attention to it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I went and got some more coffee and shit.
Yeah, last Thursday I got a strike. And it's the first strike on.
Yeah. What happened? From what?
I have no idea still yet. And
I thought they gave you an email.
They did. I got the email, but the email says something about spam. And how you do spam on the live and that and links. They mentioned spam and let me see if I can show it. Wait, let me show it to you because maybe I'm it's some dumbass shit. And the reason Google, or should I say YouTube, because they're the same.
You got that goddamn porn bot going from platform to platform. They ain't spam that motherfucker.
Ain't that something? They could come in our chats and they've been doing that shit for a very long time. And
yeah, you can't even block it out.
Let me show you. And maybe that's what they talking about. Maybe there was there some spam?
No, it wasn't. I mean, that shit been coming, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
It have been happened before, yeah.
Let me see.
Well, I wasn't here the whole time, so I don't know what was pretty much.
Let's see. What it's a bomb chair. Okay. When it happened. What's that channel? No, that's not that channel. This channel is attached to this. Okay, what channel? Bomb chair 2020. Okay, let me see. There we go. YouTube. There we go. This share. Okay. It says our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, we think it violates. See what it says? Spam, deceptive practices, and scam policies.
Scam.
That's exactly what it says.
What was the scam?
I have no idea. We would look at the title. The title was Throw Them Back Thursday. And I was talking about the 7 baby mama dude, right? And then we didn't get a chance to talk about Team Fatty versus Jay Prince yet, but I talked about the Tasha K versus Cardi B topic. And I was on the way to talking about that. And then they violate me for spam, deceptive practices, and scam policies. And I had no idea what they're talking about. And then I did a
you talked about Tasha K?
Yeah. Just talked about her losing and that she apologize, pretty much. Okay, so when I thought about it, I was thinking, okay, maybe it has something to do with the Tasha K, Cardi B, right? I was like, maybe that's what it was. And so I fought it, and I said, I have a right to speak, and I'm, we're in America, and I said, and there's so the way they did it, I have a right to fair use, but the way they did it, you can't even use fair use because they not claiming you that you violated fair use. But I think that's what it was. So when I did the appeal, I mentioned that, and I'm like, they keep making rules up as they go along. They have no written rule that violate that
ahead of time.
Yeah, there's no written rule. So what they do, they gave me this false ass motherfucking what you call them. See, because I fight everything, that's why I only have one strike on the channel. Okay, I had no strikes. One strike was the they give you like when you first start your channel, they give you a one-time thing, and you get no punishment. After that, though, any strike you get, it'll be your first strike. Now, strikes go away after I think 3 months, so you can always be on your first strike. As long as you don't get another strike in 3 months. If I get another strike in 3 months, though, I'll be on my second strike, which make me be off for 2 weeks. And then the third one, you just off altogether. But these people make shit up as they go along. And they do it with us black people.
3 strikes and you really the fuck out of there. God damn.
Ain't that something? And it could be strikes that, like, you could have one copyright strike. And then the next strike could be, like you... Like, I don't know, but it's dumb as hell. It's dumb as hell. They take, and some of the stuff don't even be where somebody reported you. It just be that they sensed. And then how you to prove that you had a right to do something? You could prove it after the fact, but by then they done already gave you a strike and took you down. You see what I'm saying? It's the dumbest thing ever, man. It's the dumbest thing ever.
Why is it such a mystery to what you did? It's actually...
They never tell you. See, everything here is a copyright strike.
That sounds like a court, like something that, yeah.
Look, all of this is copyright strikes. But I fought them and beat them all. I even fought the very first one. And they won't let me even fight it because they said it was the very first one. I decided, okay, I'm gonna stop playing games. I'm gonna treat this a little more like business because YouTube. So I fought everything. That's why you see as many emails. You'll see where I got the copyright strike. These are the ones where I got a counter. See where it says copyright counter notification? That's telling me that I won. The counter notifications are telling me where I won. So one day I just decided to fight them all. Some of them was like a year old, and I decided, okay, fuck this. I'm not taking no strikes, no motherfucking more. Hey, Miss Mew, is that you, sis?
Wow.
Well, how you doing, sis?
Good morning, Bomb Cherry. Good morning, Devastating.
Universal.
I was talking about you earlier. Well, I mentioned you earlier. I wasn't talking about you, but I mentioned you earlier on that panel we was on.
Oh, yeah, they was crazy about it. I mean, they was talking about, oh, they're tearing up our own neighborhoods. These black people are dumb. They're stupid. Why are they protesting this black man's death? But I'm going to be honest. Since I've been online, I ain't protesting no more. I'm tired of them. They don't even value you when you protest. No. They call you dumb for protesting they did. I'm like, God.
Ain't that something? Yeah, man. Men who live right there, right, wouldn't even go say they were sitting on their ass, and there were women out there protesting for them. And what they don't, what they didn't say when they said that man lost his company and business and all that, which they didn't understand what we were saying about it's a business, right? But they didn't say that it was the black men beating up on that man. It wasn't women out there. Women are protesting. They got some men out there protesting with us too. But a lot of them young men out there to protest because they want to get rowdy. And so when they pulled that man out of his store and beat him, actually he ran out the store because they was, I think they set it on fire. He ran out the store. He was there to protect it, which is dumb as hell. A black man, why you think you can go in your neighborhood and protect your store when people are angry? And most of the people doing a protest are not all the people in that community, right? Other people, especially what happened with Freddie Gray, that was people out of different cities and states going to help protest. And so where I may live in that neighborhood and I know who he is and I don't want him to get hurt, people from outside coming in to get rowdy. And how much you want to bet it wasn't no black women who pulled him out that store and whipped his ass?
It wasn't Bob.
That's
right. But
right.
you know what pissed me off in that chat, that's why I got quiet. That chat, it was so many men they was calling Trayvon Martin, y'all, a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
A boy walking home with a bag of chips and Skittles and something. Okay. How the hell y'all call this little boy, a baby, a criminal?
That's why you think I look
crazy.
Why you think I don't read the chat? They be saying all kinds of shit. They see because they want to get under your skin. And I don't care what they call me, they don't get under my skin. But some of that shit pisses me off when I watch black people say the stupid shit that I'm watching. Some of them say, like you said.
It wouldn't have got under my skin if they had been cursing me out. I'm gonna be honest. Right. That shit don't get under my skin no more. When you go and attack me, I know who the fuck I am.
Right.
But when you attacking a young boy who got murdered. Unjustly, that shit is like Emmett Till. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? But these black men, I'm sorry, I'm not calling them men no one in madness. I'm calling them males. These males, really and truly, these males, it's like, how you calling Trayvon Martin a criminal? But these males, but you saw how Victor was cooning. He even told you, we got a dominant man up here. And that pissed me off when he called that man a dominant man. He didn't call him a white man. He called him a dominant
man.
We got the dominant man up here.
What part of Mississippi from?
Greensboro,
I don't know.
Or some shit.
Greenville?
Something like
I
that.
think he said something like that, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
it was
South
bad.
Mississippi.
Huh?
Yeah, that's South Jackson, yeah.
Oh no, I'm thinking. I know he's no. Wherever he's at is up north, Miss.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, the way that he speaks and the shit that came out of his mouth.
Oh, I heard him.
Yeah, I was like, oh my.
Just being around a white man, he kept calling him sir and sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, come on.
That's what he grew up. That's what he grew up around. So.
That's right. That's what they taught him.
Yeah.
See, my dad. Listen, my dad raised me. My dad used to call them white people to their face crackers. I ain't even joking. You see what I'm saying? But my dad is also the son of my grandmother who was deadly afraid of him. So if the woman is afraid, the sons grow up wanting to protect their mothers. And my dad wasn't playing. He didn't play with white people. Now, when he got older, he was more accepting because he started working around them. And, but I remember at one point, my dad would say, get your cracker ass off my property. He would quit. They wasn't playing. That's why them white people didn't even know. Them white people didn't even know the prop that we live where we live. Like, you would be able to understand that if I drew by, like people used to drive by our property for years and years and not know. Like when I had somebody bring me home, they was like, what? They got people live back here? Because you have to cross a track. And once you cross the track, we're right on the opposite side of the track. And people just didn't even know that existed. And so they shocked. But once my fucking family, after my dad passed away, them motherfuckers started doing weird shit. Now the white people got our shit on the radar. And now they trying to take it. They trying to take it all kinds of ways. Taxes, this and that. They in there telling my family members what they can and can't do on their property. Like before we could have done what the fuck we want, man. We used to have bonfires and all kinds of shit. We could bury our people. You know, you can't really bury people where you want and how you want, like in this country. You know, they tell you how to do fucking everything. But we was able, if we wanted to, we could have buried our people right in the fucking backyard if we wanted to. But now the motherfuckers come through telling you your porch is too long, or you didn't go get a permit. And the fuck they gonna come on your property and tell you had to get a permit to put up your porch? They not supposed to be able to do that, but they are doing that because everybody around there can't read and write. And so they back there talking about, if you don't do this, what we gonna do? We're gonna fine you. And after so many fines, we take it. And they trying to take it.
Yeah. I don't know, but on my great grandmother's side, we have a lot of land. And one of my cousins was selling a portion of their land across from the land my sister owned. And I bought 7 acres from them. And they didn't give it to me. I had to purchase it, which I'm glad because I own it outright, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, we have a lot of land. And when it got broken off and, you know, some of them started selling it. And the best thing, let me tell you how slick your own family will be. They don't even want to tell you in the family that they're selling their land to give you an opportunity to buy it. You got to find out through courts and through other people. Ain't that weird?
Yeah, that's some weird shit right there.
Instead of letting the family have an opportunity to hurry up and buy it. So when I bought that land, my cousin was shocked that it was us because we wasn't there. We just bought it through a lawyer. But weird. Didn't even want to tell the family that they were selling their land.
Maybe what you think they're keeping a secret so nobody know they got money or something? Like, well, I don't understand why they wouldn't give y'all the opportunity to grab it up first, you know?
I don't know. I didn't even have the money. I put that shit on a credit card.
Yeah.
I'm still paying that off, bro.
Well, but it's your land, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
But you probably could have worked out something with your kinfolk where you could have, you know, that payment you give them the credit card could have went directly to them.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Shit, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, they didn't tell nobody. And when we found out, it was like, I just jumped. You know, my husband was like, I said, baby, I really want it. I started crying. He was like, get it, shit. I was like, okay. Yeah, he don't like for me to be sad, y'all. He be like, shit, do it then, do it. I'm like, okay.
I don't like women to be sad either. Shit, who do? Don't nobody like to be around nobody that's, you know.
These men do. In the management team, these are different.
That's because they motherfuckers is sad. Hell.
I know. Look, I was about to say there's a group of, I said it on the panel. I was like, look, there's a group of men, right, who understand family and duty and just understand humans and they're good people. Good people don't want to see people around them sad, no matter who they are.
Shit, we had fun. Shit. The adults, the kids, I mean, we're just happy when we can get it. I mean, in the context, okay, we in a society. So I'm not saying it was roses 100% of the time, but even more motivation to have fun. Knowing that at some point, you know, there's going to be some ups and downs. So why not make the most of it when you can? But nope. I don't know where this... We got to be miserable 100% of the time, all day, every day, even on the weekend. We can't be happy about a goddamn thing. You don't have one goddamn thing to be fucking happy about in your whole fucking life.
But they get happy once they see black women, because they say that we're not held accountable. They get mad at other men who. That's what I heard. Like Mr. Kevin said, it was over there first. Them niggas. And I listened to it because Mr. Kevin sent me a link. They was claiming that that I'm online doing some porn. They keep saying that. Then they'll say they saw it, but then when people say, "Where's the proof?" And they always say that when I'm not around. They never say it when I'm around.
Bob, lately, everyone Mr. Kev go up and for some reason tuned in, and they just keep on trying to attack him with you. And he keeps saying, he be like, Bomb really be on y'all mind, huh? Like, why y'all, you know, Mr. Kev cool as a fan, man. He handles it. But I'm just like, why they do this to men? You know what I'm saying? Right. And he on other people's panels. He on a man panel right now. Why is you bringing up a woman? This is weird.
Because that's what they you know, that's how they want to beat them.
The truth is, Bomb, they don't like women. That's why they don't want men nowhere around women. They only want men around holy. They want men around only them. They want to keep all of them devastating. They want you to themselves. I promise you.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
I'm not trying to be funny, brother, but that's what it is. They want you to themselves. And I mean, I know you don't want to hear that because if you straight,
what you mean? I don't want to hear it. They ain't never had me. What the fuck?
No, listen. Why you think
you talking about to themselves? Hell, they ain't never had me in partnership with a goddamn thing. Hell,
no, Mr. Listen, they want y'all only to themselves. They don't want y'all around with women. They want you to despise women. They want you to. It's that Kevin Samuels shit. They want men loving men, and they want women to love women. They don't want men to love women and women to love men. I promise you. I promise you this shit.
I already know. Yeah, you're not breaking no news.
Yeah, it's some weird shit. Look how they do Pastor.
I'm saying they're not even shamed. They're not even shamed of it.
You see that? You're a simp. I knew you was a simp, Pastor. Why you on a woman's channel? Why are you watching a woman's channel to shame a black man? Like, this is weird.
No, they're not even ashamed of it no more.
That shit is so weird. These are a bunch of weirdos, and they trying to make themselves the elite of the black community.
Elite of what? What?
Bob, I saw penis too, Bob. I said, God damn, Bob, I said, am I just horny? I said, Bob, I see that shit too now. I think Stockpot Stan was trying to say that lady was cold. But even when I get cold, don't nothing appear down there.
I know that's right. Shit.
Might appear on my nipples. my nipples might get, but nothing down there. Oh my God. I was like, what the hell? I ain't never saw that bar. That is weird. That's funny.
I was like, well, maybe I'm horny. If y'all don't see it, maybe it's just me. Because I see penis, okay? I see it.
I see penis too. Like I see dead people, nigga. I see penis.
Yeah, she said dead.
Oh man.
I was dying laughing in the chat bar.
Man. But yeah, when we was over there, you was right, you know. So the men won't support themselves. They won't help themselves. And then they said, what? Then they kept asking, what did any of this stuff get us? And I'm thinking, so what if when, you know, we wouldn't have civil rights if it wasn't for marching and the things we've done. So
they said none of that made any difference. This is
they don't understand that even when white people have an issue, same type of shit happens, but they make it seem like it's just us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't know how many riots and different things they've had with white people. They motherfucker burn shit down too. Okay. And they don't go to other areas and burn shit down neither. They burn their shit down. And in the last I don't know, damn here besides the Boston Tea Party, like you mentioned, they haven't had anything really where these people really upset, except now they mad. Now the contention is, hey, why should we lose jobs? We not used to having to lose jobs to black people. Let the black people continue to suffer like they've been doing, because we white and we deserve. Like I watched Dr. Phil the other day, and they was talking about white people are being racist to white people because they don't agree with affirmative action because affirmative action keeps white people from getting motherfucking jobs and shit.
But
we're like boo-hoo fucking them. Like what?
No. You don't know that it's our black men who are supporting it and championing that cause. It's our black men who are supporting it. Listen, Jesse Lee Peterson, Anton Daniels, Anchorman, they all say they're against affirmative action, and they all Jesse Lee Peterson straight up says they need more white people than black people.
Mm-hmm.
Anton Daniels say they don't need that many black people because these here baby mamas is gonna come and steal the hubcaps off his tires. They gonna come steal the rims off his car. So this shit is serious. It's serious. They are championing to get rid of everything for black people, for real, for the poor. They're championing the white people over us. Anchorman yesterday, I was gonna do a show today, but I'm so happy you live. Anchorman did a whole show saying the original Manosphere and the Manosphere 2.0 would have turned their head and pretended like they didn't even hear what Just Pearly Thing said, because who cares if she made black women mad? They ain't got nothing to do with them. And I don't know what she said about black women. I thought she said something degenerate about slavery. Right? So is that only black woman was in slavery?
They so dumb.
Crazy.
So Angry Man dumb as fuck anyway. So we don't give a shit. But
yeah, but he basically was saying it's nothing but the simps, and he was blaming it all on black women. What Pearly Thing said is black women fault because they in their spaces, and now they got the black man thinking like them and talking like them.
That's dumb as hell. So the Manosphere are the ones turning on Pearly. Okay, we just watching it.
Yeah, because I don't give a shit about her.
Yeah, we don't give no shit about no motherfucker white woman. They the ones brought her in their space. And now they being looked at like fools. Right? Because she was talking about them the whole time. And now he want to blame it on black women. Like as if we can get the black Manosphere to no longer fuck with Pearl. How we gonna do that? In fact, the more we don't like her, the more they fuck with her. And that's why they're in the position they're in right now, looking like idiots.
Bah, I don't even watch her. You know how I know her content? When you show something or somebody else show something. You don't know that lady content? I wait for y'all to review something and then I get insight. I don't go to them people channel and figure it out for myself. Cause guess what? Fuck them.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't look at her. I do not look at her at all. Like I said, like somebody was playing her yesterday. Mr. Real Estate, he changed his name.
Yeah.
He was playing some stuff, and I was like, God damn. Hey, Taylor. You there? You muted. Taylor.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hey, Taylor.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, listen, she came and kept me company yesterday, Bomb. I went live. I was hoping you came up, Bomb.
Why? What time you went live? Why y'all gotta hit me up? I might have been asleep. I don't know. What time was it?
What time was it about? Yeah, it was about 10.
Oh, I was asleep. Yeah.
10 what? At night?
10 last night, yeah. I only was live for like an hour and a half, something like that.
Man, the last time you was live and I was over there, you told me you were gonna wait for me. I went to the doctors and came right back to get up. You was gone. I was like, damn. You couldn't hold down for 1 hour.
Reese asked you not to go. Yeah. She told her not to go. Yeah. She said
it was like 3. It was only like 4 o'clock. You went to sleep at 4?
Yeah.
You gonna blame her?
I said, Mew, I'll be right back. I gotta go. Remember, I got in the shower and everything. I said, look, I'm about to go to my appointment. I said, but I'll be right back. And I said, you gonna still be on? And she said, yeah, Bob. And I left. And I was back within an hour and you was gone. I was like, damn. And I'll be looking for people panels to go on because it's y'all. It's a lot of
but
work.
no, Bob. I be wanting somebody to
talk to.
Not just talk to, but like not saying just disagree. I be needing like conversation. Like I don't want to be in no echo chamber where everything I say is right. Look, if I'm wrong, tell me. Shit, push back. Shit.
Yeah, but you and I agree though.
Yeah, but make me think of a different way. You know what I'm saying? Make me think something shit different. I see like me and you don't agree on everything, Bob. Me and you don't
not
agree
everything. I think we do kind of agree on mostly everything. I think it's just the LGBT thing might be what we separate.
Oh yeah, you know we're gonna separate on that.
But other than that, I don't think we might just have different points of views on things, but I think we agree a lot. Way more than we disagree.
Yeah, but you kind of got my personality where I listen, even if I agree sometimes with you, Bob, I'll argue. Like I'll do that shit.
Me too. I do it too.
Spice it up. Like just to play devil's advocate. You know, I don't even believe in that shit, but I'll show like my argument, knowing I don't agree with it.
Yeah, I do that too sometimes. Yeah.
You're
right to make it spice up.
Argue with because if you argue with them, you know they're gonna not like you no more. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna take it sensitive.
I'm gonna be honest. I start liking you more. Me, I'll be like, okay, they holding their own. You know, I'll be like, because when y'all go, especially we're a certain age, but with the younger women, and even some of these men, the real world is not friendly, and if they can handle what they put up with online, I think they could do so much better, like in the real world. Like I wish somebody older was teaching me the things, because it's okay to disagree, and we can even argue our points. That's called an argument, and still, and then the next day we come right back on. Not even the next day for me. Like soon as the topic changed, everything about what we were just arguing about changes for me. It goes away.
It does for me too. But I know through real life, even in my family, I have cousins who are sweet as pie. I mean, just the sweetest women in the world. But if you disagree or argue with them or tell them they're wrong about something, they hold it for years. And they'll think you against them. And so I know how people are in real life. So some people are very sensitive and they get their feelings hurt and then they just don't like you no more.
I think that's how people think I am, because they're like when I'm arguing with y'all and disagree, sometimes really on purpose. I forgot the last time I did that one day long ago. We was arguing something and I know y'all had to know that I was just like I was holding it down though. I was like, yeah, y'all.
You was trolling.
Yes, I was. And then everybody get quiet. And they get quiet. I'm like, yo, y'all don't get quiet. Stand on what you believe in for real. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I do understand at times people be like, okay, I'm just not gonna argue the point. I agree. I disagree with you. You disagree with me, and we move on. That's respectable too. But sometimes I'll be pushing, because it's a good conversation. I do it especially to those who I know can handle it. Like they got a group of women who I purposely, like, at times I'll get in and I'll start messing with them, but I know they can handle it.
That's like Mella.
You know who I mess with a lot? I used to mess with Tequila, huh?
Oh, Tequila. Oh,
because Tequila need to toughen up, because them men was over there, and even though, like I say, she held her own.
You was trying to toughen her up, but it really hurt her feelings, honestly.
I do want to apologize to her, but I'm gonna be honest, right? So, because I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. Like I care about her. I really like her. Right? She's really nice.
Her. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. The men though, like I watched. When I first met her, I think when I met her through you.
No, Bob, listen, I get it, because when the men go off on Tequila tell you, if I show up, I'm cussing people out I don't even know. Fuck all of y'all, you bitch ass niggas, you punk ass bitch ass niggas. I don't even have to know. I just know it sounds like they're going in on her because
they do. Because she's nice.
She's so sweet. Yeah. So I used to be like, For real. And I heard you in verbal trying to go in on her, and I backed up to see for her to fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
and
that's all we were doing.
And I was like, no, Tequila, not taking it like that. But I really was kind of backed up so she could curse y'all out or something. You know what I'm saying?
And we'll be okay. Even if she don't want to use cuss word.
Even if you don't use cuss word, I'm saying tell you about yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. She need to do that, or because these men going see, she might think I'm being mean to her, but I really care. The men purposely want to hurt her.
Sweet. And the thing is, she have a really genuine good heart. And online, when people go at, I'm gonna be honest with you, she is my trigger. When men go at Tequila, y'all don't know. I would hate them men. I still hate the same ones. I promise you.
I do too.
And they ain't even went off on me. They be trying to show me respect, and I still hate them men. Like,
yes, because that was wrong. Because she legit was up there being nice to everybody. Even when they pushed her, she remained nice, and they just go harder and harder. You see what I'm saying?
I'm gonna be Tequila. Bob, she just be like, I just want the men to do better. I just want Black men to do a little better. You know, I think that I know that there are good in our people, and I want you guys just to do better.
They don't hear all that.
Fuck all that. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, you dumb hoe. You dumb bitch. And I be like,
I mean, for real. Like, the thing is, though, and I understand. I'm not trying to tell.
So fucking mad.
I'm really not trying to tell people what to do and how they should think. But like, this is exactly why I don't do the whole group thinking. I'm an individualist, and I treat people the way they fucking treat me. Like this pro-black shit. This, like, listen. It's 2020 goddamn 3. Of course you're supposed to be proud of you being Black, but like
no. But Tequila is not pro-Black. She not like that. She is just a sweet person.
And she don't know these niggas.
No. But listen, her life, she's had good Black women, because she always brags to y'all about her mom and her grandmom, her dad. She got 2 dads, a dad and a step. She had good people around her. So the thing is, her lived experience is she had great women and great men around her. So the thing is, Tequila don't have this disdain for these niggas. And I really and genuinely don't have a disdain for them, because I also had what she had, right? I didn't have a bunch of fucking people cursing me or telling me, like, my father and stuff never cursed. You know, my uncles would curse. And I'm gonna be honest, I got into a huge thing with one of my uncles. He was like, yeah, because you curse in front of me, niece. But when my brother come around, which is my other uncle, you won't even say a curse word, because you know what? That uncle never cursed in front of me. He's like a Bible thumper. And he just, it's not that I love them different. It's just I treat them different, because one uncle always cursing and chasing women and drinking, and one uncle is more into church and families. You know, it's not that I love them any different. It's just you're gonna show a little more respect or restraint around one. You know what I'm saying? Like my dad would never curse a woman out. You know that?
How your dad doing, by the way? I want to ask you, because I know after,
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. In the last month and a half, it seemed like my dad done aged damn near 10 years. This shit is so horrible. Yeah. And that's the worst thing, like, for a parent to lose a child. But
yeah,
that's the most, but anyway, I don't want to talk about that, but
okay. Just want to ask, I feel like we family, like y'all don't understand. I be sitting here sometimes, even though I don't be live, I be live. I be thinking about y'all. I be like, I wonder what Taylor doing right now. I wonder what Leslie doing right now. Mother Earth, I really do. All of you, like, I haven't seen in a while, and I'm hoping that she okay. I think she was on not your panel. I mean, by verbal, and I think by the time I spoke to her, she probably was gone. And that's Queen. God damn it, y'all. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
I do not. Respectfully.
Queen. what you call him, Queen?
Queen of Cali?
No, Queen of Cali still here.
Queen Sun, Cascade?
No,
Queen
no.
Cascade. Queen of Cali. Queen Cascade.
Like, I don't know what I can't picture it right now. What you call him, Queen? Remember remember her and the women be getting into it, her and the men sometimes get into it. She don't really come on panels, but she a few times. God damn it. Her name
I think you're talking about Queen Cascade, Bomb.
No. Aries Queen. Aries Queen.
Oh.
There you go. I haven't seen Aries Queen in a minute. But I'll be thinking.
Yeah, I like Aries Queen. Aries Queen be cussing me out sometimes.
Yeah, like
I miss Aries Queen. She keep it real. Sugar Mom too. Sugar Mom, when she don't agree with me, she used to go in on me, but I love Sugar Bomb, the queen of the fucking chat. Everywhere I go, Sugar Bomb in the chat.
Man, she be
cussing
bouncing
them niggas out.
Yes, she do. Sugar Bomb, and they used to it too. Yeah, they used to it. She gonna keep it 100 with them dudes over there. It's something.
Yeah, but you need Sugar Bomb because let me tell you something. It keeps the chat spicy. Sometimes it don't even be on the topic. You gotta really read the chat. They be having their own insulting conversations going on. It don't have nothing to do with the panel. So that's the reason why, like when I go to other people's shows, I try not to read the panel because a lot of times they're not even talking about what we discussing, and it'll throw you off.
Yeah, you mean read the chat while you're on the panel?
Yeah. When you on the panel and you reading the chat because they having their own argument in the chat.
Yes, they do. I be trying to read every once in a while, and I'll be like, okay, I don't know what they're talking about. Let me. And I don't care what people think about me because the men. The first thing they say, oh, she about to change the whole topic. It's like they're not even, I don't understand those. I don't understand men these days. Not these group of men. This is a different generation of motherfuckers, and they claim they're not the ones who everybody deserve trophies. That's exactly what they are. No, I know.
They're not old. This dude Vic is not old at all. Taylor, how he was calling this man from jump. The dominant man. We got the dominant man here.
Yeah, because he that old Negro spiritual slave.
Oh, that's what you mean. You're right,
what it is. Like, listen, like nobody, like I don't know if it's just where I'm from or how I was raised, but I don't give a fuck about no white person like that and what they think or what they fucking got to say.
Right.
I go wherever the hell I want to go.
Then he was trying to check Bomb and say, well, keep it the same way when the women come over here. Listen, the only two white women that come over there is Mo and that Lindsay. And both of them are young, drug addicts, drunks.
Not drunk.
And they're cool, though, but they're cool. I'm not trying to knock them. God forgive me. I'm not trying to say nothing bad about them. But I'm saying, usually y'all know when Lindsay come over, I
don't know her. I don't think
when Lindsay come over, she's drunk.
I don't know neither one.
She come over to Jay Prince channel. She go to Fight Club and she be drunk. I'm gonna be honest, and she'll be crying sometimes and saying, "I'm sorry, I'm fucked up." Yes, but you know what I love about them? They don't target Black women, and they just seem like they want to be on somebody's live chat. They don't come for Black women. What this white man was doing last night, let me tell you, he was testing the waters to come at. They see how Black men feel about Black women, but the truth is, he's fucking with these Black men, and this is the thing. Okay, just let me tell you this here, Bomb. Okay, Taylor, I really rock with Bomb, right? Now you know this. Just say I don't really know you, but I rock with Bomb. So you're gonna come and say, Lima, fuck Bomb. That beat, that. You testing to see if I'm gonna say nothing. If I say nothing and let you slide with it, you feel like I'm soft, right? If I just say, well, hold on, she not really that bad at it, then you still feel like I'm soft and I'm weak. But if I say, bitch, fuck you, hoe, you know that, then you're gonna be like, whoa, you know, she don't play about her. You get what I'm saying? It's all a test. This man with this fucking trailer park homeless motherfucking man that was on there was fucking with, what's her name? Auntie J. And he wanted to see the reaction. And the men that didn't check that shit, it was just showing them their weakness. It wasn't even the fact they looking at how the women with you and PhD Diva was on attack. But
that's right.
Let me tell you, from a fucking strategy point, I played chess. And that was a cancel move, what he did. I saw that shit in the chat. That shit was a cancel. He fucking canceled on the motherfuckers and was going in for destruction.
Yeah,
and they didn't even see it.
They don't even see. They still don't see it. They keep saying that the women, they did this, and then they kept saying, "Well, we don't care what he think." No, not. I don't care.
What they do though. That's the thing.
They do. Yes, they care, and that's why they were siding with him. So if me and him gonna go back and forth, then let me and him go back and forth. The dude Vic kept jumping in. He kept wanting to, he kept and wanting me to be docile like him, and I'm like, sit your punk ass down somewhere. And then I had to yell because they done lowered my mic. Mew had to up my mic for me, but they've since lowered it again though. Okay, now I'm not, listen, this shit ain't that important for me to go hook my goddamn. I do have a mic around here somewhere. I don't know where that shit at. Like I don't know if we use it. Okay, paid $200 for the goddamn mic. Quite a few years ago. Okay, but I ain't got time to be. This shit ain't that important for me to plug up a mic with my laptop and be walking around this goddamn house.
Listen, fuck these niggas. Fuck a Just Pearly. Okay, fuck the bitches and niggas that want to defend her, and it's just straight like that. Like I don't know. I don't have the patience anymore to really to even go back and forth with these individuals on here like that, because it's so at this point it's pathetic. Like a lot of them are just so fucking pathetic, and we all know the reason why they're defending this chick. They think because what happened is because when Kevin Samuels died, that was their way to come up.
Right.
So they thought that, Kevin Samuels was going to take everybody with him. So they ride his coattails. But since he died, they need another source to do that. So who's the other source? Just Pearly. That's why all of them, Obsidian want to get put on. Angry Man's old ratchet ass wants to get put on. So, I mean, they could be bought. They're hoes, essentially.
Well, they hoes. They are hoes. Then the one who really pulled in this area, if I'm correct, was that Daniels dude, Anton. He paid people to come up so he can get the numbers, which essentially makes a business sense, right? It's just that when they grasping for any and everybody, they don't know what they get. Think about a white person who already got 1 million views. Why would they come over by you when you have less than they do, right? Even though they want some numbers too, but they, I bet you he kissed her ass and told her how, because all she mentions is Kevin Samuels. She mentioned Kevin's name all the time. Well, Kevin says this. Man, I'm looking at this TV, y'all, and they showing me food, and it is 12 o'clock. I'm hungry. It's a piece of they showed me a Philly cheesesteak.
That sounds good.
How you pronounce it? Start with Empanadas.
And empanada.
Empanada. That's how you said. It looked like it looked like a pizza, but wrapped up, kind of like.
Yeah, that's an empanada.
Empanada.
Are they good? I never had one.
Yeah,
it looks good though.
I've only had the I had the Mexican ones.
Yeah, it's a Mexican meal, empanada.
That's a Chipotle commercial.
It's not a commercial. It's on the news, and I guess they at a restaurant, and they're showing the different things. But this should look good. It looked like almost like a cheesesteak, except it's inside the roll instead of it being a sandwich. I might make something like that. I might see how to make the crust. It'll just look like a roll. I'm hungry, so everything looking good. God damn. Then it made look a meatball sandwich, cheesesteak.
Meatball.
I never liked cheesesteaks when I first went. So you could tell that I'm so far removed from my own food culture, right? The culture, food from my culture, because when I first came to Delaware, my husband was bragging about a Philly cheesesteak, and he took me to this place to get a Philly cheesesteak, and I thought to myself, the fuck is he bragging about this dumbass shit right here for? Like, I'm from where we sell po' boys, baby. You know what I'm saying?
When we went to Philadelphia, my husband was like, we got to get the best Philly cheesesteak. So, damn, what's the name of this place? So a guy on the plane told my husband about this restaurant, right? And so we went and got this Philly cheesesteak and we ate it, right? And like on the third bite, my husband was looking at me and I'm looking at him, and he said, "This not better than roast beef, po' boy."
That's what I was just about to say before you stop me. A roast. See, I be mentioning shrimp po' boy, but see that roast beef po' boy though, man, that y'all, the gravy is on the bread.
Oh my God.
Oh
Our
my.
roast beef po' boy, we put gravy on it, man. It's the bomb. It's how they think a Philly cheesesteak is all day? That shit was not all day.
That shit was dry and faded. That's what I'm saying. Like when hubby bragged about this thing, I'm thinking it's gonna be like good. Like they brag about it. But that shit is, yeah, I'm gonna have to say I give it a 0. But just last week, hubby said when we went to go see the movie, remember I told y'all for my anniversary I wanted to see John Wick, and it came out. So we saw it on the first day it came out. And then right after that, he said, "You want to get a cheesesteak?" And I was like, okay. And we got one. That shit was long as hell, long as my bed, damn near one sandwich. It took me 2 days to eat it with his help, by the way. I didn't even eat. He helped me eat half of it. One half is longer than, like, it's like a foot. The half of the sandwich. Yeah. That shit in remember when you used to get a foot long from Subway? That shit ain't a foot long no more, right? That shit, then they cut that shit. Yeah, that shit. They took 2 to 3 inches off that shit.
They ain't cut the
they
price
showed
ain't cut though.
The price went up and it got smaller. Damn, remember when it was $5, you could get $7 for the man. I remember when it was $5 for a foot long. That wasn't even that long ago. It was essentially, but it seemed like it was like 10 years ago. And now that shit $13. God damn, $17.
That's more than $1 a foot.
Man, that's crazy. But everything to change. Last night, y'all, I had a burger. No, it wasn't last night, night before. I ain't gonna lie, like smelling the burger, I felt like I was a kid again. In New Orleans, they have these little small delis, like the local grocery store in the neighborhood that they used to have, where if your mom didn't have no money, you still can go there and get stuff, right? And your mom will pay them, I guess, on payday.
My granddad had a tab.
Yeah. So, but I remember mom sending me, and like she would call them up, make the order, and then send us to go to the store. I was so young. Like back in the day, if we compare what our people did back in the day today, we would think they were just not good parents, to be honest, right? Because I wasn't even in first grade. I'm thinking kindergarten, actually. And my mom used to send me around the corner to go to the store. And I was so young, I couldn't even read. She would write it on a note, and I would just give it to him.
A yellow piece of paper. That's
just a piece of paper, you know. But it was safer back then.
Yeah, you know, at least fucking with nobody right there. Everybody knew everybody, so
yeah. So
checkpoints.
I think I told a story once where my mom gave me the money to go around to get the sandwich, and when I was going, some of my friends, you know, I'm a little girl, so you know, they kids too. They asked me where I'm going. I'm like, I gotta go to the store, and they say, okay, let me see, and I showed them the money. You know, I'm going to the store, and they say, okay, give me the money, and then they say, count to 10. We playing while we go to the store, and I gave them the money. I counted to 10, like we playing hide go seek, and the motherfuckers was gone. That's how young I was, and my mom, right? I had to tell my mom they took the money from me. I'll never forget that. You know, I thought my mom would be mad at me, but she wasn't. But when you're grown and you look at the shit you did when you was a kid, they was a little older than me. And them kids took the money, and my mom walked me over there to their house and knocked at their mama's door and told them what their kids had done. I thought my mom was gonna fight that day, and my mom not even a fighter. And that woman gave my mama back that motherfucking money.
Yeah.
Then I wasn't even. I probably was kindergarten. I know for a fact we were still living in New Orleans at that address that I'm thinking about. So we moved by the time I went to first grade into another part of New Orleans. So that's how I know I was that young, but it's crazy, man. So remember we used to go buy cigarettes? I guess because kids wasn't, TV taught us to do a lot of things, y'all. That's why, even though we blame it on the music, I think it's more TV and the movies because.
Wait, Bomb. I tell my children in front of my dad this story. My daddy used to, I'm talking about all my childhood. I'm talking about 7, 8 years old. Send us to the store with a note. And I'm talking about I used to get beer, cigarettes, and listen, what he didn't write on a note was my candy or something, because I would put all kinds of candy and chips up there for me and my sisters and brothers. And the guy would say, this ain't on a note. Did your father tell you to get this too? I shook my head. Yeah. He would add that to the bill. I never had no money, but I would be buying, I'm talking about as a little kid, 7, 8 years old, beer, cigarettes, alcohol, you know what I'm saying? We would buy whatever was on that note, and then you know what kids did? Add candy and chips and cookies.
Yeah, whatever, yeah. When nobody calling the police, oh, he stole, or I ain't hear nobody
we
getting
didn't
in trouble
steal, we
for
would
it.
just add it. And guess what? When payday came, my dad had to go pay that tab.
Yeah, whatever it was, whatever it said.
Back then, shit was cheaper too. Remember penny candies and
yeah. But back then, honestly, we didn't steal in the stores. We actually
we didn't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was about to say.
Counter, and they added to the tab.
That's why I was about to say the movies, like things that like kids smoking behind their family back, their parents' back. I didn't start seeing that shit until. Like they started showing us that in the movies where the kids would do things, stealing out the stores. I started watching that in the movies.
We ain't need to.
Yeah, we had to do none of that shit, right? We knew the grocer, we like the person in the neighborhood, because they was one of the people that if you did something wrong, they would tell your parents. They could whip you if you was in that store stealing. They could whip your ass, and then. Like I said, if they whip your ass and told your parents that they whip you, then now your parents gonna whip you. It's gonna be worse.
A guaranteed whooping.
That's a guaranteed whooping. If somebody else whip you, it's a guarantee. It wasn't like they would say, "Well, you already got whipped."
Debatable, yeah.
Nah, you getting a whipping for embarrassing your parents. Yeah. And so, do y'all think when they took out spankings and start wanting to arrest parents?
Well, Bob, I'm gonna be honest. My dad wasn't like that. I had an uncle, and he threatened to whip me. And I told, he didn't threaten to whip me. I'm lying. He threatened to whip my sister. And I told him, I said, my daddy said nobody can whip us. And he was like, girl, shut up. I said, can I call my dad? He was like, call your dad. I'm gonna tell your dad I'm gonna whip your sister, and then I'm gonna whip you. I called my dad. My daddy said, told my uncle, don't touch her. Like, my pa didn't play. My pa was an African for real, y'all. My pa did not play that. And let me tell you this here. He was an African. He loved his people. My dad loved everybody, but he was strong in his ways. If you need to be hit, he only wanted him to hit you. He didn't want everybody to hit you. Mm-hmm. And that came from my mama's side and then my adopted mom's side. He didn't play that shit. African people do not play that everybody in the world could abuse or hit their children. If you hit one of his children, first of all, my dad always made it to where we had to be extra respectful, right? So it was certain things he knew we just wouldn't do. And it's just like my kids. You can't, a lady, I'll never forget, I lived in Alexandria, Louisiana. And my son is very handsome. And I'm talking about this boy was only 10 years old. And they had these two little girls that used to fight behind him. And one of the moms took it upon herself and said, y'all fighting over this little stanky, dirty boy, this, that, and other. But then she wound up cursing my son out. So like 10 children come to my house. And they like, she just cursed him out, blah, 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 blah. And I'm telling the kids, okay, y'all go sit down. I'll walk to the lady house. And they got all these kids. I'm telling them, y'all go home. Don't follow me, So I go knock on the lady's door. And I talked to her very respectful. I said, ma'am, this is my son. And he told me that, it was a fight and your daughter and another girl. I understand you're upset. But my son upset because he said you was calling him all kind of, curse words and stuff. And she was like, no, did he tell you that he was calling me bitches and whores? I said, him right here? She was like, yeah. And I was like, ma'am, my son, this one right here, because I have another son probably would have did it. I'm going to be honest. I will point at that one specifically to, specifically to make sure she had the right child. And I said, him? She was like, yes, he was saying all this and that. And I'm like, I know this boy's super respectful. He a grown man and he's still super respectful, And I'm like, And so I was just quiet. And then I told her, I said, well, in the future, if you have any problems with him, I'm just saying, just let me know. I'm going to take care of it because I don't want him to be disrespectful to no adult. And then she just comes and put her finger in my son's face. Yeah, and little nigga, and bitch, tell your mama. I said, excuse me? I said, hold on. Did you just call my son a bitch? I ain't gonna tell y'all. I fought that lady all inside her house. That lady tried to get inside her door. I went inside her house and was fighting her. All on her own sofas, y'all. And that's not some shit I would do. That's not nothing I'm saying was good. Mm-hmm. But I knew she was lying on my son from the jump. But then when she had the nerve to curse my child in front of me, man, I don't know what happened. But I fought that lady out inside the house. And my husband was so angry. He was like, what if you would have went in her house and she would have shot you? I was like, shit, we started outside. She tried to run inside. I was just on that ass, Like, I wasn't letting her get away. But I mean, anyway, she called the police and all this. It wasn't good because he was in the military. So, but anyway, I'm not advising nobody to do that. But I'm just saying, your children. If she had said my daughter had cursed her, I'm gonna be honest. None of my kids would have cursed no adult woman out. But my daughter and my other son, maybe they would have gave her some flap. You know what I'm saying? But that one son, man, your children. Your children.
Yeah, you know them. Yeah, that's a fact.
You know your children.
Ain't nothing gonna make him that mad.
Yeah, but I got a son who wouldn't.
This day, Bomb. If you curse my son out, my son will have a bad look on his face, or he'd be like, "You tripping." But my son would not he would not curse you back out.
Go back and
That's
forth.
just him.
Yeah,
He not. He like his daddy. He like my husband. He not gonna curse you. He'll walk off and be like, "Man, you fucking tripping." Yeah. He'll leave. He not. Even as a grown man, a 28, he not that type of dude. Yeah. So even at 10, you couldn't convince me that boy did it. No, you know your children.
Yeah, you know them. I agree. Like when that woman came and told me that my son asked her for oral sex. I was like, what? And I looked at him. I'm like, girl, I didn't believe that shit. Like when she said that, girl, everything she was telling me went out the window. Right? And then she came back and told me the truth after, though. Right after. When it was in front of my husband, that's when she lied. But then when she knocked at the door like 5 minutes later, she actually could have just been me this time. And that's when she said, well, I asked him and then she said, and then she told me she did it. Because at first she said he asked her to do it and she didn't do it. So I thought she came over to tell me my son was being disrespectful. She told me that the other little boys in the neighborhood are now asking her to do this. So I did believe that. See, that's why she was telling, because I guess it had gotten out to the, because now all the little boys know that she does that. And
Mom, you remember that conversation that Caitlin and all of us, and even my husband, I let him, try to chime in and,
Yeah.
Do you remember that conversation? Took that shit. Caitlin took that shit over the Taz channel. You know what?
What it was about? What
I'm gonna let it go.
No, what happened? I forgot what it was about. I remember.
Listen, this is the thing. Men and women think differently.
Right. Oh, I know what you're talking about with the boys, right?
Yeah,
With the boys.
I told you a story about my son. My 25-year-old, he's 25 now. But at the time he was 15. And I used to have call poets. And I told y'all that he was flirting with a 28-year-old woman. She came inside my home and she said, "You need to get him, girl. He a mess. He out there trying to get his Mac on." Right? That's what she told me. This grown woman, she said, "Your son out there trying to get his Mac on with me." And I was like, "What?" I said, "Well, what he did?" She was like, blah, blah, blah. He asked for my phone number and this, that, and the other. So I talked to him. I said, "Hey, don't play with her. She's grown." You know what I'm saying? And so I even told my husband to talk to the boy. Right. So I told everybody this story. So later on that night, I had guests, so I couldn't just entertain it the whole time. I had a game to run. I'm running the call team.
Right.
But anyway, so later on at night when everybody left, well, really the next day, everybody didn't leave that night because my call games used to run.
Yeah, they last all night. Yeah.
To the next day. So anyway, when everybody was gone and, everybody had rest, I talked to my son and I was telling my husband, "Tell him that's not appropriate." My husband kept laughing. He was like, "He just being a boy." I'm like, "No." I was against that shit. I'm like, "No, that's a grown woman. I don't want him playing with no adult women." And I even told my husband, I said, "Okay," because our daughter was a little younger. I said, "So when she turned 15, you think it'll be okay for her to run behind a 28-year-old man?" And he was like, "Oh, no, because I'll whip her ass and I'll shoot him." Right? Me and my husband still to this day have the same argument. He says it's different. I'm going to be honest. I feel like men are the worst representative of men, of boys. I promise you, because you hear these men online talking about these older women who 30 years old taking advantage of 16-year-old men, right? Or 16-year-old boys, right? Women are not for that shit on boys or girls account. We want all of them to go to jail. It's the men who try to normalize that shit. Even my husband was on your panel talking about, well, he was just flirting. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying?
My husband too. That's what I'm saying.
But
so
if our daughter did it, you would want to whip her ass and shoot this nigga. But if your son do it, you thinking it's jokes. You know what I'm saying? You laughing that your son just had the nerve to flirt with a 28-year-old. But you're not gonna whip his ass and won't shoot her. You see what I'm saying? Which I'm gonna be honest, in my story, the lady did not wrong. She actually came and told me, "Get your son. He actually trying to mac on me." You understand?
I remember that. Yeah.
But these men try to turn that shit. They try to turn every story as if women are just being predators out here. No, let me tell you something. It's like we in our community, and I'm gonna tell you, it's not no fucking we. It's not the women. It's the men. They promote that shit for a young boy. And even my husband, I'm gonna tell you, we argue about this still to this day. Y'all will laugh and joke when a young boy is being mannish and flirting with an old ass woman and think it's funny. But then you don't want to whip your daughter ass or shoot a man if he playing with your daughter. To me, and my husband always say it's because the lady was really petite and short. He was like, man, look how short and skinny she is. Man, look how he hover over her. She can't take advantage of him. If anything, even though he's young, he'll take advantage of her. And I used to tell him no, but mentally she could fuck his head up because she's too old for his age. You know, mental don't have the same thing with physical. People don't realize that.
Right.
Mentally,
but you also got to realize that males mental the way they process things is different than us. So even though what we may say he could play with his head, the only thing he not caring about none of that shit. She playing with his head. She
in that same year.
That's it.
Yeah, but in that same year in the city we was living in, which I think it was Norfolk, Virginia. But listen, they had a lady who was a white lady who was dating her stepson's friend. She was sexualizing, having sex with an 18-year-old boy. This lady was in her 30s. She got her boyfriend, that 18-year-old, to kill her husband and said the man was abusing her. And they showed that she never called the police on her husband. They don't even know if that shit wasn't true. She just wanted his life insurance money. That is a mental fucking gymnastics she played on this young boy.
You don't think she could have did that to even with an older man? Lie to him?
No.
I do. Yes,
so
a lot of men.
An older man would have been like, just leave his ass.
No, that's not even true. That's not true. There's a lot of men who are in jail, you know, who went to jail for protecting a woman. Why didn't he tell her to just leave? He could have just said, well,
because he was young and dumb and he just believed.
No, I'm talking about the older men. I'm talking about the older men too. So I understand what you're saying, but just because he's young, him being young could have played a part in that. But I think there's older men who would have who have fallen for that too. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, no, that makes sense what you're saying. Like, if the woman is out and she's doing some shit like that, now you're talking about her getting him to kill people and shit. So I do understand that.
What I'm saying is that happened all that same year. And me and my husband still to this day have this argument. And his thing is, because this lady was so small and petite, and my son's 6'4", and you telling me that he gonna be scared of her, and you telling me she gonna run him. And I'm like, it's not the fact. That is not the point. The point is mentally, she's older and more stable in her thinking and can corrupt. Listen, these old men, when they get with them young girls, yeah, they are stronger in this. But unless they violently trying to do something, what they do is what they call it grooming. They're very nice to these young girls, right? They manipulating them in a different way. They're not using their brute strength to get these young girls to like them. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. This woman who was my friend, she wasn't a predator. Like I said, she came and told me, girl, get your son. He's trying to mac on me. Right. But I'm saying is, if she was a manipulator, she would have been trying to groom him. You see what I'm saying? And make him think all these things and could manipulate him to do things that was against his family, against us, against other people. That's all I'm saying. I just think that men believe only in the physical strength that they have. Yeah, my son could have knocked her ass out because she was so tiny. But at the end of the day, mentally, she's smarter than you. She's too much older than you.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh no, I agree with you. I'm just saying that the argument that the men have versus what we have, everybody's seen it differently. Because my husband was on saying the same thing your husband was saying. You know, my son say the same thing. He don't think that he was abused. And then, but people didn't want to convince and make it seem like he was abused. They keep saying he was abused. And so it's almost like they want to push that he's a victim, even when he keeps saying I wasn't a victim. And my son is 28 now, or he'll be 28 in a week coming up. And he don't feel like he was a victim still at 28. So
I mean,
and then we have young women too who dated older men and who said they wasn't victims. And so if they say they're not a victim, who are we? And I'm not talking about you or, I'm not even talking about me or nobody. I'm just saying who's other people to then claim, hey, but you've been victimized. You a victim. We claim that everybody playing victim, and then we want to push people into being victims.
What I'm saying is, I feel like this here. If that would have happened, I would felt like I would have wanted that woman to go to jail. I would have whipped her ass, and then I would have wanted her to go to jail, and then I would have went to every court proceeding. If it was my daughter, it's the same thing. I would have wanted his ass beat, and I would want him to go to jail too.
Yeah, but what you want and what happens is the same thing, though.
Yeah,
like
but what I'm saying is
men, and it didn't happen.
Men turned that subject over at Taz now and was trying to make it seem like, you see, when a woman violate a boy, a young boy, they don't take accountability. They let women do whatever they want to abuse boys. And I'm like, we're not saying it's okay. You men are the ones saying this shit is okay. That's what I'm saying. They flipped the damn story. It wasn't no woman on this panel, on Bomb Cherry panel, that said that shit was okay. Not one. It was the men that was saying, Rue, my husband, other men they were saying, oh, he was just getting his Mac on. You know what I'm saying? It was women, we were saying, hell no, we want to beat that bitch. We were saying the whole opposite. We wanted her to go to jail like a man would, if that happened. But the men that's what I'm saying. To me, men are their own worst advocates. I promise you.
Well, I mean,
but they go to other spaces, and I'm not talking about you, Caitlin, because I really wanted to talk to you about that over here. But you go to other spaces and you bring up subjects from over here, and then try to say it like that everybody over here was against you. Nobody over here, the women were not against you. It's just men and women, we do really and truly think different. They believe that that's a good thing for a young boy to get. It's like Boosie. I feel like Boosie should be in jail. I'm going to be honest with you. Boosie hired, prostitutes to sleep with his 15-year-old son because he said he didn't want to have no gay boy. To me, that's rape or something. It's something sinister. That's horrible. Because when they ask you, would you pay prostitutes to sleep with your daughter? He like, hell no. But see, that's what I'm saying. It's not women who thinking this shit is okay. It's you men who think it's okay. And then you want to turn the shit on women. That's what I'm saying.
Now, I agree with that. Because the men, for years on here, I've seen the men, right, in the manosphere in particular, brag about being able to get older women. Or they, when they were younger, they were messing with older women, which I don't believe them anyway, right? Not most of them anyway. But then after that, though, after bragging about it, then they throw it in the women's face, talking about, women predators. So which one is it? What you experienced? Is that something you wanted? Or is it something that now you feel like you was victimized? So that's why, listen, I listen to the men. When it comes to my sons and stuff like that, I listen to the men. Because we do think differently. Everything about the situation is different. And if they say they're not being abused, then they're not being abused. Especially the person themselves who went through whatever it was, but they say they're not abused, and they're not abused. And it's weird because we living in a world where everybody else who don't even know the situation, they just want to claim now that somebody was abused.
Yeah, well, I don't think I'm saying, Bond, is when you go to different spaces carrying a message, sometimes they get misconstrued and it gets seen like the women over here was condoning it. It was not the women.
No,
it was
nobody
men.
was condoning it. I kept saying,
yeah, it was men who kept saying, "Oh, he a player. Oh, he got what he." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he was trying to get that older woman, or flirting with that woman. Listen, I still hold my ground. That I don't care if it was a boy or a girl. Even if they are the ones who are flirting with an older person, the older person is the one who's responsible to not do that shit.
Oh yeah. No, I agree with you.
That's how I feel about it.
I think I kept saying that. Remember that night I kept saying, ladies, I kept saying we all agree. We all the women up here, we agree. It's just that, we listening to the men. And so I think, are we saying that just because we women that we're right all the time? Like my sons think because they are men or were boys, right? They think like the other boys and the other men. Your daughter's gonna think like you. Your son's gonna think like their fathers or other men.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Women want to. We want to control everything. We want to even control how our sons and husbands think. And if that's what
listen, I accept how my husband. I tell people all the time, we don't agree on everything.
Exactly.
On certain hot subjects, me and my husband, we just know we don't agree. He know and I know we don't agree. I mean, like, we know we don't agree on certain things because certain things I think is foolishness. And certain things he think is foolishness. But I'm saying on that's a hot topic in my house because I always tell him that leaves little boys can be abused by women. He says he feel like teenage boys can't be abused by grown women. I differ. Mm-hmm. I really think it's different because he feel like a teenage boy can fight off a grown woman.
Right.
Yeah,
and
but
he's right
not
about
if
that.
They're being grown, not if they're being manipulated.
Right. No, I agree with you 100% on that. And the men gonna think one way, and we can't make them think a different way because if we could have, we would have done that centuries ago. Okay, it would have been happening centuries ago. And so sometimes we just realize that men and women think differently. So I agree with you 100% what you say. But yeah, if anybody was claiming that we as the women were saying that we thought it was okay, then that's not true because we kept repeating it. So I don't know what else we could have done on that panel besides we was having the discussion and the men were disagreeing with the women. And
no, it's just that Sister Caitlin kept saying that she was attacked. And she was attacked for fighting for boys. I was attacked for fighting for boys. And I'm saying, you weren't really being attacked, honey. You just had this pushback because they didn't agree with that. It wasn't the men weren't attacking you. Rue was kind of strong and saying, no, we want that pussy.
But that's rude though,
pussy. Teenage boys want that pussy. That was rude, stupid ass. But the other men didn't talk vulgar like that. The other men was like, oh, it's just a difference. Yeah, I don't think, It was, and there was nobody attacking her on it. That was weird to me for you to even bring that to another platform. But I mean,
I missed that.
I don't know.
Yeah, no. I don't think nobody was attacked. But we know. So maybe she don't know Rude, but Rude has he speaks his mind, He's stern in what he believes, and his, based on how people are raised, they're gonna speak on it. But the thing is that I just found that he like the men was agreeing. My husband's age, your husband, those a little younger, my son's age, which is in their 20s, they thinking alike. You're not gonna be able to convince the men otherwise.
My husband is crazy, y'all.
Still have my son's friends still hit on me still today. I am 50. They are in their 20s.
Bomb. My husband is so. Me and him got into a huge argument. They had a woman in Atlanta, a white teacher, and she was a pretty looking lady, like in her early 30s. Mm-hmm. Got caught sleeping with a 16-year-old boy on the news last week. I could have punched him in his stomach. I was so mad with him. He was like, shit, she looked fine. That boy was lucky. I was like, oh my God.
So that's what they look at. That's what the boys and the men think. They look at her, and if she look attractive, if she ugly, then they whole think process changes. Huh?
Mom, I was so mad with this man. I said, you wrong. You dead wrong for that.
Well, I'm not fighting my husband over some shit that ain't got nothing to do with us. So that's why, because that's what stopped them from wanting to have conversations with us. So yeah, I don't care what, we talk, he disagree, or I disagree with him. We may have the conversation, I may give my stance, he give his, and then that's it. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I'll be like, okay. Because that's just it. And what shocked me about the conversation was the fact that we had some young women here on YouTube who admitted that they got married young with older men. And they don't see it, and they got married and had children and since got divorced, and they don't think they was manipulated. They feel like, hey, one of them even said, she said she got married to get out of her mama's house. Like, you don't know what situation they're in when they need to get out. There's a lot of them in the house. She got married so she can get out. And there was this man there, facilitating that. And who she liked, and I guess he treated her well or whatever. It didn't, whether it worked out or not, that's a different story, but I don't know. And I'm not saying young, like she wasn't 16 or no shit like that. You know what I mean? I think she said she was 18, maybe 17. I don't even know, to be honest. But do we ever feel like there could be I don't know, because I used to just be straightforward age.
A number,
yeah, a number.
Like
but
one night you go to bed, you're a kid, and then you wake up, you're a man.
Yeah, because
like
that's
one night.
One night. So, but I since have realized that it mostly is just how your mental state. Right, we do have younger women who are a little more, I would say, grown. In that, she knows how to take care of herself. She had to figure out, maybe she had to take care of herself since she was young, and now she feel like she can make decisions for herself at a certain age. And young boys too. And then we have like that white woman who messed with my son. On some real shit, she was mentally young. Like, I still don't know her age at the time, but what I do know she was an adult married with some children. But mentally, she used to be out there talking to the children. If it wasn't for her body, if you kind of can get rid of the appearance, right? Knowing that she's grown based on her body. If you was talking to her on the phone, you would have thought she was a kid like those children. So these things complicate the situation. They complicate situations because I'm realizing, okay, she's slow. And I'm not talking about slow to where she probably was, in special ed slow, kind of like that, but not really disabled. You know what I mean? Like she a few years mentally in her mind, she's just younger. Because if I never told y'all that full situation in that, like that's a something that just is so bad that I wouldn't share. But and I may have
Lifetime movie shit.
This is a Lifetime movie shit. Scary when the only person involved, when the person involved is a black boy, even though it's nothing on his end, they will pin it on his end. You see?
Classic.
Can you imagine? Proof. No proof. In fact, remember I told you I called the police. Look, the police were called. Hubby wasn't for. Yeah, Hubby wasn't like when I said I'm gonna call the police. He wasn't like, yeah, do it. It was like, I'm the mother, so if I want to call the police, I call the police, right? I did call the police, and I'm trying to tell y'all how that shit worked out. Where the police in my face, right there, where my son is almost trying to accuse my son. He's a kid. She's an adult. He's telling my son that, well, since you got those type of pictures on your phone, that is his fault. Now that makes no sense to nobody, but you got to understand right then and there. And then when I'm asking, okay, well, no, I want to press charges. I don't care. Like they like, well, it could be, maybe nothing that happened. And they trying to convince me not to move forward. And I'm like, no, but I want something to happen. Like he didn't even want to do a report, making it seem like, well, your son may get in some trouble. Now I want a report. I'm trying to tell you the realities and we being online and talking how we think shit should be and how we want it to be. That's one thing.
How the perfect world's supposed to work. Like they ain't never seen it.
Yeah, and then so the judgment is, oh well, you should have did this, or they remember when they were claiming they would have whipped their ass, and then they would have whipped their ass to do what? To go to jail? And so what you think when I get in front of the judge? You think I could say, well, judge, I whipped their ass because of this, and that means I will be able to get out of jail and still keep my fucking career, still keep my clearance to be able to do the job that I was doing. So then people say, well, they don't care. They wouldn't care. Oh, so here I am, 50 something, and something I did when I was in my 30s, I would still be punished for 50, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years later. Because I just said, well, I don't care. Right? Now, trust and believe, if it would have been some murderous thing or it would have been something where my son felt like he was harmed, then that's a different situation. But here it is, somebody who don't even feel harmed. In fact, by the time we even found out, we talking months, many months later, by the time that woman came and told me what happened. But by now, the reason she telling is because other people in the neighborhood find out. Other little boys is walking up to her, asking her to suck theirs, you know what I'm saying? And shit like this. So I guess she realizes that she gonna end up in a lot of trouble. So she tries to figure out a way to come and inform me. Which is, I still don't even understand. I'm gonna be honest, I still don't understand that. I still don't understand that situation right there. I'm still not understanding what her thought process behind that was.
That'll lessen the blow. Yeah, they'll be focused on you instead of her. Everybody focused on her now. So that was supposed to be. Yeah.
And that could be because, like I wasn't outside playing with the kiddies and like I was totally, and let me tell you, I was active in my children's life. We talked all the time. I read books to them at night. Like, I always ask him, is anybody messing with you? So if he don't feel like nobody hurting him, he not telling. That shit was a total shock to me. Like, bam. It It was a total shock to me. My husband was right on side of me, and when she told the story, at first when she told the story, it was like he had, like as if my son is walking around asking her to suck him off. That's when she came and told me. That was the first thing that was out of my mouth. Just, yeah, your son came over there and told me to suck his, and I was like, what? And listen, her telling me that, and she told me my son, I didn't even have to ask her which one, because I knew that neither one of them was that, like, would have done no shit like that. Neither one of them, not even with their friends, they wouldn't have never, not the youngest nor the oldest, they not like that. So when she told me that, I was like, what? And then so I was like, babe, I called hubby, right? I said, babe, listen to this. Listen what she accusing our son of doing. And he comes and I said, tell it. And he just look at her, and even he don't believe her, right? Even he don't believe her. So we call him. Hubby calls him. He's in the room, call him, and he stand and we said, she accused you of saying this. And we look at him, right? And he don't say nothing. He don't say she lying, because he not that type. He's not gonna call her a liar or nothing. But I could tell on his face that didn't happen. I'm like, did you do that? And he just shook his head no. And we believe him because we know our son. Anyway, then she says, yeah, he asked me to do this and not all. And then she said, all the boys are asking me to do it now. Now that's what caught my attention. I'm like, wait a minute. So you saying my son asked you, or you saying all the other boys asked you? And she not telling me this in front of, like, adult to adult. Y'all, she had 2 little kids with her who was the same age as my son, a little girl. And she's telling me this in front of this little girl. And so I'm a little weirded out that we talking about this in front of children, right? But then that's what she tells me. She goes, so me and my husband follow my son into his room. And he says, Mom, she's lying, that didn't happen. But I could tell he's hiding something, right? I could tell he hiding something. I said, so what happened? And then she knocks at the door again. I go to the door, and this time she just want to talk to me. She's like, without your husband. So I say, okay. I step on the stoop, right? And she tells me, well, then the little girl starts speaking. The little girl, who at the time was probably like 7 years old, 8. She says, well, my mommy don't want to go to jail for molestation, like something like that. She said, my mommy don't want to go to jail. My mommy don't want to go to jail. And I'm like, go to jail for what? Then she tells me, well, he asked her to do this, and then she says, and I did it. And you what? That's what I get. See, before she was saying that he was telling her to suck him off, but now she's telling me that she did it. So I'm like, what? Like my mouth joke wide open. And then I'm like, wait a minute, what happened? And then she goes to tell me the whole story. The little girl talking about, my mommy don't want to go to jail. She don't want to go to jail. And she's telling me a story. She said, well, I wasn't honest with you before. She said, I saw a picture of it. And I was like, wait, a picture of what? And she mentions that the little girls, who my son had a crush on one of the little girls, right? And he had sent her a picture of him. So the little girls had it on their phone, and they was walking down the street like she always used to do past my house. And for those of us who little girls, if you had a little crush on a little boy, I remember doing it, walking by his house. Me and my friend would walk up and down his street, giggling and shit. And that's what them little girls were doing all the time. They were always walking right? They didn't even live on our street. They lived in the next cul-de-sac, but they would be walking down our street talking about, hey, Mark, hey, Malik, you know, and they would say hi to me. But anyway, she said they were walking down the street, looking at their phone, giggling. And she said, she asked them what they were looking at. And they said, nothing. And she said, nah, you could see just how young-minded she was. She convinced little girls who were like between the ages of 10 and 12 to share a photo. She was like, oh, let me see. Because she was always dealing with them little kids. Okay, with this. And so she said that they showed her the picture. And she told me when she saw the picture, she decided to ask him, could she suck it? I'm not even lying. I couldn't believe it, man. It was just shocking to me. It was shocking. It was so shocking that I was like frozen, because now when I think back at it, that was the opportunity for me to whip her ass. Huh?
See, when I go into shock like that, I would have went to swinging.
See, that's what I'm saying. Now that I think about it, if I wasn't in shock, I could think about it now and say that's my opportunity to whip her ass. But I was like really like what? And that's how I am when people, you don't hear me, I'll be like, slow down, what? Wait a minute. So I got to process. I'm thinking, I don't know why. In the moment, right in the moment when she's telling me the story, the kids are there, she got a little girl there. Oh, but then they told me something else the part that I'm not sharing, which is why when I did process it, which it didn't take long, why I didn't swing on her ass in that fucking moment. There was something, and I think I shared it. So she told me this, right? And so I'm thinking, okay, like, when did this happen? I talked to my son. He told me exactly when it happened. When she came over to my house and asked me, could my son go in her house for a birthday party? So this was months before. This has happened like 3 months before, right? So this information is 3 months old. But anyway, besides that, when she telling me the story and the little girl keep jumping in, yeah, my mommy didn't want to jail, my mommy didn't want to get jail. And, you know, I'm looking at her while she telling me the story. I'm looking at this little girl and I'm like wondering, why is this little girl here? Then this woman tells me that the little girl tell me, not the mom. The little girl is the one who overshared this. When she said that when she did that to my son, there was 2 other little girls there who she was teaching. There was 2 other little girls there who she was teaching. And that's when I was like, what the holy fuck? What did I, you know what I'm saying? And I knew that one of them little girls, even though she was the cute little, you know, that one little cute little girl who running around with the older kids, but she's younger. And like, she was very, because, you know, she's older now, of course. I haven't seen her in a few years since I moved here, but she's younger and she was more, how should I say it? Now that when I think about it, especially after that happened, you think that maybe somebody was messing with her already, because she was, how would I say it? Because I don't want to use no derogatory terms on the little girl, okay? But let's just put it like this. She was 8 and she shouldn't have been seeing nothing sexual, okay? And I was thinking, oh my God, okay, so now it's not just 2 parents, right? It's not just me and then this woman who in front of me telling me a story, but now there's a whole nother parent who gonna want some justice too. Who she gonna want the justice on? Is everybody gonna be pointing at this woman, or is they gonna point at my black son? This shit got complicated real quick. So look, when you're a parent, you'll do what you feel is necessary to protect your children. especially when you know that it's a dumbass parent, this grown ass motherfucking woman who put everything in motion, just like you said, Mew, the grooming, right? That's exactly what that woman was doing. And she wasn't just grooming the little boys, but she was grooming them little girls too. And then when the police didn't do shit, because she white, she would have been a black woman or any other type of woman, they probably would have been willing to jail her. Them motherfuckers didn't even want to take a police report the first time. I had to call in and keep calling in, and they kept telling me there's no report, and I had to insist that somebody came out. And then they made an officer come out and take a report. Then you hear where we don't think they're not going. The last police I talked to, he was acting like he was telling me that it's a crime, that it's child porn. Guess who he blaming the child porn on? Who you think they're blaming the child porn on? Now, she did what she did to my son, but he's threatening me that because my son shared a picture of himself with another little girl, he started telling me that my son created child porn. And by the way, at the time, child porn wasn't illegal, but that's what they threatened with, though. So I'm just saying. When y'all become parents or when y'all become with this situation, you'll realize it's not as simple as just whipping her ass, and it's not as simple as trying to get.
You were facing a whole lot of shit. You was facing a whole lot of things at one time.
Yeah, like see, if your son, right, when a woman came to you, she older, right? There's no other children involved, right? So if you gonna whip her ass or whatever, you could have whipped her ass, and probably no police would have probably been involved unless you would have called them. And even if you would have called them, she was a black woman. They probably gonna take that a little serious. They're ready to take our ass to jail. But this white little woman, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but she didn't do anything. She
I know.
Came to tell me about getting my son. You told
me. You said with his little fast ass. Yeah, get your manly son. Get your little manly son. Yeah. So I'm just saying, but if she had, you know what I mean? I'm not sure.
The only reason why I stopped liking this lady is because the last remark she made to me was, well, not to me, to him was, boy, if you was a couple years older. I don't know why that sent like chills up my neck. I ain't like her ass since then. I ain't gonna lie to you. Even now we go to circles, and this lady is an attorney, y'all. When I go to stuff, I be want to still whip her ass. I don't like that comment. It sent something up my spine when she said that. And I just was still kind of polite or whatever. Oh, okay, all right then. But I've never like invited her to nothing. Every time she ever invited us to stuff, I never would go. I don't even her friends, when they invite me, and I know she's gonna be there, we won't go. I just don't deal with her.
She probably was giving him a compliment, she told on him, and then at the same time she was letting you know that you got a nice son, nice looking, but when we say something like she would have told you that if she was for real.
Bomb, that shit sent something chill up my spine, up the back of my neck. That's the only thing I feel like she did wrong, was tell me that. But other than that, I'm gonna be honest with you. She didn't do nothing wrong. So my situation and yours is different. But I'm saying men don't see teenage boys as being victims. Me personally, if I don't care, even if my son shot his shot, right? If she went along with him, she was wrong. I would not have never blamed a 15-year-old for what a 28-year-old did.
No, you're right.
And I don't give a damn. Right. Even if it was a 15-year-old boy and he's trying to pursue a 28-year-old, the adult is the one who I think is wrong.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I think most people agree with you, but like Ruth and the men were saying, the boy is not thinking about that. The boy is not thinking about nothing wrong. they, he think he about to get an opportunity maybe to learn something. Well, so
to be with an older woman.
Yeah, even or any woman, right? Not even just older women, but older women will probably like, and that's what Rude and a few of them was saying. The older women was the ones who would come up to the boys, right? Like they said, the girls their ages was dealing with older boys, older men. And so if the younger girls are going with the men with the cars, and they saying, well, the only people who smiling and chilling with them is the little older woman.
Yeah, because Rue kept saying about some 25-year-old woman. And I'm like, that heifer was grown, and she need to be locked up. Tell me who she is so I can call the police on her today.
A 25-year-old. When you were 25, did you think you were grown though?
Yeah, hell yeah. When I was 18, I thought I was grown. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. When I was 17, I knew I was grown. Hell yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. Couldn't no 16-year-old boy talk to me when I was 17. I promise.
There you go. That's what I'm talking.
Couldn't no, I only ever liked men right at my age. If I was 17, you had to be 17 or 18. You only could be 1 year older than me, 1 or 2 years. Mm-hmm. I didn't date old men. I still don't like old men. I never liked young men. But if I'm 17, you could be 17 or 18. If I'm 18, you could be 18 or 19. You couldn't be too much older, but you damn sure couldn't have been younger. Straight up. Right. Unless you tricked me. You would have had to really trick me. I remember the story about a friend of mine. She was telling me when she was 18 that they had a guy who had a full beard and all of this blah, blah, blah. And she was like, I was 18 and the boy was only 16. The boy was 17. Yeah, I think the boy was 17 and she was 18. But he told her he was 20. And she was 18 and she thought the boy was older than her. Because he had a full beard and all this crap, right? And she told me how embarrassed. Yeah, she told you had a full beard. Yeah, that's what she was saying, Deb. This boy had a full beard. And she was like, years later, she found out that she was 2 years older than him, right? And she was like, wait, so you mean to tell me when I was 18, I was dating somebody who was a year and a half younger than me? She was like, oh, hell no. And I used to always tease her. And I don't talk to her no more. We just lost touch. Nothing happened. But I remember that story. Like, okay, every night that you might get a trick. But come on. If you 5 years older than somebody or 10 years older, you don't think you should know how old that person is? You know they're too young for your ass. Maybe somebody a year or two could trick you, but I don't think nobody 10 years younger than you could trick you. I'm sorry. But I don't know.
Yeah, that is a lie.
Yeah, devastating. They had a case in Cleveland, Texas, in a place called Cleveland, Texas bomb. Look that shit up. This shit might have been 4 or 5 years ago. There was a 10-year-old Hispanic girl that had sex with I don't know if it was 30 boys, 30 men. These was teenage men up to 30 that had sex with a 10-year-old for months in a trailer. All them men went to jail. Some of them got life. Some of them got 15 years. And they was talking about what a girl was developed. But y'all just keep on luring this girl to this house. And she's only 10 years old. And all y'all having sex with her. That shit was, and all them people was like, she was willing. And this, that, and she was fucking 10, man. She was 10 and slow. and in special ed. She ain't had no
They had to
fucking
know
sense.
that too. You know they knew that.
Yeah.
How they getting this 10-year-old? Just any girl that just go to a, you know, they knew, they could tell. You could tell.
Abandoned trailer. Yeah.
Right. No. Yeah. They
And
knew.
and Bomb, the girl was a Mexican slow girl, and they was all black boys and men. Some of them men was 30, 28, 26, 15, 18. The only ones I felt bad for was the one who was 14, because I was like, he probably, the only one. But the other ones, y'all was too many years older than this child, and to not know what the fuck y'all was doing was wrong. I don't feel bad for none of them. Them people was wanting to protest all these black boys going to jail. Man, fuck that.
Right. What about the little girl?
Yeah.
So that's why
and
these
this-
situations get a little tricky, because you're dealing with kids on both sides when you're dealing with kids. But when you're dealing with adults, now you're talking, it is tricky with the kids, but
yeah, it ain't no damn trick. When a 30-year-old with a fucking 10-year-old, fuck him.
Fuck him.
Fuck
You
her.
right.
Whoever
You right.
whoever the adult is, fuck that person.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you.
And
So
then when we found out,
like you said, they got a 14-year-old who
that was the only one.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only one I felt a little bad for, because I was like, at 14, he probably was slow himself. You know what I'm saying? He ain't know. You know what I'm saying? Even if he wasn't slow, he's just looking to get some ass or something. Really not understanding the consequences. That's what I was thinking about the 14-year-old. That was the only one I felt sorry. But all them 18 and 20 and 30 and 27, man, fuck them chill people. Y'all knew y'all was doing something wrong. Yeah. You gotta look it up, Bob. It's in Cleveland. It was Cleveland, fucking Texas. I'll never forget that shit. And I heard so many black men trying to make it seem like the 10-year-old was in the wrong. Why she kept going back? Because they was telling her to meet him there. And her slow ass, call forgive me, was going back. It wasn't like this all happened in one day. This happened over months, like a whole year or something. And when they did the investigation, that's how they round them all up. They started telling on each other. That's how slow the little girl was. She didn't even know all the men's names.
Probably didn't even know something happened wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because she was slow as shit. But I mean, the men was actually blaming this 10-year-old Mexican girl. That shit was crazy to me. I'm like, you know what? Niggas will defend anything. Like, y'all don't even want to recognize that this shit was horrible. This shit was absolutely horrible.
Yeah, man. What did her parents say? Like, what it was? Cleveland, Mississippi, you said?
Cleveland, Texas.
Oh, Texas. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, find that bomb. You gotta see this shit. I don't know if it was 20-something. It was like 20-something dudes, man. That shit was crazy. 10-year-old sexually assaulted or something like that by 20 men. Just put that in. That shit got to come out in Cleveland, Texas.
Let's see if we can find it real quick. Let's turn this off.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I felt sorry for only the girl and that youngest dude. That was it. Everybody else, fuck them. All of them could have went to jail for me.
That
you
shit
saw
is on, I see Wikipedia even got it, y'all. Wait, it's on. If you know if it's on Wikipedia, then no.
It was sad.
gang rapes in Cleveland,
Texas.
Wait,
2013.
Is it 2010 or 2013? I see one. Wait, let me see.
University.
Okay, here we go. I found it. Here we go, right here. More horrific details emerge in Cleveland, Texas gang rape. That's what they call it. That means this happened at one time then. Oh, no, it says right here, the attacks reportedly happened over the course of several months. There are new startling, heartbreaking details emerging in the new infamous gang rape case out of Cleveland, Texas. It was previously reported that the assault of an 11-year-old Latina happened over the course of 3 days during the Thanksgiving holiday. But this week, after an interview with the girl's father, Juan or whatever, the New York Times is reporting that the attacks happened continuously over the course of 3 months. In total, 19 Black men and boys between the ages of 14 and 27 have been arrested in connection with the rapes from the Times. Let me see. They said the police said the girl was raped on at least 6 occasions from September 15th to December 3rd. 19 boys and men ages 14 to 27 have been charged in connection with the rapes, and most recent arrest last Wednesday. Let's see what it says. Court documents and dozens of interviews over several weeks with the girl's family, her friends and neighbors, as well as those who know the defendants, provide a more complete picture of what occurred, as well as a deeper portrait of the victim. What begins to emerge is a nightmarish ordeal of a young girl over 2.5 months involving a group of young men, some with criminal records, who shared a powerful neighborhood bond. Damn. So it's almost like one man who, dealt with told his boys, hey, come on, we go. And that's weird to me. Like, I figure, like, if you're going to do some criminal shit, why are you bringing other people, like, making it worse, like adding numbers, adding boys and men to the situation?
Man, but you see that it was 19 of them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And all of them got charged. And I'm talking about they got some years on their ass. I followed that case. I mean, it took years for them to be all the way prosecuted. But bomb, some of them, that 27-year-old, them 2 27-year-old men, they got 30 years being with that 10-year-old. But I'm going to tell you this. They was lucky they was in Texas and not in Louisiana. Because if you fuck a 10-year-old or below in Louisiana, it is what? Capital. You would get the death penalty in Louisiana. You can get the death penalty for fucking a 10 and younger person. And guess what? I wish they was in Louisiana. I wish they could have got the death penalty. Because you ain't going to tell me two 27-year-old men and all these men 25 and 23. Y'all don't know this a 10-year-old? What's wrong with y'all?
They could tell when she go to school. They know she's in elementary school. They know. But it looked like the dad lost custody. They ain't say nothing about no mom, so that's suspicious in itself.
No, I remember when that case was live. I'm telling you, I was living out there. Them motherfuckers had the parents on the TV screen on the news. I remember that case live. They was doing interviews with the parents and saying the daughter was telling them that she was going to play outside with her friends. I remember that, and they didn't think nothing of it. They were like, "Okay, sweetheart." And she was.
Wait a minute.
Cleveland is like 45 minutes from Houston.
North.
I don't remember.
Off of 45. That highway.
Shit. Let me think.
I'll look it up. Don't worry about it.
So
Yeah,
my
Cleveland
10-year-old boys wasn't able to play outside by themselves.
Me neither, Bob. I ain't
So
play
that's
that
what
shit. I sat in a chair. I brought a chair outside. And
That's
sat
right. That's what
outside.
I'm. So that's what I'm saying. And in this report, they mentioned the dad. They ain't mentioned nothing about the mom. I'm not saying no mom is there. What I am saying though is that they said that the father was about to lose his daughter. So let me see what it says. Because this thing got a Wikipedia page. That's why you know that it got its own Wikipedia page. She was a they range from middle schoolers to 27. Let me see.
She was in the 5th grade. She was in elementary, 5th grade.
Okay, now they mention it. Okay, so here it says, according to the girl was assaulted on 4 occasions. They give the dates. She was removed by social workers from her parents' home and taken into foster care.
Wait, Bob, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you know how the case got broke? Because she was telling her dad, I think the dad did have custody of her, that her private heard it and that it was burning or itching or something. And the dad brought her to the doctor because he didn't know what to do. You know, he said he never, by her being big, he never looked at her stuff. But she's saying, it was burning, hurting her. He brought her to the doctor, which a good dad would do, right? And that's when they discovered she had STDs and all kind of shit. And that's when they started asking, and the dad didn't know nothing. The dad didn't know shit. He was like, what you mean she got STD? And that's when the little girl was like telling them about her friends and telling them that she meets them at this place. And the police asked her what place. And they took her to this trailer. And she said, that's the place I meet my friends at. And so she said, they asked her when she was going to meet them again. And she said, I'm supposed to go there Saturday. And so the police waited and watched her go there Saturday. And it was 4 boys there, 4 men, not underage. All of them was over 18. But what happened was them 4 men turned in all the other men. Them 4 men went to talking and singing like birds. You heard me? And that's how it got to be so big. Them 4 men, instead of going to jail and taking that charge, and let it go on to 19 men, because guess what? They wasn't going down by themselves. Her friends, and that's how slow she was. She gonna meet her friends there Saturday. She just was retarded. I mean, not trying to be disrespectful, but she didn't understand. You see what I'm saying? She didn't know. She didn't have a clue. Her friends just told her that that's what she got to be Saturday.
Right. But you got to understand, like, this is how vulnerable our kids can be if we don't talk to them. If you don't tell a kid that what's happening to them is something that shouldn't, somebody can get them, have them doing things, and they think it's normal, and they don't never tell nobody. They don't even know that it's wrong. They don't know that they shouldn't be doing it. They literally think that's what they're supposed to do. If somebody can say, yeah, we're going to be your friends, and this is what friends do with friends. And then now you have a kid, it could be a boy or girl. Now they thinking, yeah, this is normal. This is when people are friends, this is what friends do. You have daughters who, were being dealt with by their fathers, and the fathers, all they had to do is say, yeah, this is what daughters do for their fathers. When I hear the accounts of some of these women, especially in some of these documentaries where they talked about what their dad did them, they didn't even know it was bad. Because you got to understand, by the time some of them realize what's going on as bad, they're now like older. They're like older teenagers. They're older teenagers, and somewhere along the line, they got the word that they shouldn't be doing that with their father. And now, I don't understand the thinking of these, but they that's why they should be in jail, right? Because we got to understand that kids grow up and kids have memories. And now that's why I like the fact that they changed it to where if you remember that somebody did something to you as a kid, once you turn 18, you still have time. You ain't just got 5 years or 10 years. Now they can bring you up on charges. And some of these men think that shit not fair, but that is very fair. You gotta, when people don't understand, it's called grooming. It's an extreme grooming because it's somebody who's supposed to love you, who have you in their care, in private all the time. Like Mr. Cav just told us about one of his daughter's friends, somebody close to his daughter. They just found out that her daddy was having sex with her. Now I don't trust nobody.
Damn, Bomb, when that was?
He said that just happened last month.
Oh my
That man
God.
just went to jail like last month or in January. He said they just caught him having sex with his daughter.
I remember a woman I used to work with in New Orleans. She had 2 daughters for her husband. Her and her husband started fist fighting, and she wound up leaving the man, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she would let him get the girls, his 2 daughters. This is biological daughters. And then one of the daughters was like complaining about her privacy. And, so she took the daughter to the hospital and said the people called CPS and said somebody been messing with this girl, right? And doing this and that. So she asked the doctor, she was like, no, they only go by their daddy. So she thought it was maybe a relative of the daddy, right? But when the damn people went and interviewed both of the girls and did tests on both of the girls, while both of them had been sexually assaulted, and both of them was like, no, my daddy do this, and my daddy do that, and interviewed them separately. The mom had no idea that her damn ex-husband would be doing that to his own biological fucking daughter. That shit's sick, man. That's just some sick shit. Oh no. Like, I used to be scared to get an ass whooping from my daddy, but my daddy never touched me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never was scared of sex or nothing. Like, this some weird. That's why I say, man, they got some sick men, and people be thinking every dad is, man, every person ain't good, man or woman. Shit on that. But they got fathers who do that to their daughters. That shit crazy. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just, that's some shit I don't think I could ever get over. Like, I think I would want to kill somebody. That's something definitely I would want to. That's some shit somebody would have to be put down for. I'm sorry. Fuck the police. That's just unexcusable. I work with a lady, and then you thinking you being a good parent, and you thinking you sending your children to their daddy because you're not gonna be malicious and keep them away from their daddy. And she was crying, talking about my girls would scream and holler and beg me not to make them go, and she would still make them go because she didn't want to be like a vindictive woman and keep the kids. You know what I'm saying? And but they never said their daddy was screwing with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So she didn't know. She didn't know that, but they would just scream and holler and beg her not to make them go. But they never said why. But I'm going to be honest with you. I think that nigga started doing that to hurt her. I think that nigga started messing with his own daughters to hurt her.
Well, maybe some of them before.
Maybe he was.
I told you some of them become dads so they can get the SS.
Damn, I don't know.
Like, did you see that Tasha K interviewed 2 black women whose fathers messed with them?
Yeah.
All while they were growing up.
And that girl said when her daddy first saw her, he wanted to check to see if she was a virgin, and stuck his fingers and then stuck his penis. And she said, well, am I still a virgin after this? He said, of course you are.
Wow.
And that girl,
I couldn't look at the whole thing because it made me look. I couldn't look at it.
After that little part where she said he told her, of course, I said, I cut it off too, Bob. That shit had me wanting to cry. I don't even know what all happened after that.
Mm-hmm.
I heard people talk about it, but so far as me personally listening to her, I was crying for that girl. Ain't no way. Your daddy should be dead. And then say he did it to all 5 of his daughters.
All of them. Yeah. So he had practice, you see. He had practice. And he probably one of these men like in the manosphere who talk about how the woman kept them from their children. Oh, they kept me from my children. Yeah. Then these men are sweeping down that these women lied. They lied. And they accuse a man. You know, did you see that Kevin Samuels was accused of messing with his daughter?
Mom, did you see this new case that this guy, Jonathan Majors, the guy who's in Creed, is accused by a white woman of slinging her around and choking her up and scratching her neck and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah, so that,
now they're saying this woman recanted. You know who's saying it? No, his lawyers are saying it, right?
But they show text.
Yeah, but how many times would a man be? Listen, I was on Fight Club less than a month ago, and the girl Trinidad come up there with a fucking black eye. I took pictures of.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they asked her why you didn't call the police. She said, well, I'm from Baltimore. We don't do that. I would never call the police.
No, she's from Philly. Yeah. She said she's from Philly.
Yeah, she said, I'm from Philly. I would never call the police. That's the way we raised, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know how many friends I know? I have a friend who's married. Bomb, she be getting her ass whooped still to this day. She will come to a barbecue or come somewhere with shades on and stuff. I promise you, because her husband whooped her ass. And she's never once called the police. I don't even know what to do. I tell my husband all the time, because it's his friend. And that's, and I just know her through him. And I'll be telling him, I don't want you being friends with him. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that shit. And, I don't even know. I done asked her, I done begged her, let's call the police together. I'll go to court, which I'll be hand in hand with you. I'm not going to leave you in the dark. You know what I'm saying? Fuck this nigga shit. And he always try to encourage me to tell her, call the police. He always, but I'm like, I ain't really her friend. You know what I'm saying? I only know her through this dude. But I tell her, I'll be with you. If you need me, I got you. And I mean it. And I swear to God, y'all, I mean it with all my heart. I will go everything with her.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what she tell me? Oh no, I could never do him that. I could never send a black man to jail. This black fucking not want to send a nigga to jail. Send that nigga to jail.
But you don't hear that's what the men be talk. You don't hear that the women. A lot of these women have listened to like Kevin talking about. Even all these manosphere people talking about, these women sending her to jail. They call the police. They send her to jail. And then I watch some of these women agree with him. Yeah, I would never do that to a man. Listen, he put his hands on me, baby. He lucky if jail is where he had to go. Okay,
exactly.
Because if you're hitting on me, then we got more issues than that. Shit, look out of here, man. I don't know.
Did you see on Fight Club when the lady Trinidad came up there with that black eye?
Yeah, I remember I learned it from your channel.
Yeah. I'm gonna email you her picture of her face. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, she over there looking bad. You know,
but you know what? Is that lady? And man, I don't want to say this here, but some of them women that's pygmies that we see on Lapeef and stuff, God forgive me, I look in their face and I know they're bad at women. But they pygmies. They trying to tell women how they should be. You can look at them and see they're bad at it. You can look at them and see that they get abused. And even with Trinidad, this lady young. But look how old she look. I've been knowing that lady was getting abused. She been getting battered. You can look at a battered woman, and even if she don't have a black eye today, if for some reason it changed them, you can look at them and see. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I can pick them out. I know who getting their ass whooped. Whether you got a black eye or not today. What you making now, Bob?
A bag. I have to make a drawstring bag. I made one for somebody early in the week, and now I have some orders for them. But no, you're right. Damn, I be feeling sorry for the women. And so, what would you? Because I wouldn't know how to suggest. You know, if they telling a woman that she needs to leave, as if she don't already know that shit. You know, I wouldn't even know what to tell women. Like, I would be like, hey, do you want, like they did. They was over there telling her she needs to save her own life. But then some of them were just so hard. You know what I mean? Like,
Bob, it just hurt me so bad when she said, oh my God, she told Q, you think this is something new? I'm used to this. Man, that shit hurt me so bad. It's like nothing you could tell them. You can't tell them nothing.
Right.
I'm telling you, I know a person right now. My husband always be telling me, you need to help her. You need to tell her this. And he be telling that nigga, he be telling him, man, I promise you, if you ever hit her in front of me, I'm going to knock you out. He don't play with us. He don't play. He don't play. He be so respectful. And, oh no, that's my baby right there. Oh no, she all right? No, look at her. She ask the baby, is you all right? She be like, yes, this was nothing. I'm like, what the fuck?
Man.
Y'all don't know. My husband ain't no joke. He be telling that nigga, I would knock you out. I wish you would try to hit her in front of me. He be telling me, tell her call the police. Tell her do this. Man, that shit's sad though. I don't even know. I can't help somebody who don't want me to help them. I mean,
yeah, I remember you had mentioned that you had a brother or somebody's family who would.
Man, my brother used to whip his first wife's ass.
Yeah.
I mean, I never, you know what always kills me I be mad with myself. When she used to tell her, I used to be like smacking my teeth. Girl, shut up. My brother wouldn't do that, you know? Man, one night I spent the night at the house, y'all. And I heard them fighting or something upstairs. And you know how you wake up out your sleep? And so I went to go run upstairs and see what the hell going on. I just heard it, you know? I was halfway up the stairs, man, and she saw me and she tried to run down them stairs. He caught her and slammed her head through the wall. I ain't never looked at my brother the same. I ain't never looked at him the same. I know you're a fucking monster. Yeah.
Especially when anybody who want to beat up on the ones who weaker than them, but probably wouldn't stand up to other men and shit, you know?
I ain't gonna lie. That nigga stand up to other men too. I ain't gonna lie. He ain't gonna stand up to all of them. And he ain't gonna stand up to every man, but he not that stereotype like he wouldn't just fight a man. I ain't gonna lie on him like that, but he quicker to jump on a woman than a man. I will say that.
Yeah.
What that pattern is, Bon?
Oh, this is Marine. So I already stitched out the Marine Corps emblem on it.
Yeah,
I did this yesterday. I have one bag. It's gonna be pretty. It's downstairs. Y'all gonna love it when y'all see it. And the pattern, the what I stitched out on it is a black woman with a fist up. It's so sexy. But I got to do this one because I have an order. I have an order for some masks, and this is a Marine Corps. Actually, I'm supposed to be doing an Army one because the woman who ordered the mask is supposed to be buying that one for me tomorrow. But I told her I would show it to her. Ah, girl, I'm so late behind on this stuff. I gotta get this stuff done. This fabric unravels, as you can see right here. So I gotta do something to make sure it don't unravel. So I'm gonna put a stitch all around it. That's gonna take time doing that. Yeah, so yeah, I never heard of that story. The one with the little girl. That is something else. It looked like it happened in two. So you were living in, that's how you knew about it, or was it big?
Let me see. What was Katrina? Katrina was in 2005, 6, 7. I moved to Houston, I think 3 years later, 2000, maybe 8 or 9.
Yeah, they said that was 2011 when I.
Yeah, okay. And then I lived there for 3 years. 9, 10, 11, 12. Almost 4 years. 9, 10, 11, 12. I think I left Houston in 12 or 13. Girl, look, you know, having a husband in the damn military was crazy. I lived so many different places, y'all. I lived in Huntsville, Alabama. I done lived in Vegas. I done lived in what that is, what part of Texas? Shit, I done lived all over. Shit. I promise you. 2 years here, 5 years here, 3 years here, 4 years here. Because he kept getting promotions.
Oh, as he got a promotion, he went to different places every time?
Yeah, and then he got contracts. So now he do contract.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it was just crazy, you know, he go where the money go.
I know that's right. That's how you go. You go where the money go to keep the money coming.
Yeah.
Are you still retiring this year, or are you not sure yet?
Well, we moving. We supposed to be moving because he got another job. He got another job that's supposed to be starting.
Starting soon this year. So what about the kids?
He started a new company. He started a new company, a new contract June 1st. So that's why I was just like, since we moving back to Louisiana June 1st, I was just, I don't know. But when I get in Louisiana, I don't know. I be saying I'm gonna retire, but probably when I get in Louisiana, I probably apply for a school out there. I don't know. Shit. You know, I don't know.
So the kids, are they going back to Louisiana with you, or?
We only have one. My 19-year-old, he about to be 20. He in college. We only got the 12-year-old. My 12-year-old about to be 13. So yeah, he's in 7th grade, but he'll be the only one moving with us.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was thinking about the older ones. Like, what are they all in Atlanta or Georgia, or they scattered around? The older ones.
I have one. My daughter is in actually in law school in my daughter and my 19-year-old, both of them are in Texas, in Houston, in my house in Houston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
oh Lord, you about to have a lawyer. What? Can I a doctor? I need a lawyer in the family too.
Nah, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. That girl, she's one of the people that they talk about on the internet. I don't think she never leaving college. She done went to school for a lot of stuff. She got many degrees already. Not, I ain't gonna say it, but she's talking about doing something else, y'all. I'm like, girl, when you finish this, you should be finished with school. No, she's talking about doing something. Well, I don't know. That's on them. Listen, she's 23. They do what they want to do. She do what she
and she's
do.
still young, so she, and when we first go to school, right out of school, we don't be knowing what we want to do. So of course, when you go that early, that's why I told my sons to take the general courses. I was like, look, I said, just get your English, your math, and all that stuff out of the way. Sociology, psychology, all that stuff that's necessary for your degree. And I said, by the time you because you could get a general, you could get a degree in general studies, and then once you figure it out, you can take something else. If not, you could just have your general studies and get many jobs. Many jobs. It don't have to be a special, anything special. That's what I told my son. So that's what they were doing.
Yeah, I'm big on either going to school, getting a trade, or going to the service. You got to do something. You got to do one of them three things if you're one of my children. I don't care what you do. You're going to do one of them three. If you don't want to go to school, that's cool. You get a trade. If you don't want to get a trade, you got to go to the service. You're not just going to be, doing nothing. Shit on that.
Right.
Nah, I don't. But this girl loves school. My boys didn't love school. They just did it just really because they daddy really. My sons, I think, love me more, but they admire their dad. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Yeah. So I think they give me more affection than, of course, than him. Yeah. But they respect him more. So yeah, it's weird. So
no, that's not. Yeah, that's not good. My son, they respect their dad. I'm the one who they'll come and give hugs to. But, yeah, but if the dad say something to him, they respect him. They can listen to me or not listen to me. It's their decision. But when it comes to their dad, they really listen to him.
Yeah, I feel like that. I feel like my daughter loves her dad more. My daughter, let me tell you, I love my daughter. Y'all don't know. My daughter is the daughter I should have been to my dad. My dad worships my daughter, y'all. My daughter do everything the way my dad told me to do that I didn't do. My daddy wanted me to be, his doctor in the family. He wanted me to do this and do that. And just the higher education this girl get, the more prouder and the more money he give her, the more stuff he want for her, my dad sold the whole house so she don't have college debt, y'all. This man love my daughter. My dad is crazy. My daughter is the daughter I should have been, which I was absolutely a fuck up. I told y'all I dropped out of college and went and married my husband. I was dumb, y'all.
That's not dumb.
We both was broke.
You might have been broke, but you created a family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't have no regrets shit. But I'm just saying, I was on chemistry scholarships and all the scholarships I had. I should have really did probably more in my dad's eyes. That's what I'm saying. My daughter is the daughter I should have been. I should have just went straight and narrow, but I don't regret it. Yeah. I really don't. I have a good life. I have a good children. I have a great husband. And I'm glad somebody made him proud.
Well, you made him proud too, because you gave him the granddaughter that he loved so much, you see?
Yeah.
Without you and your decision, she wouldn't even exist.
Yeah, she is all. I tell her all the time, girl, you the daughter I should have been. Because I damn sure went my own way. Yeah. But she one of them people, y'all, they talk about like to be in school. That girl loved to be in school. It seems like she is about to graduate law school, y'all. And she's already talking about, I think I want to go to school. I said, girl, don't tell me nothing else. Don't tell me nothing else. Because you already a registered nurse. You already this. You already that. What the hell else you going to do? What else could you do? Like, goddamn. What the hell? That's just too much. Too much.
Law school by itself is a fortune.
Hell yeah. But I don't know. I'm real proud of my kids, I have a son who have a degree in criminal justice, I think. But he a truck driver. So shit, I mean, he don't even use it, but he got it. Yeah. You know, he don't use it yet. But one day he might.
He might use it one day. And even having a degree, you can just a degree alone. See, these men be talking about, oh, you got a degree in something that, like Kevin Samuels told him, any degree can get you indoors in many spaces. Like just having the degree itself, they don't even require certain degrees. In if you go look up jobs, they'll just say you need a bachelor's degree or you know, doctorate degree or master's degree, or they're not even telling you you need a bachelor's degree in science or you need a bachelor's degree in this or that. You know what I mean? They just want somebody who they feel like who's educated. And the truth be told, they're giving people opportunities who put out the time and the money to get those degrees. When people say, oh, it's stupid to go get a degree, and I'm thinking, but that's the point. They're weeding out those who they feel didn't think education was important. If you don't think education is important, then a lot of these companies don't want to deal with you.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't want people who are not willing to learn. That's an initiative that shows that you're willing to learn. And so people will say, well, I can get the job without getting a degree. You may be able to. I'm not saying you can't, but the person who got the degree don't have more of a chance. And they letting you know right up the front. Okay? It's hard for a person without a degree to even get a job, an interview, just to get an interview. But for many of these jobs, because they put it on what they want, right? When they tell you what they're looking for, if that shit not on your resume, a computer skips you. the computer spits your ass out. Now, if you got a friend, like somebody, I remember having a conversation with somebody, I'm not gonna mention their name, but they was talking all this. Well, I didn't have to go to school to do this and do that and do this and do this and do that. But then he sat down and talked about, well, I had a friend, you know, and through him. And yeah, look, that could happen for many of us. You just have to have the friend. You have to have a friend with enough pull to be able to bring you in. Now, if everybody have that, then fine. But that's a lot of these uppity ass claim that they uppity, by the way. They're young and just stupid, to be honest.
They got this guy named Patriarchy. I done saw you talk to him. But I saw him on another stream and how he always hate Black women. But on another stream, he was telling the guy, I think all of this is fake outrage with Black women because in my life, Black women always help me get jobs. Black women I work with, they always been cool with me. Black women always help Black men. He was like, I don't believe this here hating Black women is really the truth. I swear.
Oh my!
I said I'm gonna go back and clip that. I'm gonna go back and say that because these men, when they on other spaces, they tell the truth. But when they on Fight Club, they completely hate Black women. It's weird.
I told you, you don't notice when I get up there, a lot of men change their narrative when I'm up there, right? They'll even be respectful, even though they'll cuss. They don't normally cuss me out first. Normally, I'm the one cussing them out. But they'll say something stupid and I'll tell them it's stupid. Because the shit they saying is stupid. But I have noticed that, yeah. And that's why the women have been telling me this for a while, which I always knew it. But my point is, ladies, listen to these men. They're in one area saying one thing, and then they're in another area saying another thing, which makes everything they say invalid. We don't know which one to believe. Don't you agree? Like, how could he be mad at Black women in one area, but claim that he's not really angry at Black women in a whole nother area?
Well, even though he was saying all these things about how Black women all his life have helped him, another Black dude was spinning it and said, but that's the difference. You don't date Black women, do you? He was like, well, sometimes I do, but not primarily. He was like, exactly. So you're not invested in Black women.
But see, even then, them niggas lying. Listen, I'm telling you, most of the men who claim they dating interracially, they are not.
Yeah, but patriarchy, I think his mama white.
So wait, I think I know him too. His mama white?
Look, he sound real nasally. He got the trucker the headset like real loud. That's you were talking to him one day. I don't think you and him got into it, but he always overtalk you. He always overtalk anybody. His name Patriarch. I think they call him Eric.
Oh, I don't know any names. They mean nothing to me, so I don't remember their names, you know?
Yeah, but I just only remember him because when I heard him saying all these positive things about how Black women helped her, I was like, wait, is this not the same nigga? Like, wait. And I was like, wait, let me go back. And so I heard him on Fight Club, and I was like, that's the same dude. I'm like, wait.
I do remember the story. A young man did tell me that all women have helped him get jobs and all kinds of things. I was like, I do remember that. I just don't remember the names. So.
Yeah, but that should it'd be like, why y'all don't bring the better stories sometimes to YouTube instead of all this bullshit? Like, y'all mad over hookers and Instagram models that y'all can't get? I mean, y'all, listen, you don't qualify for them women.
You remember, I asked him the other day, I think it was the stream you was on, maybe before you got up there or after, I'm not sure. When I asked him what knives they carried, I think he was up there, wasn't you? When we started talking about knives, switchblade, somebody.
Oh yeah, that man said he don't talk to my kind of husband. That shit pissed me off, but I didn't want it to show. And look what I said. Why? He too mad? He too rugged for you? He too mad?
Right. That's what see, they'll diss no matter what, even though you're saying your man, he's a manly man and things like that. They want to tear down other men, like you said earlier. But we remember the guy when you heard it switch out. So let me tell you, a switch knife is illegal. Just because it came out like fast like that doesn't make it a switchblade. What that is it's a help assist, and it opens the knife up. I got many
the button. Some of them, I have one with a button too.
That's right, and those are not switchblades. That's right. Most of them have buttons. They got those when the men got the larger hands, and they'll and they flick it like this. Even when he could have flicked it like this, and it would have sounded like that. But that switchblade thing, that shit is illegal.
I told him that. Didn't I tell you, Brian? Didn't I tell you if it's over so many inches, it's illegal? You're not gonna tell me I don't know the law in many states. I done lived in so many states. I know a lot of basic laws. A lot of the states have the same law. Y'all don't realize it. That it can't be over so many inches. And he's talking about his could be any inch. No, that's not true. It can't be just no any inch.
Right. And I think that wasn't that Vic who was talking that shit.
No, that was Dusto. And Dusto, and let me tell you something. Dusto is not really manosphere. Dusto just have a problem with fat women. Dusto always tell him when they complain about most women, he be like, yeah, but she just needs to lose weight. She pretty. He'll say something like that. He'll be like, y'all bum dudes, y'all, but y'all don't want to accept the fact that, whatever. He really not manosphere. But he a troll vibe. The one who broke out the harmonica, Dusto is a whole troll. That's why I wanted to tell you, don't take him serious, because he would start trolling your ass in a minute.
You don't troll me, you just gonna get embarrassed.
And that's all he did was embarrass himself, because he broke out the harmonica. You was calling him all kind of
jigaboos.
Yeah.
This jigaboo nigga playing violins and shit, harmonicas and shit.
Yeah, when he did that, I was like, that's him. He always break out into a song and start singing that damn harmonica. I'm like, you know what? Everybody knows he a troll.
No, yeah,
so a lot of them don't even take him serious. Yeah.
why is it when we have a real conversation though, the nigga, some of them just want to troll? Like I recognize the trolls after a while, you know, because they're funny. There's a difference between you being a troll and you being funny. But the ones who just constantly going for black women, that shit started to get annoying to me. Black men.
I didn't like it when he started that troll. If it was a joking situation, I'm cool with it. Cause I troll when it's joking. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, the black man is king. Bomb, you wrong. You know them people is kings. You know?
Right. But you know, the women, we understand that. Did you know? But the men don't. Like when them, so the men who trolling, even the men don't know that they're trolling.
Yeah,
so is he really trolling if the men think what he's saying is true? You see what I'm saying?
I don't know, but he'll tell you he a troll. He'll tell you.
Oh yeah,
he put it in his name. He'll put Dusto, the original troll. He'll put it in his name. Dusto, Dusty, cause he said he a Dusty. He want to send the G's Dusty. He'll change his name. He always said he Dusty.
I know one of the men claimed that it was black men don't do this to embarrass black women. Is only the black women doing that. And I'm like, well, you're lying about that. These men, most of the men, like you talk about, they're new. That's why I don't recognize his name. They're new to the area, and therefore they don't even know why women start calling them Dusty. They don't even know why black women was twerking on Kevin Samuels' grave. Kevin Samuels was disrespectful to black women before he died. And I'm sorry if people think that people should respect somebody just because they're dead. We didn't respect them before, and there will be no respect after. That's some nonsense that people think. That's that, you know, back in the day, you would be respectful of the dead because the dead was respectable though. Even if you disagreed with them, they wasn't as horrible as these dudes here on the internet are. This shit is ridiculous. Some of these men are, you know, like you said, what they'll do, they'll claim that they're trolling in one area, but in a whole nother area, if nobody knows they're trolling, then the men are hyping them up. That's some of those men I could tell. Did I put this on now?
Yeah, he's slow. He crazy. I mean, with him, I just don't pay him no mind, to be honest. Him, what's the funny guy from New Orleans?
Oh yeah, him. Yeah, I like him now. Now
Poppy,
see, you can know Poppy. Which one? You got a couple names, yeah. So he trolling.
He just be trolling.
Yeah, but he be joking and having fun and laughing. The other dudes don't be doing that much.
Yeah, he funny to me.
There's a lot of them who, you know, I think they're funny. Then they got some. If I don't know them, I don't know them. And you know, I'll determine if I feel like they're trolling eventually. I don't even be caring enough to even care if they're trolling or not. Me, to be honest. I was over there just having a discussion. Did I break that? I did. Yeah, I did break that. It's this thread. It's called shit. I don't like this food. Yeah, them got them. Wait, okay, that's right. Yeah, it's crazy though. What's going on here? There's an area. I'm in different schools. And, yeah, I don't know who he is, but I'm doing too crazy, man. Like,
yeah, but I was I know the main thing everybody was talking about last weekend was the Pearly thing. And only thing I say about her, it was too many people calling her out from the beginning. So I don't even think Black women should, like, they saying something. From what I get is she interviewed a guy who said some racist stuff and she kind of went with it or something, right? But I looked that guy Nick Fuentes up, and he was on a guy channel, No Jumper, Adam 22.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched that full interview. And this guy, Nick Fuentes, said Black men are hereditary because it's in their genes, more than not being criminals, right? Mm-hmm. And that they are dumber than white people, Asians, all kind of people, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's in their genes. And this is my thing. These here manosphere men seeming like they mad with just Pearly thing. Why y'all not mad with Adam 22 No Jumper? Because y'all don't want to go against white folks. That's all it is. Because if you go at Adam 22 No Jumper, because I follow that man. And when I tell you, I done seen Angry Man in his chat. I done seen all kind of people in this man's chat.
They advertising, so, they trying to get his people.
Yeah, but my thing is, on that Nick Fuentes, on Adam No Jumper channel, all of these here big wigs and all these people who in everybody's chat was in that chat. And my thing is, when you see them in those chats, a lot of times I just don't comment in chats. I just watch. Mm-hmm. Only time I comment in a chat, honestly, is somebody on the panel I like. If ain't nobody on the panel I really like, I don't comment. I just watch. But I'm watching this, but you see how they didn't go after Adam No Jumper? Because they know that white man gives no fucks. And it's just like Vic was saying, hold on, Bomb Cherry, Miss Bomb Cherry, hold on. We got a dominant man here. That's what they do. They cape for them. They cape for them. And this damn white hillbilly man ain't showed up until they kept talking about Pearly thing. Why he on everybody's channel? He was on Fight Club. He was on Lapeef. They're letting this white hillbilly man be everywhere. All of a sudden, in a matter of 4 days, this man everywhere. You know why? Because they're a white man and y'all talking about just Pearly thing.
That's right. We're talking about that white woman. As soon as they start talking about it, have he said anything about it yet? Have anybody got a chance to really talk about her to see what he's got to say?
No, because they all focus on here white man.
That's right. Focusing on him. Now, he coming up so he can talk. He want to be able to talk and say what he want to say. They won't. Everybody focusing on that.
You called it, Bob. He come up to only say shit about Black women. He ain't saying nothing about the Black men. See, he testing them. He testing their gangster, and they so weak as, listen, it's just like that example I gave. If I could come up and talk about you and people know I fuck with you and I rock with you, they ain't just testing you, they're testing me. Right. They're testing me more than they're testing you. They're testing me to see what I'm going to say about it.
Right.
You think you're going to go into an all-white space and drag their damn white women?
Hell no, you're not. Not without them saying something. They wouldn't even allow you over there to do it. They're going to kick his ass off. And then they're going to talk about you right after they kick you off. You ain't going to do that. They can talk about their women if they want, but that don't mean they're going to let other people.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what I was trying to say. These here men don't realize no other war or revolution. These men, listen, they playing this game, but they know damn well they ain't gonna want you to do what they doing.
Why do you think they got kicked out? why you think the manosphere got kicked out of the manosphere? The black manosphere had to create their own because all they wanted to do was talk about women. And even though the white man agrees that, hey, they need to go their own way and there need to be some laws changed, they don't want to sit amongst and just talk about their women. And they definitely don't want to hear no black man talking about their white women. And they don't even want to sit with them, listening to them talk about us. Because if there was, it's a lot of men, they don't come over, they're not coming in them. Because even when they go in this space, if you ever see a white man go in this space, when they speak, they'll talk about their women a little bit, right? They get uncomfortable with these black men talk about black women. These niggas just don't even know how to move, man. They just don't. It's ridiculous. And then, yeah, these men are dumb. I don't even know what to say. I'm really giving up. I'm not fucking with them raggedy ass niggas no more. And yeah, every chance I get, I'll shit on them. Fuck them. If they're not what I consider a man, right? Then fuck them. I'll go over there and sit in their face on chapters where I know I can shit in their face. And that's what I think. Because that shit would happen. And then somebody tried to say, well, the reason they let Auntie J get treated like that. Auntie J didn't come over there and she didn't even say anything. I think old dude think she was talking about him. But Nightish had come on the panel. And she said something about I wanted to come up last night. And old dude assumed that she said white. She said last night.
That Auntie J didn't tell that man nothing. Even when he was saying something to her, she was like, how you doing? You know, she was not coming at that man.
Right.
And it was weird that he was like, oh, what's your ailments? She was like, I don't have no ailments. He was like, you don't have cancer? She was like, no. He was like, and then he tried to say, oh, well, because I had cancer and I wore turbans. No, go get. Yeah, my grandson walked in here with his daddy whole while. Go pick it off the floor and give it to your daddy. Girl, Lord, just for them pull out credit cards and everything. You're only 3. Let me tell my son to get this here. I told my son, you ain't gonna have no money, no credit cards, or nothing. And if I find any loose cash on the floor, it's mine. I see the boy putting out bills. Oh Lord. Y'all know I work at elementary. What 1 year this kid took his dad money or mom money, I don't know, one of his parents. It was like in the classroom giving children like from $1 to like $100 bills. Like and everybody, you know, I'm teaching and I turn around and I see him passing out money. So I go to take it from him. And then I see all the children behind me. Some of them got $100 bill and they all saying, I got $1. I done collected all this money and I call the boy mom. And I'll never forget that. I'm like, so-and-so got this here and came and was giving it to all his friends. I took it from him. And then they was like, oh my God, we've been looking for my husband Wiley. You know, they only 5, they don't know no better. Like, but y'all lucky adults saw it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Somebody
who honest too, you know?
Yeah. I you know. But I mean, this man had his ID, credit cards, everything in that wallet. Boy, I just thought of that because my grandson, he's 3, he in here playing with his daddy wallet. I'm like, boy, you'll be one of them damn kids doing that bullshit at school. You gotta break this early before you get there. I was telling my son, you gotta stop him because he'll go to school in a couple years and do this shit. You know. No, but Auntie J didn't come after nobody. But and she even said, so you mean to tell me your skin turned dark like mine?
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? I mean, my thing is, I hate when they let it's bad enough we got to take the abusive disrespect from our own men. But to let another race of man come in and shit on your women, it's
Especially the
just
ones who they like, you know. A lot of people like Auntie J, but she don't come at them like I do, you know. She might disagree with them and shit, but you know.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really like Auntie J talking points. I really don't.
They switch up. I know that. You know, I know that because I hear what people say.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when I'm up there with her, she kind of agree with me a lot, which shocked me because
but on over there.
Yeah.
But when she on other places, she don't.
It switches up.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, it switches up. And my thing is, okay, when I'm trolling, I'm always like the black man king. Everybody know I don't mean that bullshit. Like, you know, I'll be talking about the problem with you, Bomb Cherry, is you doing all that sewing. How much money you spent on thread today? You know what I'm saying? And I tell Sharice, you know, I just pick on something I know y'all like to do. And the problem with you, Sharice, you always stacking. You think you need to eat a meal every day. You only need to eat once a week.
Once a week.
Yeah, and I tell Tequila, the problem with you, Tequila, is you think you need to live in a house and shit. You know, what's wrong with being with your man under a bridge? That's what I'm saying. You women are too small. When I'm saying that dumb shit, come on. Y'all know I'm lying. If you believe I'm really serious when I say that shit, you crazy. But I'm just going along with the men. The men be saying that we chose welfare and food stamps. So I was trying to throw up things. Yeah, hey, look, y'all don't need no food stamps, no shelter, no nothing. You know, just be with a good black man under a bridge, eating once a week. That's good enough for you.
Yeah, let the kids starve.
Let them starve. Fuck them kids. What you mean about them kids? What they say, fuck them kids.
That's what they say. When they used to be the kid, now they angry about being the kid.
Ain't that crazy? That's the sickest shit right there. Fuck them kids. Man.
No, I never see the white men talking about fuck them kids. That they would never say no shit like that. Like they understand the importance of their children. And
you know, as a woman though, Bomb, that's a hurtful shit to say fuck them kids. That's some sad shit for me. I ain't gonna lie to you. Every time I hear it, even when I'm trying to joke about it, that's sad. Fuck them kids.
Shit, some of the women starting to say it too.
Yeah, that shit, but it's still sad. That's some fucked up shit. You talking about the weakest among us. That's some sad, sick shit, man. We a sad, sick race of people, man.
And the ones who claim that we sad are the ones who making it sad. You know? I'm talking about, I don't give a fuck about you. Just because we black don't mean black. Yeah.
Yeah, but
like you said, they don't understand
them. Huh? No, when you was telling that guy about, you know, that's your brother got killed for no reason, you know, unjustly. He was like, that nigga ain't my brother.
Right.
I'm like, what the hell?
Now, if I would have said that's one of your niggas, then he would have been like, look at her. She called him niggas. So I referred to him as brother, and then still there's an issue. You see? There's always going to be an issue with them.
Yeah, they come up with some.
Yeah, they do come up with something always.
They say that ain't their brother, and because I don't hang with them type of men. We didn't even qualify with type. And then that dude, the truth, that was the reason why I kind of went quiet, because he was starting to lie. And I even asked him, is your name the truth or you a liar? Like, what the hell? He was like, yeah, because you said the kind of men I hang around. We never qualified the kind of men.
Right. We never said nothing like that. Just outright. I told you that's what they do.
My brother is married and he raised children that's successful and this, that, and the other. And I'm saying to myself, so what? Like, what your brother accomplishment got to do? That's like me saying about something with my sister or something. Right. I can't choose to take her accomplishments. Like, is that what we doing in life now? This is crazy. You know, are we gonna take what our siblings did and be able to say,
because they can't speak on their accomplishments, so of course they got to teach them.
And that dude, the truth, he looked like he in his down 40s. So what did you keep on talking about your brother and his accomplishments?
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, watch Paw Patrol.
That is some shit. That is.
Stop pressing stuff. Yeah, but no. I don't know. The people's weird, man. There's some bunch of weirdos. We was trying to have a little black units. And then when I came up, so I came up on that thing. I don't know if you was there last night, but the night before last when I came up, I came up because you was on there, really. Mm-hmm. But I was in the chat and I heard the guy they was talking about black people stupid, man. They go burn up their own neighborhoods. They was destroying black businesses. And I'm like, the fuck? That was yeah, they was unloading bricks in the street and giving them to black people, and they so dumb they was going through all the bricks. No, them white people was grabbing them bricks and busting windows themselves.
That's right.
That shit was. I hate when black people do that. We seeing it on TV. If you was in person, I'm gonna be honest with you. The last protest, me and my daughter left. I'm gonna tell you why we left. Because we went out there. It might have been a whole 100 black people in the beginning. A lot of white that morning. No, that morning it was maybe 100, 200 black people. By that evening, Bomb, it looked like it was 1,000 white people with 150 black people.
That's what I'm saying. With the white people.
They took over and then they was destroying shit. And you know what I told my baby? I said, come on, girl, we ain't going to jail. We moving back to our hotel. I ain't had no part in that bullshit. I left. I mean, if we gonna do this here, we gonna do it. But I'm not about to, do it because you have a different agenda. That's my thing. Right.
And and by the way, the media knew that. The media know that there was the white people doing that shit. But all they kept saying is Black Lives Matter. Yep, look at the fires and look at this and look at that. They knew it was the white people doing that shit. In fact, they caught a few police officers who traveled out of different cities and some out of different states. And they caught that they were the ones being destructive.
Yeah, and, but I'm telling you, it was not us like they tried to portray that bullshit. A lot of black people, I'm talking about, it was a lot of black people that morning. It was only us, I'm gonna be real. And then something happened midday, closer to the evening time, where it was all them, and little by little, we just left. When I saw maybe 40, 50, 60 of us, I said, come on, baby, let's go. I took my daughter and I left. I even told another lady, I said, we about to go. She said, shit, I'm going too. And we went out, me and my daughter, we went out to eat, we went shopping, and then we wound up watching the rest of the protest late that night. People was getting beat by the police, and it was ridiculous. We didn't go there for that. We wanted to just show our solidarity for the situation that happened. But all of this extra shit, no, that was anarchist, and they don't want to separate that from the protest. Those people was actually there for a different agenda. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I was there, and I talked to a bunch of them white people. They was telling us their agenda. They was telling us that they want They was basically wanted a war with the government, and they kept saying, kept saying, they're not shy about it, Bob.
Oh no!
But that wasn't the reason why we were there. We wasn't there thinking about no damn war, nigga. We ain't got no tanks or no helicopters or no. That shit sound crazy to me.
These black men who claim they Trump supporters and shit. Trump is there to destroy the government. The people who he catered to, they want a war. Because they claim they want the federal government out of their shit. And even though the people who work for the federal government, they just want their votes and their support. So they'll, so they started with that fake news and all that bullshit.
Yeah, but let me tell you, these anarchists have swastika tattoos on them.
Yeah,
those are also Trump. Yeah, but the ones I saw something on, and I'm gonna tell you, there are actual Trump supporters that be at Black Lives protests throwing bricks and shit. They are anarchists. I'm telling you, man, they are anarchists. Mm-hmm. Trump he was going against the grain. Trump actually in his heart and soul is a Democrat, but he ran as a Republican. Everybody knows Trump was not no damn Republican. Trump ain't no real Democrat. Trump is a fucking anarchist.
Right.
I'm telling you. And I don't think he thought he was going to win. For real.
He said it. His family said it. He think he was going to win.
Bomb, so you about to make a purse with that?
This is going to be a string bag. It's going to be a nice size one. You'll see. Yeah. So it's going to be a pretty nice size one with vinyl at the bottom of it. And I made one the other day. Let me see if I have a picture so I can show you. It should be on my phone. Hold on. Yeah. Photos. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's not in my photos. Probably sent me a picture of it. Let's see. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna share this way. Share the screen. Okay, so you see this? I made this. You see it?
Yeah.
But so it has a vinyl bottom. On this one, it's gonna be black. So I stitched out a little boy who had cancer, wanted a gift from me. So I made him this. So it's a drawstring bag, and I stitched out the Black Panther for him, put his name at the bottom and stuff. Then the zipper's on the side, and let me see if you can see the full thing. This is what it looks like when hubby was holding it.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's big.
Yeah, it's a big, nice bag.
Oh, okay.
And so it's drawstrings and the bottom is boxed out. So it's a nice size.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So this one gonna be Marine. I have one stitched out for Army. And then I have another one that the women gonna definitely like. It's downstairs. I stitched it out. So I'm gonna do this one first, this Marine one. So the zipper, see, I just put the zipper. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing, but so the zipper here, it's a big zipper. So this is a big pocket. The whole front has the pocket. It's just on the side. So there's a big pocket right there in the front of it. And then the inside of it is real big. I was thinking about putting a pocket in the inside too, but I don't think I need to because this whole front portion is a big pocket. See how long that zipper is from all the way from the top to the bottom?
Yeah, I see it.
So, yeah, so that means in the inside of that is that full pocket. That whole front is a big pocket. So, yeah. So I don't think and then the drawstrings is real nice. They didn't have it strung up. But yeah, it came out real nice, so that's what I'm doing again. People watch me make it on. I think I was on Facebook when I created it. But yeah.
Yeah, because it don't look big the way you sewing it, but I see it now.
Yep. Because this is wait. Let me stop this and then I'll show you. Okay. It don't look big, but actually this is right now. This is the 15 by 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, remember what I do with it? It should be on the bed. Where did I do it? The vinyl, the black. Oh, here we go. And then this is 15 by 15, and then there's another 2 inches that go on the side over here, right? And then this is the actual bottom of it. So this is just the center of it. This is the bottom that's going to be boxed up. So it's another 3 inches. And then there's another 2 inches that go to the top for the drawstring box. So this is a big bag. Look, when I piece it together. So this goes here. This goes over here. This go at the bottom like this. And then there's another piece that's going to be, what color did I say? It should. And so, yeah. So there's another 2 inches up here. So that's a pretty big bag. See how big it's going to be once it's all constructed.
Yeah, that's nice, Bob. That's real nice.
So it's gonna be cool. And then I'm making this for, so they're gonna have the straps, which I'm gonna make black and smaller than I did on the which comes, and it's a drawstring. And
hey, everybody in the chat, I need y'all to hit the like button and also send a cash app to Bomb Cherry Juice.
The cash app, we always accept that. Cash apps over here.
Send
I think you said you want
Bomb Cherry.
Thank you for the cash app. I did see it just now.
Yeah,
when I was messing
but I
with
want everybody to do it. Because you know what? I'm telling you, watch these here people who hate us. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even care if it's men, but when it be constantly women, y'all, Bomb. I be thinking I'm gonna go on I be wanting to go live and curse some of these women.
You want to go live? Because I can end it so you can go live.
No, I'm saying when I see all them women cash apping and super chatting.
Oh, they do be doing that to the men, huh?
Yes, I be like, but y'all bitches won't even send me $1. Like y'all won't send me $1 or send women $1, but y'all send it to men who hate you. This man, Angry Man, yesterday, Bomb. God, I wish you could review. If you had the time, I know you busy sewing, but if you had the time to review his damn thing about Pearly, that shit was so sad. It's just like, God damn. And then he switched it all to black women folk. That shit it was honestly masterful and sad at the same time. This nigga turned it.
He probably switched it up because the cash app wasn't coming in as much.
Man, when he started saying, he even started calling the men not straggles, maggles. And the guy said, "What's a maggle?" He says, "A man that's being influenced by a black B-dub, by a black woman." And when I tell y'all them super chats start going in, and I'm looking, you know me, I'm nosy. I'm pocket watching. It ain't nothing but B-dubs, black women. I'm like, I'm sitting up there cursing each one out. You bitch. Look at this dumb bitch. God forgive me. Like, look at this dumb bitch sending this money. Like, I need to find her and whoop her ass.
Yeah, I see it all the time. All the time. And
yeah, but that shit's sad.
That's what keep the men going, because even the women support them with the money. Who just came up? I can't even see. Do you see him?
What up,
Pastor?
Hey, Pastor.
What up, man? I'm so disappointed in these niggas. I have been trying to tell them about Plantation Pearl for months now.
Yes, you have.
They all them told me that I was a hater. They called me all kinds of names. Said, how can you say these things? Don't you be dealing with? Now they try to say all these things. Now
they even tried to accuse because Pastor like white women and Hispanics. But one thing I will say about Pastor don't hate his black women. He just like Hispanic women. That's a difference. That's a difference.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's it. That's like literally it. But so I told them, look, man, I know what's going on. I'm trying to tell them what's going on. They call me all kinds of hater. They call me sisterhood. They said, why you over there talking and working with Sexy Red and all kinds of stuff? I was like, y'all niggas wildin', man. Like, Sexy Red ain't did nothing to me, nigga. Anyway. Them niggas want to take the story and run with it. I done talked about King Richards, Sarah Garvey, about the plantation, about how she got them niggas for laptops and mics. I done exposed all this shit. Now them niggas.
Wait, what she got laptop from who?
She got all them Africans for laptops and mics, and they only getting like 10. They're only getting like, and the thing about it is, it's almost like a 360 deal because they're only getting 10% of the money, and with the equipment that she's giving them, they're actually working for equipment. Boil down to. I've been trying to tell these niggas what was going on. They're like, no, Pastor, you hate it. Now they all want to run around like they came out with the story first. Like, y'all niggas got it. Y'all got it.
No, I admit you did come out, you and Sexy Red. Even though we was talking about it over here, but y'all was like, when she Me Too the guy and shit and all that, y'all, go ahead. What you were saying?
It's everything they talking about.
Wait, Pastor. Did you hear when she told the white supremacist guy, yeah, I'm trying to get my Africans to the U.S.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, I kind of stopped
She
covering it.
She kept calling the people her Africans, my Africans.
Oh God, damn!
Yeah, and she, but you know what? I've been talking about her in the slave trade because her and them Africans that don't really matter to me. You know what I mean? Because they Africans. But we were talking about the fact that she was having all these American black women go up there and go over slavery with them, and then she was trying to introduce slavery and Thomas Sowell and all this. Jesse Lee Peterson. All these cats, she been trying to push this slavery narrative for a long time. And I've been on it, telling people about this slavery, and she was running a plantation over there with them Africans. She tried to run a plantation in America with American Negro niggas, but we cost too much. So she went over there with them Africans. She get them for cheaper. Because at least Kevin Samuels did get a little bit of a bag out of him.
Man, I don't even have too much. I'm like on Sexy Red's team. I'm like, I ain't even mad with her. I'm more disappointed in the damn nigga that brought her. Shit on that. Like, why y'all brought her? Why y'all doing all of that?
I don't know.
And then she keep calling them the Africans, my Africans,
They are her Africans.
And then Obsidian made a joke and said, well, it's like when a white person is cool with a black person. You think they care when their friends say the N-word? No, that's only you sensitive niggas that care about that. And I'm saying to myself, so it's okay for white people to call y'all niggas now. Like, when did all this shit in the world change?
Honestly, I would like to ask Obsidian when the last time he dated a decent white girl. If you were, this is weird. Like the Manosphere consistently does this, where they speak on other races, but then when someone from that other race does something completely different than what they say, oh, they ain't got nothing to say. Like it's weird to me. Like they say that white girls are all submissive and they do this and they do that. And then Pearl came in here and said, I can be better than your top nigga. She said, I can be better than your Kevin Samuels in 1 year. And niggas help to do it.
Well, I believe she is better.
And she is, and she got them numbers.
God. You heard me, Mom? The white woman is God. And so protect Pearl at all costs.
Oh yeah, the shit that Obsidian and them niggas. The crazy thing about it is, like I heard them niggas repeated. This another thing they stole from me. These niggas stole. I was like, well, I listened to Obsidian do his little recap on. I was like, Obsidian did all that, letting these niggas apologize for Pearl. Wouldn't apologize. Told Pearl not to apologize, but all they want other women to do is apologize.
You know what I really want, Pastor? If you know how to do graphs, Bomb, or you, because you good, Bomb. I want y'all to, you remember that guy who did the photo shoot for him and his wife engagement, and he was a slave on a plantation, and she was like the white woman who saved him? I want y'all to put Obsidian and Angry Man picture on that man and make that video.
And put, that is. Should we do Obsidian or Angry Man? Which one should we put?
They're both is on that plantation Pearl shit.
I think honestly,
in a plantation.
Angry Man is out. Angry Man is back in Pearl, but Obsidian is out there for Pearl. Like I be trolling Angry Man a lot, but I can't even troll him that bad. Like. Obsidian,
man, that shit would be a genius. Whoever could do that for me, I will pay. I promise y'all, I will pay money. I would listen. I spend a lot of money on YouTubers. I promise you, try to support a lot of people. Shit. But
I need to figure out how to get on Photoshop, man. Because you know what, that'd be that's the perfect picture to explain what's going on.
That's all we need is Pearl as that white woman in that plantation dress, and a black man with the slave outfit on and on his knees and shit in that field. We need.
I'm gonna try to push the conversation past, because these niggas don't get it, right? These niggas don't get it. These management niggas don't get it. The reality of it is, like I was telling these niggas, her dad got tired of riding her around, interviewing rappers and talking to all these black niggas and him not getting nothing out of it. See, the thing about it is her daddy is getting so much money off of this shit. When her father sees his 20-something-year-old daughter running circles around these niggas. What would you, y'all obviously aren't men, but I'm just saying, as a man, if I was in his shoes, you couldn't tell me shit. I would get that whole, they doing this for politics, man. I'm telling you, man, he creating his own black voter block of black men. It's crazy, man. I didn't think that niggas was going, but niggas is going. Because if I was her father, there's no way I could see my daughter having that much power around black men and not say that that's my power too. There's just no way. Am I wrong for logically thinking that?
Well, I don't think you're wrong.
No, I think this new guy who been coming on Fight Club, all these other spaces, and was on there with Bomb the other day. I think he a plantation Pearl plant.
A lot
I'm gonna tell you the truth. Because why is this white man just anonymously just showing up somewhere we never seen him before? We never seen that man before, and he keep going after black women.
He going after black women? A white guy?
Yeah, Bomb, tell him about what's his name? Just Hear Me Out or something. Up there talking. Yeah, just got slick shit. When Bomb was about to talk, he was like, "Oh, Bomb Cherry, Bomb Berry, Bomb Berry." Yeah.
Damn. So you mean tell me these niggas done open the door for
another one while they dealing with one, and then the black man was over there cooning for him, actively saying he's look what he said. Alpha male is up here now.
So when the dude was
no Bomb, Pastor, he did not call that man that white guy alpha male. He said, Bomb, chill out. We have the dominant man.
Oh, the dominant man.
The dominant
who said
man.
That? What panel were you on?
I was on over there by
Bomb, play it right quick. Play it.
Okay.
I know you're busy. I'm sorry. I know
it's
you're
okay.
busy. So.
I ain't like I've been honestly the reason why I haven't been on YouTube like that is because you know what? Hey, I got my TNCC today. And I'm happy about that.
What is TNCC? What is that?
Trauma nurse core class. So it's like it's this like a trauma certification. Like when somebody come in fucked up. Anyway, I passed that today. That shit was pretty hard, but got that shit popping.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Congratulations, Pastor.
Thank you. Yeah, I went and did that this morning. But what is going on around here with these Negroes? They ain't accomplishing nothing.
Pastor, this shit was so funny. And Bomb was trying to check the white guy, and the black guys kept checking Bomb. Calm down, Bomb, calm down. Now you were, and she would be like, okay. She like giving him a chance to check the man, so she try to calm down. Every time she try to calm down, they making excuses for him. And then PhD was trying to say something. They telling her to calm down. What the fuck? Y'all telling the women to calm down, and then y'all don't even step up to check the man. So when they do calm down, y'all not gonna say nothing to check him.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a nigga cursing me out, Pastor. You telling me to calm down, but you don't address him and tell him nothing. How long you think them women gonna stay calm down? They gonna be cussing everybody out. Not like what the fuck? I was glad.
What part you want to hear him say? Because
I want to hear him say when you first started talking.
Oh, okay. When I first got up there, let's see. Am I up there yet? Nope, I don't know them peoples. Nope, I don't know them peoples. I wasn't up there with them. PhD is up there, and she was saying, hey, y'all gotta watch it because this is how Pearly got in, right? So let's hear a little bit of that.
It does not matter.
It don't matter.
What's the big city in Mississippi? What's the big city in Mississippi?
You got Mississippi.
Yeah, those aren't really big cities when you know have been in big cities. None of them.
Who is his roommate?
Who
is his roommate?
Who
is his roommate?
Oh my God.
Who is his roommate? Who was his roommate?
Known?
My point, Vic, was that when you have black people come in here and in black spaces and they try to gatekeep when they see a white person, don't you as another black person jump all over them. At this point, we got over 400 years of experience with these people that say we need to gatekeep anytime we see them, right?
What is gatekeeping?
Your lack of gatekeeping is what landed y'all, why y'all been running around like chickens with your head cut off for the last 3 days talking about Pearl. It's the fact that you won't gatekeep it. You get so excited
I don't understand.
You open the gate and let them right in and elevate them right to the top. So my point is,
I just said
real question.
Another black person when they gatekeep when they see a white person. That's exactly what.
No, I said just be respectful in order to
you don't
let
tell
him.
nobody nothing. Don't tell nobody nothing. Let them
What
do what they want to do.
what is? Oh, that's what you explaining. Gatekeeping is.
Yeah, that was.
Hold on, on a panel
Yeah.
that niggas roast. I thought that's what we do on Jay Prince, Aaron O, Anton, even my channel to a certain extent. I thought that's what we do. We roast, we talk shit. We really say we talk about smart stuff, and we also roast and say what we want to say. Now what all of a sudden changed?
Well, so nothing wrong with the roasting, right? But when the
You cannot
white
do
man-
that, sir, when the white man is present. Okay, when a dominant man appears, you cannot do that.
But
Okay.
yeah, they didn't
Per
want me-
Victor Hart.
the white man wanted to insult, and I'm willing to play the game. But when I go to insult him, they then make it seem like I am the one in the wrong, because I guess I'm supposed to just roll over and die. I'm supposed to just let him insult me. So
I want to hear this. I want to hear this exchange. I want to hear how it went, and I want to hear how it actually went.
Okay, here we go. Let's see.
And them niggas, because they don't like they were giving them much smoke. It don't like they was giving them like it wasn't.
They
like
wasn't giving him no smoke. They was taking up for him. He couldn't do no wrong. So now they're getting on deep.
So do you think a white guy with a beard like that actually does anything productive for a living?
I don't.
Truly, I mean, he might be a truck driver. I mean, he might. I mean, so that's
Bob called that nigga homeless. That shit was epic. Bob, I could have peed.
I mean, I don't even want to give him a truck driver, yo. Like, I don't even want to get because truck drivers stay cleaner than that. Like, I'm trying to think, what kind of job could you have where you could look like that?
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to know, right? Because but them men was up there protecting him, especially Vic. Vic started talking about you can't talk like that around them, in Mississippi.
Ain't Vic that Mississippi nigga?
Yeah, Vic that Mississippi. He was.
Next time I see Vic,
man, Vic is that Mississippi dude, and it was.
Who was on Vic neck that night?
Huh?
Oh, we was on Vic neck that night. We were talking about.
Oh, were you?
You remember he kept trying to call Mississippi Wakanda? That nigga kept trying to call Mississippi Wakanda, yo. And the more he said that shit, I feel like the madder I was getting, I was like, man, stop saying that shit, bro. Just stop. He kept saying it though. Mississippi Wakanda.
I gotta see. I get up here right about here. Let's see.
Rosy cheeks or whatever, and saying certain things. No, you see, you derailing the conversation. She know what I'm saying. Okay, this is a man that's on here in the space. When a pretty white girl come on here with rosy cheeks and she's saying something to woo the man, and she say something slick that they can't catch on with your smart ass, I expect you to do the same thing.
And I strongly agree because there's been several women out there.
Because y'all let them women slide with anything.
No,
but
Bob, you was on here a little earlier.
No, I just got here. I just got up here.
It was a little earlier because I heard this part.
No, I just got up there on the panel.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I haven't even started talking yet.
Did not say anything out of the way. He didn't say nothing out of the way. And you just woke your little black ass up. Hold on. You just woke your little black ass up.
When the woman asked
mad.
the question,
It's somebody who you mad at. You want to hug.
Antagonistic with her. Don't get antagonistic.
What
with
woman
another
asked
black
the question?
person on behalf of a white person? Somebody asked the
What
question.
woman
about
asked the
him.
question?
And you started trying to go in.
Hey, but Vic, hold on.
Yeah.
When she came up here, she asked a valid question, right? She ain't really got involved. She was making a valid, and I thought they was doing a whole. We had a conversation in these spaces. Now he might say it on some
infiltrators, people trying to get into a group chat to be recording and be like, "Oh, I can't believe what they said," or whatever. Right? Here's my real name. My real name is Jonathan Adam. The only thing I'll say is
arguments there.
Full disclosure.
Well, you were working, man, and you gave all your information. All right, and that's all I need to say.
That's all he needed was his real information.
Hey, Bomb Cherry.
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We hear you great. Go ahead, Bob.
How y'all doing? Anyway, this is the thing, right? I've been listening for an hour, and the conversation was okay.
Oh my God!
Until well, what happened?
Now I'm gonna calm down, but I still hear y'all though.
Go ahead, Bob.
Oh, did I say something funny? I'm sorry.
No, he said something. Just go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I wasn't understanding. Anyway, I was listening for an hour, and the only person who was, to me getting out of the way was the person. So I guess Vic, when Vic, you kept saying what we should be doing when, right? And can we just have a conversation like regular people?
Not spaces on the internet. I'm talking about in environments where you can actually smell. I'm not a content creator. Look. Not to cut you out, but because I got a lot of respect. Well, hey, yeah. I got you, little girl. I got you, baby. I got you, baby. But look. I understand what you're saying, but when
that you putting forth to adults, baby, you do what you want to do and how you want to handle it in your life, in real life, or on the internet. But to sit up here for 20, 30 minutes telling other black people how to handle themselves, whether on the internet or in real life, whether around other blacks or other non-blacks, is ridiculous. They should have moved on.
What are you talking about?
Jerry, I really don't. Look, I'm going to tell you like this. Me being a black person that have dealt with different races of people, in different regions of people and everything, work for them or don't. Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna say. Everybody else raising the aliens.
But look, same last year, I've been thriving and living and doing what I'm supposed to be doing, but they think I'm the goddamn fool because I'm living in the poor state I'm living in the poor state in the United States and probably live better than half these niggas because I got morals, values, and handling business. And then I can determine what's necessary based on the individual. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't put people as a whole in a group. I deal with people according to how they present themselves to me right in front of my face. Whether you white, black, blue, purple, or green. I don't give a damn. Everybody don't do that, but guess what? That's their goddamn mammy and their damn daddy and their pappy fault. Because they ain't trained them how to do that.
Are you talking about black people?
No, I'm talking about any motherfucker that God breathed breath.
Well, why did you refer to the man?
No, if God had breathed breath, if God had breathed the breath,
let her talk.
Yeah.
Then you go in. You got no in the point. Let her go. Then you go at it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess all I was saying was change the topic, baby. We have a guest over here, right? Who's another race, and
me?
I would like.
Yeah, you
guest. Yeah, you're not a guest.
I'm a guest.
I want the problem.
No, I'm not saying you're the problem. Vic, I'm not saying.
I didn't hold the topic. I didn't hold the topic.
He's still
talking about race.
Wait.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
Calling me a guest is kind of racist that I cannot be in the panel because my skin color.
Wait, I called you a guest because I've never seen you over here before.
Well, that's fair.
But you pulled the race card on me.
I seen him here before.
Well, I don't care what you saw. I called him a guest because I had never seen him before. And I wasn't talking about race at all. In fact, I'm trying to.
Oh, okay. It's not because I'm white. Got it.
No.
They just like to mess with me. Look, just put the blame on me.
Why you don't like what I done seen before, Cherry?
Huh?
Why you don't care about what I done seen before?
Oh, Lord, you hear this? So the dude tried to pull and say that I'm racist. But I'm trying to actually get off the conversation of race so I can talk about the conversation, which was the topic is interracial relationship better? And I did want to ask the white guy about, interracial dating, but they were up here talking about how, the black man is better and shit like that, and that they get to come in our space and we should just treat them fairly and without without see, there's some black men and women who are okay with the white man being in the area. There's other blacks though, when we come up, we might want to question, like, okay, who are you and where you from? See, that's how Pearlie was able to get in the space, because nobody wanted to ask her, who is she? Where's she from? And why is she even here?
I mean, asking questions, ain't nothing wrong with asking questions. First of all, this title is interracial relationships better. Should be R.
Right.
Interracial relationships better. I don't know. These niggas need, boy, we gotta see Jay Prince need help again. He need more help. But this shit is looking bad already because he already feel too comfortable with these niggas.
Oh man, he called them bitches and they skated right over that. He said, all you bitches. He said, all of you bitches. And what? They just sat there and
Bob,
they tried to
I laughed so hard. He said, all you bitches.
Yeah,
let that shit play. Y'all, I might have to cover this again. While everybody covering Pearlie, I might have to cover showing these niggas themselves. And they, for some odd reason, don't want to talk shit. They don't come over here and talk shit like that. They don't come over here and talk shit on your pen. They scared, I guess. I'm gonna talk shit because they think they can still beat me. So I'm gonna talk shit to you niggas.
Yeah, you need to go and play this shit because I'm telling you, it's very interesting. When Auntie J comes up, right? He asks her, what's your ailment? What he asked her, what's wrong with her, like, right? Because you know she gets on camera. She's a older lady, right? Dark skin, and she have no problem getting on camera. And he asked her, what's wrong with her? Like, what's your ailment? And she's like, what you mean? I'm not sick. He said, well, you look like you got cancer. And she was like, so we all like, what are you talking about? Because she had a scarf on her head. But you notice Vic has a scarf on his fucking head, though. He ain't after Vic. That's right.
He not gonna see Vic is playing that good old boy game, so he's not gonna say nothing to Vic. Vic is giving him the comfort. He bringing that Southern comfort in. Mm-hmm. Oh, drunk ass Vic on the Southern comfort.
Yeah, Vic has the same type of scarf that that Auntie J had on her head.
I'll be damned.
Okay. Yes. I mentioned it to him. I was like, what you doing over there with that woman's scarf on your head? You know, when he talking about, I forget what he called it. And I was like, yeah, it's the same thing that Auntie J has on her head. Okay.
Did y'all go back and forth or what happened?
Yeah, and he don't go back and forth with me. You know, they're scared of me. They're a little scared. But after I call them bitches and shit, they get in their feelings. They could call us raggedy and all kinds of shit. They get in their feelings. But anyway, let me see what Auntie J came up. Yeah, when you go through it, you'll see, because there's a lot. Vic started talking, even when the white man was gone, he was still taking up for the white man. Even after the white man did what he did and everybody agreed that it was wrong, he still was taking up for the white man.
What did the white? Okay.
And that white man said, you are all the bitches. And they seemed like he was just talking to the women. But there was only 2 women on there, me and PH Diva, and everybody else was a man. And he said, you all are bitches.
I need to get that timestamp. I need to get that timestamp. I might go live. I might go live. Hey, yo, you two won't let me put that in the title. Y'all all some bitches. They won't let me.
You can put B's and H's after.
Yep. I could dress it up.
Yeah. You put Vic name in the title so it could come his ass over there.
Yeah. Put Vic name in the damn title.
Oh man, see the stream too long. I was over there for a few hours because I cooked and baked and all kinds of shit. But
what's his name? Vic. What's his name? Vic. What?
Vic. I don't know his name.
I think his name Victor Hart. HART. Victor Hart.
Vic Hart. Yeah.
And Victor then Hart. So so they say I get mean because I guess I get mean when they try to play me. What I notice some of these men will do, they'll come up and they'll be respectful to me, right? They won't say anything negative, but then at the same time, they won't let me speak. Even when it's my fucking turn, like everybody could go. Like let's say Nightish went, and then Ron went, and then Truth goes, Pappy goes, and Vic goes, right? And then but see, the order I went in, I should go before Vic. but then they will skip me and go to Vic. So then I'll just chill and then right after Vic goes, then they'll ask another question to somebody else, and I'll be like, wait a minute, I have something to say. Oh no, Bob, And then when I raise my voice to assert that it's my turn, then they make it seem like I am doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you gonna get your turn. I'm like, but it's my turn now. And no. And then a lot of times I let it go, right? Like Nitish might say, oh, Bob, let me get it. Or like when it's my turn. Like Nitish might say, Bob, it's your turn, let us speak. And then somebody else jump in. Then Nitish will change up and say, oh, no, let him speak. I'm like, no, it's my turn. Sometimes I let them get away with it. And then when I get tired of it, though, that's that passive aggressive shit they do. So Truth right there, that nigga is good for that motherfucker shit. He'll come up and say, I don't have no problem with you, Bob. But then he speaks around me. He'll talk about me while I'm there without using my name, right? These women, and the only motherfucker women up there, as you can see right now, is me, right? So, and he's talking about something I may have said. So he's passive aggressive. He's talking about me, around me, right on the same panel, but won't use my motherfucking name. And then so when I call them out, then they act like I'm being aggressive. And then I call them bitches. That's purposely. When I call them niggas bitches, I don't know why they think I don't know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing and what I'm saying. These niggas are whack, they pussies, and they let that white man. And so Truth came up there to say that why do women, first of all, no woman asked them to protect us. We were trying to explain that white man is in a place called the Black House, where there was nothing but men up there when he got up there. And he was clowning their asses and they didn't see it, right? When the women come up there, the white man went straight for us. He went straight for PH Diva. When I got up there, the little joking and laughing, he comes straight for me, but I handled it. When what her name got up there, Auntie J got up there, the way he shook his head when he looked at her in disgust, and then he said that when he had cancer, he looked like her. And that's why he said he thought she looked like cancer. You know what the men said? Oh, that makes sense. The man said when he had cancer, he looked like her. And we like appalled. I'm like, dude, he's saying right now that woman looked like dead, like she about to die. And she's saying she's okay. Then he said, they asked him to say sorry. He said, I'm sorry. He said, but the reason I said it is because she said she's 59, but she looks 89. That's what the dude said right after that. And you know what the men, and so me and the other ladies, we like, oh, so you insulted. So we ready to go back at him. And then they blame us. They say we the ones who started the insulting, to attacking. Like, dude, the dude came, he started attacking every single woman on his panel. And then when we want to go back at him, these niggas start throwing their hands up, talking about, we can't even have a conversation. Look what these women do. Look what they do. That's that passive aggressive shit. Are these niggas just dumb as fuck, which I like to go with that one. Okay. But Truth came up there and then he wants to speak and say, why would I respect or protect Black women when they come up and they disrespect us? And I'm like, dude, you on the internet. Is anybody disrespecting you in real life? Y'all disrespect. Y'all call me niggas. He was crying. So I did tell him he's a crying ass nigga right now. Crying about some women. What they saying. So anyway, yeah, review it. It's really cool to review.
I'm trying to get the timestamps like right now.
Oh, it's a lot. Yeah, it's you got to go from when I got up there until it's a lot. Cause I got up there about 6 hours in, I think, and I went all the way to 12. But Vic is one of the people who Vic said things like he called him like what you said, not the alpha guy, but he said he was serious. He also said, but you can't do that. You can't. He was warning everybody Black that they couldn't talk to him a certain way. He's a white man. You can't do that. He was serious.
I mean, I want to hear. But you don't know where it's set in here, though, do you?
No, I don't know where it's at. Because he was doing that so much. He was cooning so much that it was ridiculous.
Man,
Even Nightish called, like, people was calling him coons. And then he, you know, it's a lot.
I might have to go through this real quick. Because this right here, from what I have heard, is just wild.
Yeah, it's wild. It was wild. And, you know, there's a few of us up there joking and things like that. Like Pappy and Sal, of course, you know, he'll troll, and so we would have fun. Nightish came up and he was even saying, "Hey, dude, I'm sorry, but you're like," and I don't think they know what cooning mean, because I had to explain. I was like, cooning means that you're right, that you're taking up for this man. You won't even let this man speak for himself. Like, it wouldn't even went left if it wasn't for Vic and his cooning. Like, the white man, if he insults me, okay, cool. Then I'm gonna insult him back. But when I would go to insult him back, Vic would jump in and tell me I shouldn't talk to the white man that way.
Oh yeah, I gotta go listen. I'm gonna go listen to this. I'll be back.
Okay.
Don't leave, Pastor. Don't leave.
You know, Pastor be gone. Oh, you're back. Where you been, Devastating? You popped in, you popped out. Or was you always up here? Because you was quiet. Anyway, I think it is, because I don't want to go through that whole thing. You know, dude, I just wanted to prove that, first of all, they always blame us. So we get up there, we can have a discussion. It's just a discussion. How is it that the women can understand that, but these niggas can't? Now the men can, the niggas can't though. So the niggas, right? That's what I'm referring to them at this point. The niggas don't understand that just because a man and a woman is on a panel disagreeing does not mean that we hate them. Because I don't think people even know each other enough to hate or not hate them. So they then in turn, they think that we're disrespecting them because we won't submit to them in the moment. What I try to explain to them is that I don't owe them shit. I don't know them. I'm not their mamas, which if I was their mamas, I would whip their motherfucking ass. I told them that too, right? These niggas are sad. If they were my children, I would hurt them. And that's a fact.
I wanted to play this here for Pastor. I wanted to see what he thought. But let me ask you, what do you think about this here, man? Listen to this.
Wait, you could share it. Because we're probably not gonna
turmoil during a market downturn. It can have a lot of negative effects, especially if you step in.
Bob, I put my earpiece back on. I gotta find a minute mark. I don't think that's the minute mark.
You could share it if you want, so people can hear it clearer. You know how to share? What kind of phone you on? Or from your computer? Hello? Okay. Anyway, Devastating. Where you driving to?
At airport, O'Hare. Old motherfucking hair on a Friday. Worst day to do
it. I don't see a lot of traffic. You must be on a wait. Let me see if I can make it pick up. Let's see.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of traffic right this hot second. Give me about 100 seconds.
He said 100 seconds.
Yeah.
But everybody about to get off, huh?
Friday, hell. Yeah.
I know, yeah, that's right. Let me call hubby and see if he can bring me some food, because I don't want to cook. I'm gonna say, hey, baby, can you get let me see. How do I?
Yeah, I don't think I get a signal in this warehouse. I couldn't take my phone in. I remember.
Oh, okay.
Way in the back, yeah.
Let's see. Bring food. Bring.
But they didn't fire some folks since the last time I was here at this one.
At the what?
Amazon warehouse. Shit, it's 2:00. Hell, on a Friday, shit, that motherfucker had a full shift in there. Last time I came at 2:00.
They always find motherfuckers. Look, the highest
I'm
turnover.
talking about a bunch of motherfuckers. That motherfucking place was packed. It ain't nobody in that motherfucker now. Yeah.
Oh.
I know damn well all them motherfuckers didn't call in or take off.
They may get off early on Friday. You know, now they work these 4 days weeks now. My son's they down to 4 working days now.
Yeah, they laid out 20,000 nationwide over the holidays. Permanent employees are.
Oh damn! He tell me he's here. Oh, he must be downstairs. I ain't him come in. Tell me downstairs. He must be outside still. I don't know where I'll be at. Yeah. So my son, like, he work Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. He off Thursdays and Fridays, Saturdays. Yeah,
10 hours?
they either 10 or 12 hours. It depends, because he can also take a day off during the week. So they can, it's almost like making your own schedule, but as long as you do those hours, you know?
Yeah,
So I think they either do 10 or 12 hours a day.
Bomb. Can I play this for you right quick?
Yeah. What you gonna share it?
Let me redirect. Do you want a female president? Yes or no?
No. A woman can't lead a man. A woman cannot lead no man world, because God told us when he made us and he took her out the rib, and when they sinned, she gonna be under our foot. We should put our foot on their necks. Man, I'm in pimp principle. I'm sorry. I'm always gonna be in pimp principle, even though I don't carry it out and want to whore a hoe on the street or something. But I'm telling you right now, hell no. I ain't finna let no bitch sit up there and tell me what to do. Hell.
What you think about that, Bomb?
Girl, I don't even know who that fool. That's just sound like a fool. So I don't care what he say, but he sound like a fool. Who is it?
Some I don't know, Israel something. I don't know who the hell he is, but guess what? They was asking, could Kamala Harris be the next president, right? Mm-hmm. And so he asked them, would you vote for a woman president? And he was like, hell no. When the Bible, it said you gotta keep your foot on a woman's neck. No, I ain't never seen that nowhere in the damn Bible.
No, they dumb as hell, man. These niggas dumb, man. These niggas dumb.
The Bible said you're supposed to put your foot on a woman's neck. No, the Bible said that the children of Eve, the son of Eve, will put their foot on the serpent's neck. You see what I'm saying? People read shit wrong. Oh Lord. Her sons will put the heel of their feet on the fucking serpent's neck. That does not mean put your foot on a woman. These people be crazy. But when you read the chat, Bomb, the chat be the one, it be like women like, so hold it down. Well, the man is the leader. The man is the king. That's why I be trolling. I be like, girl, you right. The man, he is so right. He said, oh, girl, what's your address so I can come slap the shit out you? Like, God damn.
Then he mentioned something about pimping too. While he talking about
pimp principle. I'm always gonna be in pimp principle. Pimp principle.
While talking about the goddamn Bible. Ain't that some shit?
Bomb, the show I did yesterday, that's what I was talking about. It is the most disrespectful, degenerate, horrible men saying that they want the most feminist, submissive. It's like, y'all are just abuse. Y'all just want to abuse people. Because the shit y'all say is so horrible. If y'all got these women, I swear to God, I would have to call 911 on you niggas. Like for real, because it's the most disrespectful, horrible people thinking that they thinking that they deserve the most docile woman. Y'all can't be with them women. Y'all would abuse those women. Like those docile women need gentlemen. And you are not gentlemen, okay? You're nowhere near a gentleman, okay? Shit. This is crazy. You know, a gentle lady needs a gentleman. Because if she's really gentle and passive, and you're just abusive, cursing her out, dogging her. Listen, they got a man who go on Pastor show. That's why I was saying, Pastor, don't jump your ass down. Come your ass back up here, Pastor. They got a man who always want to show up, Pastor. He be on Pastor channel saying he the smartest one there. He a hotep guy. He always cursing every woman out. He done cussed me out. That's why I don't go on Pastor panel no more, because that guy waits for people to come up there just for him to get up there and curse. He cursed Caitlyn out the other day. He cursed Mr. Kev out. He cursed everybody out. So I don't even want to go up there no more, because I'm like, Lord, he cursed me out, and then my mic is not as strong as his. So even though I'm cussing his ass back out, when you listen to it, you can't hear me.
Right.
Yeah, he clowning me, but I'm getting his ass right back just as good. But I'm so
nobody
low,
can
you
hear it. Right.
Yeah.
That's what happens to me too.
Yeah. Because he did not shake me, you know what I'm saying? But it seemed like when I listened to it, I'm like, damn, they couldn't even really hear what I was saying, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't know. What you think, Devastating? Would you ever vote for a woman to be president?
Yeah, I mean, what? I don't understand why that would be an issue. Unless
if she promising certain things, huh?
You know what I'm saying? What's the difference between a man and a woman? Yeah.
If she promises certain things, if she the leading candidate and she sound good, what's the problem? Because the Bible told me I gotta be with Pimp Principle and put my foot on her neck. There's some weird shit they do on the internet, man.
Goes up and down, goes. I think I put it on wrong. Up, it's opening. But I want it to go down to close. No, I want it to go up to close. Down opens.
No, down should open it.
Yeah, down should open it, yeah. But I was putting it on wrong.
Oh, okay.
But I had it on wrong there. The down should open. Let's see. Yeah, these zipper pulls, the pulls are different. That you hear that man calling me? I did tell him to call me, but god damn though. he is truly calling, baby.
You was on the other show, on that other show, saying that man keep calling. I said, not the African.
Yeah, that's him calling me right now. Damn, okay, so. See, he ain't giving up, baby. He ain't gonna give up. So, I'm gonna do it next thing. So, he really want me to help him find somebody.
Bomb, do you mind if I ask you what happened to the channel?
Oh, no, I just got a strike. I should be able to go live probably now though. I couldn't go this morning though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, got a strike. Well, remember I was live. Remember the last? I'm not sure.
You were live. No, I was watching. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was live. I got a strike, and the strike
and it
don't
just
make no
ended
sense.
the broadcast. It just ended in the middle of the show.
Yeah, I got a strike. Huh?
I think she was playing something.
Yeah, we were talking about Pearl at the time. I was playing, remember about the feminism, remember? But they didn't get me for copyright, so that wasn't it. Remember I showed you what they got me for? It don't make no sense. They were saying it was spam and deceptive practices. Something like that. That's what they claimed. Deceptive practices. So
But you know what, Bomb? I'm gonna tell you, watch playing anything from her because I've seen this on another channel, and they're saying while they were showing some shit from her, she is getting people's channels flagged.
I don't care about that. She got to get you for copyright. But if they get me for copyright, then I'll fight that and I will win. But it's some tricky shit that she. So first of all, that wasn't her stuff. That was Vice. That's why they didn't get me for copyright. She can't copyright you just because she's on a channel, somebody else's panel. And even if it's her stuff, she still can't copyright you. Hello. Hello.
How's work?
Work is okay. Work is okay.
I was calling. Maybe you were busy.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm just working right now. Did you? So are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna send you a link. Call me in 3 minutes. I have sign out and then I'm gonna send you a link. I have to see if I can get on my other channel, huh?
If you call you on Zoom.
No. Call me back on here. I'm about to sign on to another Zoom and see if it works.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Oh my goddamn nerve. Okay, I told him we were gonna interview. Y'all want to ask the African questions about all the stuff y'all want to ask him, or y'all? What y'all think?
All them goddamn women over there in Africa, man. I don't know everybody trying to hear that goddamn bullshit. What the fuck you talking about?
He want an American woman. He wants.
He want to be one of Bomb's African.
No, you just want some what y'all got. You want y'all access
but we
to
can
whatever.
get it.
Yeah.
Right, I agree. But let me see. So I'm gonna end this screen, y'all, and then I'm gonna start see if I could get on the other one. If I can't, we're coming back over here. So we're gonna interview. Unless you want to go live, Mute?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we're coming back, everybody. We're coming back. We're gonna try to get on other channel. What time it was when they ended it last time? Cause they do it to the damn second damn here. It was on a Thursday when they ended that. So yeah, I should be able to go live. Okay, now I'll go check. We'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye, y'all.